Let us start. Let me first warmly welcome everyone. I'm very glad to see you here, and this conference is a result of a project we have or we will be doing, so you will see some of our results, but fortunately it's not all. We will have also three excellent keynote speakers. The first one is here, Sasha. I will introduce you in just a few minutes. May I see the first slide, or may we see the first slide of my presentation? Just a brief outline. We divided our conference into three sessions. The first session is devoted to the behavioral components and also to alternative investment. This is the last presentation. Then we have a second session. Thank you very much. That deals more with, as you see, technological digitalization and also some macroeconomical aspects. We'll have one change because this beta herding presentation will not take place, and the two following presentations will be shifted. Okay, so sorry, but I mean, always the first session is like you need you always have some technical problems, but the next presentation will be perfect. And if we don't have as much discussion, we can finish earlier, but definitely we'll manage at 2 o'clock. We have a lunch. This is at the campus, so for those who are not from Krakow University of Economics, please use the strategy, follow the crowd, and you'll get there. The last session is after the lunch for non-Polish speakers. This will be on Polish. I think this is the only presentation that will be on Polish. So if you want to plan, or if you are planning your day, unfortunately the last one will be on Polish. The first two sessions, all the presentations are in English. We have some people online. I said we try to do as normal as the conference should be, presentations, discussion. As we are a limited number of people, we have time. So please, if you have any remarks, comments, discussions, you'd like to share your experience, your research, feel free. Let's. It's called conference, but let's treat it more like a working meeting. Okay, do you have, okay, of course, as usual, coffee break, which will be in front of, so I don't need to tell you it. Do you have any questions so far? If not, I would say it's my both honor and a pleasure to invite our first speaker, the first keynote speaker, Sacha Bourgeois-Giron from Université Paris and École Normale Supérieure. Sasha does his research on behavioral economics, cognitive science, on agent-based modeling, on some microeconomics in terms of emergence of the money. And it's also my pleasure because we succeeded to have 2 publications together, and we are cooperating. And so I would say, Sasha, the floor is yours. You have 1 hour, like 45 minutes talk and 15 minutes discussion. As you can change the slides.
This works? No. Oh yeah, it works. Yeah, thank you. So it's It's my pleasure to be here and to meet with old friends, old faces that I knew from the past already. And very good friends, dear friends actually. So it's my pleasure to be here again. I'm a little bit afraid because Martin told me you can speak more or less about something that you did or you consider good speaking. But I'm not sure that you are interested in monkeys and plants, especially, maybe, yes. No, because it's supposed to be changes in financial markets and key markets institutions. So the key markets institution will concern macaques, rhesus macaques, and chickpeas, you know, all these plants. But you will see why. It's not just a joke. So I'm going to, in fact, present two studies, especially the second one very briefly, because the first one I did myself, but the second one is not mine, even though I was in touch with the person who did that. But I'm going to explore prospect theory. So I choose prospect theory because it's supposed to be the main behavioral model in economics or in decision theory those days. And I'm going to use two macaques, female macaques actually, to test some presuppositions, the main presupposition of prospect theory, and especially the asymmetry of behavior in the domain of losses and the domain of gains, which is very classical. So I have two macaques here, females, and this is Amos Tversky, and this is Daniel Kahneman having orange juice. And my macaques too have orange juice sometimes. So this is why I like this picture. So this is a paper that was published some time ago with a doctoral student, myself, and a neuroscientist working on those on monkeys, even though we don't have any neuroscience. It's purely behavioral what we are going to do in this study. So I guess you all know what prospect theory is about, but I don't. I was expecting some students in the room, so this is why I put some slides like that. So I'm going to be quick, but you can interrupt me whenever you want. So you know that prospect theory is a model that was presented in two moments by those authors, Kahneman and Tversky. First model was in 1979, and the second model was in 1992. And in 1979, this is the valuation function that they proposed, which remained more or less the same in the second phase of the model, which is, of course, you know that there is a domain of gain, which is here. And they don't call it the utility function, they call it the valuation function. The valuation function, but I will use utility for commodity, so for convenience. So the typical individual has this concave utility function in the domain of gain, which means that he's risk averse, while in the domain of losses, he has this convex utility function or valuation function, meaning that he's risk seeking in the domain of losses. There are, of course, also other features of prospect theory that I'm going to discuss about, but first consider this. And what I am interested in is whether we are going to see this in the behavior of monkeys and also in the behavior of plants. Because if we see this in the behavior of monkeys and the behavior of plants, it means two things. It means that the prospect theory is a very good model in the sense it is descriptive not only for humans, but also for all types of biological living systems, which is interesting. But if it is the case, then there is a second question that comes, and I think I wrote my question a little bit later, you will see them again, is that, okay, it's very descriptive to everything that evolves facing risk. But in that case, do we need any kind of psychological assumptions to support prospect theory, given that we could say that the psychological assumption concerning macaques and humans, maybe they share something, but the psychological assumptions concerning plants, that's becoming a little bit weird. So this is the sense of my questions. So if I can go further, I will go further, but I don't know why it doesn't work anymore. Technical assistance. Yes, this is what I do, but it doesn't work. I know what comes next, but I want to show you the picture. And students, where are there? Ah, hello. So I'm talking about, you know prospect theory a little bit? Oh, you are the good professor, yes. Yeah. Not that one. That one is good anyway. But you know what it is. Okay, this is good. Okay, I don't have to get into all the details. Thank you. Thank you. So, besides the asymmetry of risk behavior in the domain of loss and the domain of gain, we have also, of course, this very famous feature of prospect theory, which is called loss aversion, and I'm going to be very interested by loss aversion with my monkeys. So loss aversion, as you know, you students, since you know everything, I'm sure, is that this is linear, but this doesn't have to be linear. It's just an example. This is the utility function or the valuation function in the domain of gains, and now it is in the domain of losses, and you see that it is steeper. What is that? It's terrible. I'm very clumsy. I'm going to getting used to that. Okay, yes, here. In the domain of losses, it is steeper, meaning that the disutility of a certain amount of welfare or money or anything, the disutility is, you feel when you have this negative amount is larger than the same amount, positive amount, the corresponding utility for the same positive amount. So the factor that explains the fact that this slope is steeper than this one, the factor by which it becomes steeper it is the loss aversion factor. And now there is a third factor that I'm going also to test with my monkeys, and you will see in which way in a moment, which is the fact that humans, at least, tend to distort probability information. So you have a probability and you distort this probability information. So you imagine that we are under risk, so we have information about the probabilities of the outcomes that we may receive, and we distort this information in a certain typical way. So Kahneman and Tversky and all behavioral economics after them tried to understand how we distort this probabilistic information, and this is the 79 way of distorting probability, which is that you tend to overweight small probabilities and underweight the rest. But in fact, it doesn't work for some technical reason that I'm not going to recall here. If you model this, if you use this kind of distortion, in fact, you will build a model which violates first-order stochastic dominance. So they had to wait a little bit to understand another representation of probability distortion, which is more like this. Now it is defined, by the way, in 0 and 1, while it was not defined in 0 and 1 here, as you noticed, but this is not the problem. I'm going to use this type of function. Which means that what is interesting in this type of function, you keep the overweighting of small probabilities. Here you see that this is a normative probability, and now it is the distortion that you have. It is overweighted here, it is underweighted here. But what is more interesting in this picture is that what you focus on is the sensitivity you have to probabilistic increment. For instance, you go from 0.2 to 0.4. Now you see that if you go here, the distance between 0.2 and 0.4 is there, but the distance between W0.2 and W0.4 is smaller, for instance. So it means that you have a small sensitivity to this, a smaller sensitivity to this increment of probability than you have in when the function is convex, for instance. So this is what I am interested in. What they are interested in the second model. I'm going to use this model of probability distortion, which is not the same as those ones. Those ones, they are, but you cannot see, but it's a certain types of model of probability distortion. The most typical one is Wu and Gonzalez. But I'm going to use the Predek function, which is interesting. and which is almost the same, but not exactly the same. This is the formula that I'm going to use in my model. And I'm going to fix, so that you know in advance, beta equals to 1. So this is exactly this function. Beta here is equal to 1. So it means that beta controls the intersection between the distortion and the normative thing. So beta is the parameter that controls the concavity and the concavity domain and the convexity domain. So the risk aversion, no, it's not risk aversion here, it's optimism and pessimism, but it controls for the concavity and the convexity intersection. But I'm going to fix beta to 1 in my model and try to determine the alpha based on the data that I will gather on my monkey. So I will use this model and I will come back to this later. So now, okay, I can go. So my questions, I told them already. I told you already what my questions are with this experiment that I'm going to present. So if non-human animals like macaques, rhesus macaques, or even non-animal beings like peas, chickpeas, plants, can exemplify the features of prospect theory that I just explained, like risk aversion in the domain of gain, risk-seekingness in the domain of losses, risk aversion, asymmetry, risk aversion in the domain of losses and gains, loss aversion, which is something different, and probability distortion. If I can find all those features in my creatures there, then my question is, okay, it increases the descriptive validity of the prospect, or does it increase its descriptive validity, or rather does it undermine its psychological assumptions, which is a kind of philosophical question that I have. So let's see how, so of course, I'm not the first one, far from that, to have done prospect theory on monkeys. There is a literature, but the literature was hesitant on risk aversion. Hesitant on risk aversion. Oh, it's terrible because no, okay. The results here are not all coherent. Some studies show risk aversion in the domain of gains. Some other studies show risk-seekingness in the domain of gains, so they are not completely coherent. Loss aversion has been documented, and probability distortion also. But no study before the study I ran has done everything in the same study, which I did, and you will see how I did that. And especially, none studies have studied losses and gains in the same paradigm, experimental paradigm. Even loss aversion was something very different than what I did here. So what were my methods? So I used, you don't have to read everything, and you can send me for, to ask me for the slides if you like. But I had only two macaques, macaque G and macaque H. So H is for Havana, and G is for Gladys. I bought those macaques, actually. And they were housed in Bordeaux in an animal facility. And they were living, of course, in a laboratory with all the conditions that are requested by the Ethical Committee for Animal Research in France. And this is how it worked. So they had a computer screen in front of them with a tactile touch. They could do this, do that, do that. And we presented the lotteries, the prospect theory lotteries in this way. So I'm going to explain. So for instance, here, when those lines are purely horizontal, it means that the outcome will be zero. Zero what you will see is zero drop of something to drink. Zero. With this angle, it will be 1. With this angle steeper, it will be 2. And with this angle, the outcome will be 3. Okay, so those are the outcomes. And to represent the probability, you just do that to represent a lottery. So it means that here, for instance, you have 3 drops of something, or 3 units of something that you will receive, with the probability 0.25. You see it's a quarter of the circle. Here you are, and 0 the rest. Okay, it's always something that we have. So we have something, and the rest is 0, not to make the things too complicated. So here, for instance, let's see whether you are as smart as monkeys. Maybe not, I don't know. Myself, it took me some time to be quick on that, actually, so I'm not so smart. And it's if I'm not mistaken, it's 3 units I'm going to, I'm sorry for that. 3 units of reward with priority 1/2. Here is 3 units of reward with priority 0 to 25, etc., etc. Okay, so we presented a lot of lotteries like that, and the monkeys could, where the design was like this, what they experienced was like that. So they see a gauge like that on the screen. Actually, it was an actual one also, with some quantity of water or orange juice or anything that they like. Of course, we tested what they like. And it means that they always earn something. It's not, it's a reference point. It's like in prospect theory. You have a reference point which is three units like that. And then we told them, okay, you have 3 units, this is the reference point, and you can earn, so you see it's 2 here, I guess, yes. 2 with probability 0.5 is half, or 3 with probability 0.75. No, 0, you see I'm not smart. 0.25. So they have to make a choice and touch where they want to go. For instance, in this case, they touch this one, so this is it. And now they have the chance to have this. Okay, they got it. So then you see the gauge that increases its quantity, and then they can have the reward. Okay, this is the way. And then we have another trial that starts. And we did thousands of trials like that, in fact. Thousands of different lotteries like that during this experiment. Which is interesting that the monkeys perfectly understand that. You will see that they understand. That's interesting. So this is the design, this is the methodology, the experimental stimuli. And I'm sorry for this slide, but it's just for you to understand that we had different controls, so I'm going to be quick on that. It's easy. We want to control their understanding of the stimuli that we present. So, for instance, if we have the same probability in the lottery, P1, so there are 2 outcomes and so 2 probabilities too. If the probabilities of the outcomes are the same and one outcome is larger than the other one, for instance, not only larger than the other one is positive and one is negative, we want to make sure that they understand the difference between negative and positive. It's important for us since we want to test loss aversion with monkeys. So we have this first type of control, just to check the discrimination between losses and gains. So now again, type 2 of lotteries, so those are only the control lotteries. Those are not the experimental stimuli, just the controls. So the probability is the same, but one outcome is larger than the other. Sometimes it is in the gain, sometimes it is in the loss here, actually. So we want to see whether they understand first-order stochastic dominance, in fact. So let's go on. So this is the same, but in the domain of loss. So now we want to control, so here the probability are the same, but the outcomes are different, whether in losses or gains. And now the outcomes are the same, but the probability are different, and we want to understand whether they understand stochastic dominance also, but by varying the probability and not by varying the outcomes. So we have all those controls in order to check whether they clearly understand the lotteries and they don't violate stochastic dominance, for instance. Okay, either because we manipulate probabilities and we fix the outcomes, or whether we fix the outcomes but we manipulate probabilities. You see what I mean. Okay, and those are the experimental stimuli. So the experimental stimuli where there is no stochastic dominance, it's not clear that there is stochastic dominance between the 2 options. So there is no one which dominates the other in an obvious way. So they really have to make a choice between 2 lotteries, and those lotteries will help us to understand their attitude in risk, towards risk, in different domains, losses, gains, etc., with different levels of probabilities. So it's only the case where the probability P1 is smaller than the probability P2, but X1 is larger than P2 in the domain of gains, and the reverse, more or less, in the domain of losses. You have to take absolute value to understand what it means, because it's not a mistake. It looks like a mistake, but it is not one. And so we just contrast. We just put 2 lotteries together. It's a contrast, if you like. And we want to see whether they are going to take the riskier lottery or the safer lottery. This is what we test here. So now I'm going to the results, because I have to be a little bit faster, maybe. So the results are very interesting. First, So let me explain you how it works. So my color code is when it is orange, it is losses, and when it is blue, it is gains, actually. So this is the frequency with which the monkeys choose the riskiest option. Okay. So this is something I have to explain a little better. You remember prospect theory. You remember that, for instance, Kahneman and Tversky used to say to test, the only way that they tested that is to say, let me remember how they did that. I know how I did that. They said, you can have 50 for sure, or 0 and 100 with probability 1/2. And this is what we did with monkey. So 50 for sure, or 0, or with half, or 100 with half. So if the guy is risk averse, of course, he will choose 50 for sure. And this is one very simple way to test the risk aversion. And this is what we did. And basically, with different levels of course, with many cases. And so we see that in the domain of gain, 1/4 of the time, monkeys choose the riskier option, while in the domain of losses, almost 95% of the time, they choose the riskiest option. It means that they are really risk-seeking in the domain of losses and also risk-averse in the domain of losses, of gains. This is what it shows. And this is for monkey H, and this is for monkey G. So it means that monkey G, Gladys, her little name, is a little bit risk-neutral, actually, as you will see in the domain of gain, but she's risk-seeking in the domain of losses. So it's interesting because this is something that we didn't have in the previous studies that I mentioned quickly, in the sense that this comparison of risk attitude, both in the domain of losses and in the domain of gains for monkeys, was not properly tested before. And here we have, of course, a result on 2 monkeys, but generally this is the case. So it's only, in a sense, what I'm going to present is only individual differences between 2 monkeys. You could say that, and I would agree. No problem. So now, a little bit more difficult to read, but I will explain very quickly, is that all the data during the controls, so the 5 types of lotteries that I showed before to control stochastic dominance, etc., etc. So just to tell you what's important to see in this picture, because you are not going to memorize everything. We are not macaques, so we have a limited mind. So it means that this is the performance, this is the success rate in the the y-axis. So it means that concerning the difference, if you remember, concerning the difference between losses and gains, whether they perceive that correctly, the valence of the outcome, yes, they perceive that rather correctly, very correctly, in fact. So they don't make any mistake. So here is all the phases of training. There is a problem with the microphone? It's me or the microphone? Could be both, actually. Thank you. So you see, you remember... I don't know how it works. This thing is very strange. So here. So you remember same probability, but different outcome. Same probability, different outcome. So you remember my color code. In the domain of gain, it's in blue. In the domain of losses, it's in orange. So you see that with the different outcomes, the same probabilities, they perform relatively well, actually. So this plot box means the lower quartile and the upper quartile, and this is the median line, actually, if you want to know the details of my MSK. So this is the median here, in the middle of the plot box. So they perform rather well. So it's a good result. This is the thing. While when you introduce losses, you see that they are not so good performer. They perform correctly, but it's a poorer performance. So that's interesting, and that's something that I will discuss later on. So now we have different probabilities and the same consequences, which is one of the control, and you see their level of performance, which is far above random. Random would be 0.5, of course. And you see that we are not in 0.5, but here you have scattered points, of course, here too. So I do nothing actually with that. It just, I do something and does. Okay. So you see that generally in blue is better than in orange. So we are going to try to understand why they perform so well in the domains of gain and less well in the domain of losses. This is something that will come back later, and I will have some kind of hypothesis about that. But basically, this is the performance on the controls. And now this is the performance on the experimental data. So just to tell you, I'm not going to get into all the technical details. It was a complex analysis. We had thousands of data on on many different types of lotteries, and many different lotteries in each type of lotteries. So we had to deal with that. So we did the analysis, and we had a decision model. So we had a model for the utility function, a model for the probability distortion, and also a stochastic model. So I'm going to give the model, I think, in a moment, if I'm not wrong. And we tried to fit some parameters on the data to reconstruct the utility functions of the monkeys, and also the probability distortion function. You will see all those functions appearing on the slides in a moment, and I will tell you a little bit more about the model. But for the moment, it's not the utility function, actually. It's something else. It's something that says, how do they act when so here you see, I take the expected value of the riskiest option minus the expected value of the safest option. So this is, for instance, when the riskiest option is far more interesting than the safest option. It's the contrary. So you see that they behave in a good way, actually, because, I mean, in an expected way, at least, in the sense that they take the safer option, and this is the frequency with which they choose the riskiest option. So when the safest option has a highest expected value, they don't choose the riskiest option, and you see that it follows correctly this curve. This is not a utility function. This is just the frequency with which they switch between the safe and the risky according to the difference between the two. And and so you could say that this difference here is a kind of signal of the risk aversion they have, actually. So here they are risk averse, and here they are risk seeking in the domain of losses. Okay, so now I'm going. Sorry, I was a little bit... So this is another control in a sense. But now I'm going to get to what we are interested in. Can we build, on the basis of the experimental stimuli that I presented quickly, we can actually, but we are going to build a utility function and a probability distortion function based on the data. So I'm not going to get into all the details of the calculus here, the modeling that we did, but basically we use the 6 free parameters, and we try to fit those parameters to optimize those parameters on the data. This is basically what we did, of course. And we had 2 parameters for the risk aversion. So WG and WL mean risk aversion in the domain of, this is a parameter for risk aversion in the domain of gain, and the parameter for risk aversion in the domain of loss. Okay, and alpha G and alpha L will be the perception of probabilities in the domain of gains and the perception of probabilities in the domain of losses. And then we have another thing, lambda G and lambda L will be to what extent the choices of the monkeys are stochastic. So they answer randomly or not randomly. So I'm going to show you the results. So this is the utility function. So here you have, so why all those things? Because we took, so I told you we have thousands of data, and we divided them in 20 chunks. Marcin, how much time do you have still? I'm almost done, but I'll take my time, yes, okay. So I'm going to explain everything correctly, as correctly as I can. Okay, so I can go, okay, quietly. So imagine that we have, this experiment took 6 months, more than 6 months actually. So every day they are training. So that's why we have more thousands and thousands and thousands of data. So every day they run this experiment. So there was the phase of training, and then after 3 months, more something like that, now we go to the experiment. So they are very well trained, and so we have thousands of data, and we have days after days after days after days. So what we did in the chronological order, we divided the performance into 20 chunks, temporal chunks. For instance, it could be the first 50 days, the first 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks to 4, 4 to 6, etc. 20 chunks like that. And for each chunk, we try to optimize the parameter that we have. And then, so what you see, the thin lines are actually the 20 chunks. I don't know in which chronological order, to be honest, I don't remember. But, and then we take the average, we take the average, and we build the average utility function of for the whole process, actually. And you see, it looks like a utility prospective theory utility function. In fact, we were very happy with that. We didn't cheat, actually. We took exactly, we tried to fit a model, and we find this model for risk aversion, actually. So this is, we built this utility function on the parameters of our risk aversion that we could retrieve from their choices, actually, days after days. You remember that we for the experimental data, we could measure the level to which they are risk averse or not, according to which they choose the less risky or the more risky lottery. So this is what we use to build those functions. And so what's interesting is that if you take A, I think is Avan. Yes, my favorite was Gladys. She was very nice. I mean, clever. Yes. You can like a monkey more than another, after all, which was the case. And so if you take Avan, she's, you see, what is striking here, especially for Gladys more than Avan, is that they are almost linear, in fact. If we take the average of their behavior, they are almost linear in the domain of gains concerning risk aversion, so almost risk neutral. We could see that before on one of the previous slides that I showed you, but now it's clear that in the domain of gains, they are slightly concave, slightly risk averse, but almost neutral, in fact, almost neutral towards risk, while it is not at all the case in the domain of losses. So this is striking, and of course maybe there is something in the domain of losses that I'm going to comment several times on, which is that the fact, you remember that the performances on losses for the control stimuli was of a lesser quality than in the domains of gains, meaning that maybe they have difficulties to process losses, and maybe that could explain also this, but we don't see why for the moment. I will tell you why later on. So now, if even more interesting, and I would say it is the probability distortion. So again, we fitted with two parameters, alpha G and alpha L. So the probability distortion for gain alpha G and the probability distortion for losses alpha L. We did the same thing, 20 chunks of data following chronological order during the experiment, and we built this distortion of probability function. And you see, again, it looks, but you will see. So it looks and doesn't look at the same time. So if you take, in blue, is for the domain of gain. So this is something that has not been done before, actually. It was conceived. If you look at the paper by Kahneman and Tversky in 1992, they said there is a parameter for distorting probability in the domain of gains, and there is another parameter for distorting probability in the domain of losses. They make this hypothesis in their model, but there are few papers, or non-paper to my knowledge, that actually tested not only with monkeys, but also with humans sometimes. It's not so often that you test the difference of distortion of probabilities in gains and in losses, actually, unless I am mistaken, of course. But at the time when I read those papers, I didn't find something like that, trying to contrast how differently we distort probabilities when you deal with gains and when you deal with losses. So this is what we did with our monkeys. In blue, this is the average distortion of probability. Okay, so, and so in blue it's for gains. This is the distortion of probability for gains, and this is for Havana. And in orange, it is the distortion of probabilities in the domain of losses. So it's interesting to see that. You see that basically you have the behavior that you can expect according to Prelec model, unless this one. Except this one, sorry, Havana, and this for me when I talk about this experiment, sometimes it happens to me, like today. The things that I like with Havana, and this is why I liked her so much, not only that, but also that, is that she doesn't distort probability on the average. She's very linear, and this is very interesting. So she behaves with respect to probability more normatively than you and me. That's very, according to Kahneman and Tversky at least. So this is very interesting. But you see that, one more thing that you can, because weighting probability is something that interests me a lot. And you can see that behavior is very different again when you consider losses and when you consider gains. It's not the same functions. It's not the same result. So we had to think about why behavior is so different in the domain of losses and in different of gains concerning risk aversion. First, we saw in the previous slide, and also concerning probability distortion as we see here. Okay, so I'm going to discuss that in the discussion part of this paper in 2 or 3 minutes. And one more thing is that we use a softmax function. Did I show the function? No. Okay, we use a softmax function, or basically the probability with which a choice is going to be made by the monkey. So it's, maybe I put the function here, so to tell you which function I used. No, I didn't put the function. I'm sorry, because I was sure that I put every parameter of the model. So, okay, but it's a parameter lambda g and lambda l, but I should have showed you the function that, yes, okay. It should be here. No, it is not. Well, whatever, it's a logit function that we used, which is very common, logistic function, to determine the probability with which the dominant option will be chosen versus the dominated option. And you see that basically they behave correctly. So you can see that if you take the is risky minus x safe, they behave in a normal way. So the function is following a normal path. So the level of the function doesn't mean anything. This is still losses and gains. And you see that they behave normally. So it's almost a diagonal, let's say. And there is no difference this time. And this is very important for me. They don't behave more stochastically in the domain of losses than in the domain of gains. So the explanation won't be there. So why they are different between in losses and gains, the monkeys, concerning utility outcome valuation and probability distortion, is not due to the fact that they don't make any difference between losses and gains, or they behave more stochastically, more randomly in the domain of losses than in the domain of gains. This is what it shows, actually. So it is another explanation that we have to find. It's not just that they are random, blind in the domain of losses and more lucid in the domain of gains. It's something. This is what it shows, basically. So conclusion of this study. First, concerning 2 monkeys, I admit. First order stochastic dominance is respected, which is fine. Otherwise, we couldn't have done anything without that. We have, in our study, risk aversion for gains and risk seekingness for losses, which is a prospectory feature, of course. We have individual differences in probability distortion, especially in the case of one of the monkeys. Probability was not distorted at all in the domain of gains, which was very impressive, actually. She was very normative, this Havana girl, Gladys, sorry. And choice is not stochastic, which is very important. But what about loss aversion? What I mean by what about loss aversion is, can we conclude something from our study about this feature of prospectory? I remember that there are 3 main features that you could be interested in, which is the asymmetry of risk behavior in gains and losses, and which is the probability distortion, but also, of course, loss aversion, because you behave relatively to a reference point, and you don't behave when you decrease your utility compared to this reference point, so you increase your utility compared to this reference point. And in the case of our monkeys, the asymmetry between losses and gains concerning the utility and the probability perception when you move, when you change with respect to this reference point was not exactly what we could have expected. So I want to use this moment to, yes, that's it. After we are going to speak about plants for 5 minutes. Is that my own interpretation, which I wrote in the paper, I think, or which I thought after, I don't remember, is that in this study, the perception of gains and the perception of losses is not on a continuum. When you look at prospect theory, you young people, I am addressing, because when you look at prospect theory for the first time at those papers, and it took me a long time to look at it differently, you think that it's a kind of continuum. Okay, it's two, you could say it's two functions, one function in the domain of losses, I mean valuation function in the domain of losses, and one function in the domain of losses, some people of gains. Some people think it is the same function sometimes also. But even if you look at the cases of prospect theory, when it says it's two different functions that you can aggregate in one general utility function, you have the feeling of a continuity, a kind of mental continuity, cognitive continuity, when you go from losses to gains. There is an asymmetry, but you don't change completely. You can continue to draw your function, so to say. And this is the model. What I see with my monkeys, in fact, they seem not to think at all the same way in the domain of losses and in the domain of gains. It is as if in the domain of gains, clearly they behave in the way we have seen, which is what you expect. And you could do the same with the domain of losses, but you see, in fact, they perceive losses versus gains. This is true. We control for that. But they don't perceive the differences between outcomes in the domain of losses the way they perceive differences in the domain of gains. So it's more a problem of what I call numerical cognition, I mean, on which scale outcomes are put in the domain of losses. It's not the same scale to put the outcome. It's not only the utility, it's even the value. It is as if the domain of losses was one big model, one big thing. So you are below 0 or you are below the reference point, it's a loss. And you don't make too much difference between -2 or -4 or -6 when you consider the outcomes, or minus probability 0.25 to have that loss, or 0.75 to have that same loss. When you are in the domain of losses, when the monkey perceives losses, it doesn't compute anymore the differences of values the same way he computes in the domain of gains. So it is as if losses triggered another mental representation. It's a loss versus it's an increase. You increase gains progressively. 5 minutes and I'm almost done. So I'm going to sacrifice my chickpeas because this is what I wanted to convey. So I put evolutionary in my title today because this is the evolutionary moment. I say when you consider that it is a loss, you cease to compute, you're afraid. Okay? So it's a loss. You don't make it too much difference between the degree of losses. So this is what I say. So just a few words on plants, but this is not my studies, but I had a long discussion with Hagai Shemesh, who is a researcher in Haifa and Tel Aviv, in Israel, and who actually was the guy. When I met the guy on Tel Aviv campus, university campus, it was not a researcher that I met. He was a gardener. I mean, he was the dirty hand, and he was wearing a garden outfits. That was very nice to talk with him. He was really the guy in the plants, and what he did is basically this study, risk sensitivity in pea plants. So I'm going to be very quick, just 3 minutes. So they take actually this explains everything. So they take a plant and they split the roots in one pot in which they will have constant nutrient, so they add fertilizers at a constant rate, so no variance, no risk variance, and one pot in which they will vary the variance of the nutrient according to different levels of variance. So they will implement risk like finance, actually, in this way. And now they measure according to the level of difference between constant and variable. They measure the development of the plant, actually, and they interpret this development in terms of risk aversion. And basically, I have no time to go into all the details. This is a methodology that I like very much. So they take a little plant, they let it grow, and okay, it grows. 2 plants, actually. One plant. So it grows roots on different sides of the stalk, and they cut until they have something which is very similar, sufficiently similar on the left and on the right, and then they put this in 2 pots, and then they put some different degree of variances of nutrients, in the two pods. And in the end, the observable variable and how many seeds at the end the plant will have developed, how many roots it will have developed on the right and on the left. And this counts for kind of investment, actually, of the plant according to the environmental risk, which is very smart, actually. But I have no time to get into the details. And basically, this is the main results. So it means on the left is okay, so if you have to read that, you don't have to read that. You don't remember in 5 minutes, but whatever. So this code of reading is on the left pot and on the right pot. The pot on the right and the pot on the left. So, for instance, when the amount of fertilizer is at a low level, so not too much food actually for the plant. So it's low level of fertilizer, but with a constant rate of fertilizing, while on the right is also low level, but with variance, so with risk. How much the plant, how the plant will behave, it will be risk prone. It will be risk seekingness, because she's in the domain of loss, actually. She's the main, she doesn't have enough to eat, so she will go to the roots will be developed on the pot on the right, on the pot with variance. She will seek for she will take some risk to go to find some fertilizer when there is some variance, instead of remaining in the domain of a constant level of things. So she will be risk-seeking in the domain of low. When she's hungry, the plant, she will go for risk. And when she's fed correctly, fertilized correctly, which is here, for instance, she will be risk averse. Okay, so this is very interesting. You can implement risk aversion and risk sensitiveness in plants. And what I would like to do, so I'm not going into the detail. What is the observable variables? You have seeds, roots, shoot, pods, etc. And this is the way you also measure the efficiency of risk aversion or risk seekingness according to the growth of the plants. And I have no time to tell you exactly my conclusion. My conclusion is, if you can observe that in a plant, and if you can go further, this is my discussion with Ragai Shemesh when we were conceiving another experiment, actually, that we didn't do for the moment. Maybe we will never do it. But the idea is that to test all the parameters of prospect aversion on those plants, and especially I wanted to test the Halley paradox on those plants, meaning that whether the plants, and I know how to do that with pots and everything, whether the plants can exactly exemplify the paradox of decision theory, like the Halley paradox, whether there is a certainty effect in plants, whether there is a violation of the independence axiom, which is very interesting, that you can imagine experiments testing all those things that have built behavioral economics with something which has no psychology. And then it asks some question about the validity of those models, and this is my final word.
So thank you very much for your interesting talk. We have like 15 minutes for questions, discussion, comments. So would like to start.
There is an impact that you have just 2 monkeys and they are in this environment. If you change and if they were in the natural environment, would they behave differently? And if you had different species of monkeys or more monkeys, yes, could it impact?
We did another experiment which is published in I don't remember which journal actually, with more monkeys in the wild, not in the wild, in the semi-wild, in Strasbourg in France. We had my colleague Sébastien Balesta has a facility which monkeys are in semi-freedom facility with, like in a wood, and we put some tactile computers, some computers in the wood like that, so they can play with the station. Like you know, in the airport, the boys, they go to the PlayStation. Is the same. So they play with the PlayStation and they run our experiment, this one actually. And we have more than thousands and thousands of data that we are looking, and they behave the same. And it's a colony of monkeys. It's like 12 monkeys or something like that. So what's interesting, we were interested in something more. That there are big monkeys and small monkeys. There are dominant monkeys, and you know, like in every community, and so we were also testing whether the dominant males or females are more risk averse than. So we are testing something else, but we run that, and basically we find back the same features with those monkeys, and basically we test with capuchin and macaques.
Next question, comment, remark. Maybe someone from.
I'm afraid of Ella.
Okay, so maybe there's someone online who'd like to ask a question.
Online? Oh wow.
We should have some.
No, go on, Ella.
Online.
Don't kill me, please.
No, not at all. It was so nice to talk, to listen about animals and plants, but within, beside those numbers, I believe that everyone thought about some gardeners who really understand plants, who talk to the plants, and some of the vineyard owners, they used to say that the plants will survive, although we are, for example, making mistakes and put those plants in some different risks, so they are really surviving. But this, what you said, as you said, that your comment that it's just this loss is just like surviving.
Yes.
It's so those kind of conditions. So now when you were just analyzing those cases, what kind of examples from our real life, our decisions, economical decision comes to?
Economical decision, I'm not sure that I'm not sure that I'm able to make any. I'm sorry, Ella, I'm not joking. I take your question very seriously. It's an important one about what is the validity of a can transfer, and I'm supposed to do that in this conference, and I feel a little bit guilty not to be able to do that more. For me, in the human, not in the economic domain, but in the human domain, I would see that what is this fear of loss is maybe in the economic domain, maybe in the finance domain. I'm not sure. But at least in the, I would say, affective domain, clearly, if you consider, I'm sorry to be on this domain, but this is how I conceive economics now. It's more about love than about money. So it's true. So it's more about love than about money. Means when I am with somebody and I can construct. It's an investment. It's a progressive investment. The relationships last for a long time. But when there is the possibility that it is lost. No, I don't react, you know, it's loss. It's not, okay. It's not, oh yes, I'm going to keep this, but you're going to give this. This is in front of the judge. So in my transposition for us humans is more in the affective domains than in the economic domain, actually. It's more than when you fear to lose something that you care for, actually. You don't behave like in the same way that education, for instance, you know. Either you try to build your education progressively, and you have this utility function with marginal decreasing utility and risk aversion and everything that you know, the expected utility model or the prospect utility model. But what I disagree slightly, because I'm not sure, with the prospectory model is that when you go to the domain of losses, actually you cannot be on a continuum. Whether it is education, either you are educated and you can build something, you're in the university, first year, second year diploma, or you're not in the education. But if you're not in the education system, you are in the loss domain and there is no gradation. You are not in the education system. So the loss is not symmetric to the gain domain. This is what I mean. And the same with the love. Sorry, this is my answer.
Now when we are living in more competitive world, of course at the university, public universities, it is as it is, but our students are coming to the really very competitive world. So
sure.
For them, it's just behavior like those plants and monkeys, like survive or not survive.
Yes, absolutely. You're right. You're right. I agree with that.
You don't need to turn on. Just any further question, comments from participants online? Okay, so I have a question. Have you thought of or have you compared with the results of a similar experiments with the children? Do you know if there are any differences? Because I guess there were some experiments on.
Yes, there are some
children
experiments on children with prospectory, and I don't think that there are many differences with what I showed, basically. But you know, I cannot be as definite as that because there are many studies and they are not saying the same. Even with monkeys, they are not saying the same thing. So I just presented my results. I know that some of the studies that I did are very similar with studies with children. And one author, James River, actually, who worked on prospectory and monkeys, sent me, after reading this paper, sent me his own paper saying we have the same results. So this is the only thing that I know. Yeah.
Any questions?
I'm very bad at answering questions, you know.
Yeah, I have one comment. I mean, your study worries me a little bit because, okay, when we think about Kahneman-Tversky theorem, we talk about probability, something that we know, but there are some researchers that say, okay, it's very abstract, it's not intuitive notion of probability or understanding probability, something that's been taught. When we get the similar results for plants and for animals, I think maybe this abstract construct, maybe it's something that tells you how
we are built.
How you choose, but it doesn't really explain the way we do. And therefore, it's like the question: what do you think about it? And another is, you have a big data on the results from the monkeys. Have you tested for the biases, like availability bias and other biases? I think to see if what about mistakes?
Yes, you're right. I know I didn't do that. No, it was already a long work and I couldn't test everything. But no, you're right, exactly. But the type of conclusion that I'm pointing toward with this study, also the one with plants which I didn't perform, is that in fact, is it something which is inbuilt, wired, and we don't need any kind of too complex cognitive processes and psychology. Because if you look at Kahneman-Tversky work, which is the serious thing that you have to consider in behavioral economics, they clearly associate, and if you look at their papers, especially the 79 paper prospect theory, they have a first part of the paper we say exactly the way we build a decision problem with all those rules, all those editing rules of building a decision problem. And then they have the second part of the paper, which is the evaluation, which is the type of model that we have. So this asymmetry, the probability distortion, and clearly make a junction between the two, when I say between the biases, the psychology, and the model. And what I'm doing here, and this is my own position today, is that, in fact, it's not so clear. You have a model, and you could put it anywhere, monkeys, plants, and it works. So why the psychology, in fact? Why do we need biases to explain the model? It's disconnected to some extent. This is my own philosophical position. It's a very little bit provocative, I know.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have time for a very last question. Maybe our participants from the online on Zoom. For participants, if there are any on the Zoom, I don't know. But if there's someone, just you can just raise your voice, or just put your question on the chat. So if there's okay, we have Anna Macka, this is the next presenter. So I think this is a sign. So
let's go to the next presentation.
Sasha, thank you very much for your interesting presentation.
Thanks for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have a next presentation on investment advisor or artificial intelligence. Elżbieta, Anna, Matko, she's online, and Magdalena. The floor is yours. You have like 15 minutes for the talk and the rest for discussion.
The title of the talk is Investment Advisor or Artificial Intelligence, and we would like to talk about the survey that we did among the our the polls and about investment and saving strategies. Actually, in changing world, we were just thinking about, but actually all the time we're thinking what behavioral drivers are behind the decisions. And so oh, it's really go fast. Okay. Yes. So the agenda, but before we would like to talk about, because that's the conference that that summarized the whole research topic, and also within that topic we did the one study about two sides of currency crisis in emerging economies. And I believe that those few slides that we've got here, this is really perfect illustration of this, what Sasha just described, because it's we could observe similar behavior about our in the group of entrepreneurs, actually exporters. So that's few slides about that that we did within the team with Ania and also with Joasia Wyrobek about those decisions and actually what are behavioral drivers. Beside this, what we observe. Later, we will talk about polls, investment and saving strategies in changing world, some investment advisor, or about do we want to talk to the people, or do we trust the advice, the artificial robot advisors or avatars? I'm sorry. Advices given by artificial intelligence, and we'll finish with book proposal. So the very first topic, we are just wondering why the entrepreneurs decided to take position in toxic derivatives, and we finish with the paper about two sides of currency crisis in emerging economies, and that was the crisis. The motivation that was beside that, the goal of that part of the research was to explain the entrepreneurs' involvement in toxin option by examining the degree of knowledge about financial instruments and cognitive inclination discussed in behavioral finance. And in the Department of Financial Markets, Marcin and many other colleagues, we did several expertise for the court. So there were losses noticed by the exporters, but they were involved in those toxic options strategies after noticing losses for years. And then it led them to use the strategies that from the financial point of view, from economic point of view, they should not do it, because they just enter on the financial markets like going to the casino. So that was long losses that they noticed for year after year after year, and later on they had they bought those very risky financial instruments. So here there were some human statements that it was not only economical function, valuation, parties' liabilities. It was done in the domain of corporate finance by this research. Generally, the survey was all the questions were connected with that, with the behavioral questions. So we did the survey among that was 383 companies from Podkarpackie Wojewodowship. One of the co-authors, that's the that's Łukasz Fary, he's doing PhD and he's living in that area, and that was long survey. And what we have found, and I hope that the data are. It's not very visible, but actually here we can really see this what Sasha was discussing, that here we've got two groups. One is the one that use those complex derivatives instruments such as option strategies, the other that has not. And then we see that here we have asked them about the same, what Sasha did about Kahneman and Tversky. Do they take risky option or safe option? And there is the number of choices in two decisions problem expressed in losses, and we do not see the significant in the domain of gains here, and we do not see the significant difference. So the risk attitude in the domain of gain was less neutral. We don't see the differences, but in the domain of losses, we see the difference. Also, overconfidence was the one that was driven by decisions. And in some models, like we were doing some decision trees, the way they process information, measured by CR test, cognitive reflection test, in some model, in some decision trees, it make the difference, but finally coming on some leaves, on some levels, on the bottom. So, but here generally you can see that the maximum is 3, and that's the numbers of our of correct answer given in those tests. So it's extremely very low, but in some circumstances in the analysis of decisions tree, we've seen that this is significant. But here we see exactly that the gains rather neutral, losses, that's the case what drives them. And then we've got also overconfidence. We've also took the classical tasks that were about availability, about conservatism heuristics, but it was not the case. It was not making differences in those the hedge by using those complex derivatives. So somehow but we know already from all the cases that they were really in the conditions that they will survive or not survive. And here we see the results that shows this is what actually Sasha was describing. So sometimes, if I may say, that entrepreneurs behave like monkey or monkeys like entrepreneurs. So that's really goes. And when you had with Marcin at the end the discussion about this availability, conservatism, and so on, so you can see that. So that was one part of the research that we did. But now we will step into this survey that we did among Poles. So we did 2 sets. So that was in February 2020. That was the very first one. Later we had a sample of investors, individual investors, 53 of them, and then we did April, May 2022. So that's the case. I'm sorry, March 2020. That's individual investor. That was also a similar time. Now we are just waiting for the data from US in India, and we've asked just simple questions to check what's the savings and investment strategies about our rodacy. So among Poles, and then so here I will give you just some rough picture of that. So here, for example, we've asked, what's in your portfolio of your savings? What do you invest? What do you invest in? So 80% of our, and here, first we've asked, what's the percentage of your saving in certain categories. And here you can see that 80% they are counted if they have just point the cash. So it's actually percentage of Poles that have the following categories. It's not the amount. So most of us, we say that we've got cash. Later, bank deposits. Here we've got two bigger numbers like foreign currency and also real estate. So here are the traditional forms of saving and investments. Then we've got, for example, less than 10% that they've got treasury bonds. Around 10%, as you can see, units in investment funds. New forms of investments like cryptocurrencies. So that was less than 10%. And that's the traditional. Here we've got alternative investments. So mostly we save, our money are put in cash and bank deposits and also real estate and foreign currency. So this what we can further, what we could see that banking services take us into the world of digital finance. So when we've asked about one of the questions was, for example, what's your confidence in the following forms of payment? So, and then we asked about ranking from 1, least trust, to 5, most trust. It's just, we were just surprised that BLIK is one of the most trustful way of making payments in that banks offer. That's the same trust like cash on delivery payment, not payment online. Then there is credit or debit card, similarly like quick transfer, and traditional transfer from an online bank account. It's the least trustful way of making payments. So we just checked those banking services, how Polish people perceive them, and that was in this survey. We just see that BLIK was very, very popular. So somehow we are advanced as a nation concerning using digital finance, but it's based on the banking services. So we use those banking services, as we said, mostly online. 20%, less than around 18% just goes to the bank office, to the building. Less than 2% just call the bank. When we are using those banking services online, half of this, 40%, uses via internet, by opening the internet through przeglądarka, web page, while 40% by just up at our mobile. When we think about other digital, this what's present in digital finance, so we are really not interested in cryptocurrencies, some other social, when we think about different apps, where in what domain we could step into digital finance, so then we are really not interested in cryptocurrencies, some other social lending, or we are interested in apps concerning banking and wealth management. We don't know what avatar, fintech, blockchain technology is. We are evaluating everything the same. No almost differences. We similarly assess the impact of, for example, blockchain technology on cryptocurrency market, while on the operation of the stock exchange. When we have just checked the opinions about those other technologies that can drive the digital finance, no differences. Concerning because so far people were evaluating and thinking about banks' traditional operations, that they were moved into just apps, but it was still traditional bank in apps. When we think about the virtual bank, totally run by in the virtual world, so Polish people, they do not care, they will not switch to this bank concerning quality of service. If there would be, for example, better quality of service, lower operating cost, they do not care about the existence, but they care only if they would receive some financial incentive. So that's the only way that they will move to some digital environment. We fear in this because, so we were checking what motivates them, but we've noticed that we fear, 5 minutes. Okay, so we fear the most in this digital environment risk of financial fraud. That's what we are afraid of. And the bigger risk are about the algorithm error. So we just cannot comply with algorithms. So that's another way to explore how do we perceive algorithms. So we will not forgive, we cannot stand if the algorithm makes mistakes. And also we are consider, but lower than the algorithm, about our personal data, but it's in lower extent. Then some data comes from the survey of March 2020. So because then we could see the impact of COVID and also start of Russian attack on Ukraine. So concerning the impact of COVID, we see that we are really less satisfied with our life, with our well-being, our health. And also with this, our level of income is lowered, and also we perceived ability of household to meet financial obligations. That's what we declare. But what was positive? Again, banking system. So people, even after COVID pandemic, more people evaluate positively all those banking apps. So they are really satisfied with that, and they trust more. When we ask about some biggest economy threats, then we point inflation, war in Ukraine. That was in March 2020. So before that inflation, that it's already, people were afraid of that too. Things that are far away, like China. Here also it was the interest rate level, it was still a small one. Concerning differences between what we have noticed when we have compared differences between March 2020 and February 2020, this is what we have noticed, that after pandemic, we prefer talking to people. We just evaluate, we trust more people rather than those artificial intelligence. That's the impact. So when we just asked about those investment advice. So that's the picture of this, what we could see in those data for Polish, and here we now we will ask Ania to say more about some. We were trying to look 2 minutes.
And we say we have 2 minutes, right?
Okay, Ania.
So I'll try to be quick. I mean, we conducted a two-step cluster analysis on this financial literacy indices from financial literacy quiz that we had in our questionnaire. And this quiz is interesting because it enables us to calculate 3 indices of financial literacy. As you can see here, we can calculate the number of correct answers, the number of incorrect answers, and the number of I don't know answer, because this quiz has this interesting option that people can just say they don't know the answer instead of providing anything. And it's interesting because it gives some insight into financial illiteracy by distinguishing the lack of knowledge people are aware of and the lack of knowledge people are not aware of, because these people could behave differently, have different preferences, and we wanted to see whether it's true. And this two-cluster analysis revealed 5 cluster solution. And as you can see by the silhouette measure, the model was good. So we had 5 groups of people that emerged from the data we had. And if you can go further, we name those clusters of people after the structure of those 3 indices. And as you can see here, there's a group called overconfident illiterates. And those bars on the right side like present the structure of those 3 indices I was talking about. And the blue part is the average number of correct answers in this group. So we can see here, for example, those overconfident illiterates actually provide many answers that were incorrect instead of choosing the option I don't know, because they did not know the issue the question was about. But they had some knowledge, but actually their illusionary knowledge was much higher than the objective knowledge. Then we had people we called confident with some knowledge, because they actually had a quite high score on objective knowledge, but they were also willing to provide the answer when the answer was wrong. They were very unwilling to say, I don't know. We had a group of aware, this is a misspelling, it should be illiterate. That means that we had people who did not know the answer, and they were willing to admit it. And then we had unconfident with some knowledge. They had some knowledge because this blue bar is relatively high, and their willingness to provide answer when they were not sure was not high. So this score for illusionary knowledge is not high, but this this score of admitted ignorance is relatively high. So when they did not know the answer or they were unsure, they would prefer to admit the ignorance rather than to guess. And then we had those highly literate, those whose score on this objective knowledge was very high. And then we looked for the differences between those 2 groups, those 5 groups in different aspects. For example, in their preference for human versus algorithmic advice. And this will be the next slide. If you could just, what you can see here. I mean, you can see here on the x-axis different types of investments. And on the y-axis, you can see the preference for artificial intelligence for algorithmic advisory. And we don't have time to go into the detail, but the interesting part in that figure was that those overconfident illiterates actually differ interestingly from those highly literate in this preference for artificial algorithmic advice. I mean, as Ella said, the people prefer right now human advice, and this is also seen here because the scale was 5-point scale, and the highest scores are close to the midpoint of the scale. So that would mean that they are rather indifferent than preferring algorithmic advice very strongly. But even with this preference, we can see some differences in the strength of this preference for the type of advisor. And those overconfident are more willing to use algorithmic advice than those who are highly literate. There might be different reasons for this, but actually there's a difference that we found. And the next slide shows again something interesting, because you can see here.
Anya, could you please quickly just wrap up and give some conclusions?
Okay, so the interesting thing from these two figures is that when we compare the differences in riskiness, in the perception of riskiness of investments and in the perception of profitability of those investments, and we look for evaluations of overconfident illiterates and highly literate, the differences are much bigger in case of profitability than riskiness. So they are not different when it comes to evaluate riskiness of investments, but they do differ when it comes to evaluation of profitability of those investments. So if this was like, if I could have that time to point the most interesting results we had so far. So.
Okay, so if I can, just 2 words to sum up all the results that they were presented right now, but we are also waiting for results from USA and India will be published in the Routledge in our book, Behavioral Finance in the Digital Era, Saving and Investing Decisions. My aim is to present the classical and the behavioral perspective on investing and saving, but what's new is to do it in the area of digital finance, so to see how it may change because of the digitalization that has been recently happening. So as I don't have much more time, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, any questions? Thank you very much for your talk. Any questions, comments, remarks? We actually have time for.
Okay, no, just a quick question to everybody, but also to Anna, who is online. How do you explain the fact that more overconfident, illiterate people prefer to go online?
Alia?
You mean you refer to this result on preference for human versus algorithmic advisory? The difference? Well, actually, they may be more willing to try new things, even they don't have the competence, because algorithmic advice, people might be afraid of using algorithmic advisory because of the complexity, because they may be afraid they don't have enough knowledge to operate this, and they seem to be like confident they can do. They have competences even in fields they don't have. While in case of highly literate, they may actually be willing to rely on their own judgment than to use algorithmic or human advice. They may just be not willing to use much advice at all if they are highly literate, but we cannot tell this from this data. The differences, the reasons might be different, but at this point, we think that overconfident may just be like more open to things that they are not very competent, but they feel they might be. This is our working explanation of this.
Okay, Maciej Bejsinga. I have just one question, one comment. Are you going to rerun the survey on, these major concerns, etc., about the in-depthness of the country? Because I think that results refer, to contemporary issues that we have. So in March it was the war, etc., and there was little inflation. Now it could be more inflation and personal indebtedness rather than state indebtedness. And one comment on this bleak and cash surprise, I think it's a function of the time that the transaction is being processed. So when it comes to bleak, despite the fact that this is, very, I would say, new project, it happens instantly, and you have this bank transfer that takes around 1 day. So there is a time that you don't have access to your funds already, and you don't have information that money has arrived on someone's account. So it's maybe a function of time that is required to process the transaction. So this is my idea.
If you've got time, you just pay at delivery, but if you don't have, then you are forced to bleak, and then that makes the trust.
Okay, thank you very much for your talk. And
No questions? No.
I mean, it's kind of strategy. If you talk too long, there's no many questions. But okay, we will have a last. Thank you, Anya, very much. We have a last presenter, Paweł. Paweł will talk on joint research with me on fine wine markets. It'll be serious. It'll be more economics. I know we had some problems with research. We have several papers. We'll present on the ongoing research, and everyone said, "Okay, fine wine market. It must be very nice to do such a research." I can assure you, we're not drinking to do this research. We are doing a serious theoretical stuff. So no reason to invite us. I mean, but the question is, I will just shortly introduce why fine wine markets when we talk about digitalization, fourth revolution. 2 reasons. The first reason is we have different trading venues. So you can go to a shop and just buy your wine. You can go to the auction. Okay, you know this guy also said buy and sell. So there's a lot of behavior, a lot of psychological bias. But you also have regular wine exchange organized in very regular way, LiveX in London. So what you can compare, how do we change our behavior? How do we decide what we would like to, our preferences towards wine, depending on whether we do it, we deal with persons, we do it online, we deal with professionals, or we deal with other persons, or we just use online access. And what's also nice in wine, you may have actually, this class of wines are Bordeaux wines, the specific is, if it's new wine, it's undrinkable. You can't drink it. It tastes horribly, but after 15, 20 years of maturing, it's delicious. It's really delicious. So you may have 3 different motives to buy this wine. Experience, pleasure, just to drink it, but also to invest. And also some people like to show off. If you have your house, I don't know, or a wine cellar, it's very nice to show. I have a Bordeaux Premier cru in my. So there are different motives, different venues, so you can explore. And that's what we did: explore different behaviors, different consequences of these differences. Some papers, I know if Paweł is going to talk, are published in Journal of Wine Economics. Some are published in JAS, Journal of Artificial societies in social simulation. And here Pavel will present our ongoing research on
microstructure,
liquidity of illiquid assets. That was the original title. Pavel, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. May I have the presentation on? The topic of the conference is changes in financial markets, but as you can see, we go far beyond traditional thinking about financial markets and wine market is a kind of periphery of this space, but getting more and more popular, as Marcin introduced. As we are within this project, with this 4.0 revolution, we are focusing on electronic trading and some new assets which got popular in these times. And today we will maybe not talk much about behavioral aspects, rather market microstructure, and we will focus on the liquidity of this market. But the main motivation, as Marcin already mentioned, what we observed on the financial market during last times or decade is the shift from the traditional markets into the electronic, to the digital world. Even the traditional stock exchanges are not working in the traditional manner when there were brokers on the floor. Everything has shifted or have been shifted to the electronic, to the computers. And the same is happening in other goods or commodities or products. And one of those products is wine. Wine is very specific for several reasons. And this is both consumption good and investment assets. Of course, not all wines are investment assets, but some of them have properties which attract a lot of investors, and not just individuals, but also institutional investors. So that's why we check what's happening on the market, and in particular on the wine exchange, which simply operates in the same way like traditional stock exchanges. The wine exchange LiveX has same rules, same technology and order book, and simply traders do the same what the traders do in stock exchanges. So today we just look at the liquidity as one of the market microstructure features. And for some of you that you know better what kind of wines we have in mind, we mostly focus on the Bordeaux wines. So Sasha probably knows these producers like Chateaubriand, Chateau Lafite Rothschild, Latour, Margaux, Mouton Rothschild, so-called Premier Cru wine producer, the top of the top, in other words. And as we compared some prices between different trading venues, electronic trading, auctions, and OTC market, you can see that the price for the bottle, 750 milliliters, is around 300, for some 500 pounds. So relatively expensive as for the individuals. But they have also properties of some investment features, because they mature over years, and they developed, and they can be drunk even, in 100 years, for example. And what we see when we look at the market, at the exchange, here you have this snapshot from the LiveX exchange order book. This is the order book for wine, for Mouton Rothschild 2016. And if the trader sits in front of the computer, has such a screen in front of his or her eyes. And as a difference to stocks, there are more issues associated with wines, because there are different bottle formats, different case sizes, like six bottle case or 12 bottle case or 3 bottle case. They also developed 3 types of contract. This is a way for standardization of trade, and the most popular is the standard in bond contract. So simply the trader knows what is behind this contract, what rules are, what is the delivery time, what is the quality of wine, etc. And there is also a space for some trading automation supporting doing orders. And as we have the Mouton Rothschild 2016, this is wine specific wine, you see that the decision which wine to buy, it requires this is more complex decision, and the investor needs to take into account also other characteristics which are characterizing wine. And in this research, we put few questions, and we want to check how various wine attributes affect the liquidity measures, and what are the relationships between liquidity measures in wine market, are they coherent or not, and which factors drive the correlations between liquidity measures for different order books. And the data, as already mentioned, these are first growth wines from Bordeaux region, the most tradable wines in the world, and vintages 1988 to 2017. We have LiveX order books covering more than 600,000 active orders, both bids and offers, and time frame, the wines were traded 2019 and 2020. And we do some kind of regression analysis and correlation analysis by using different liquidity measures. And the liquidity measures are the most popular, which are commonly used both in the liquid markets for liquid assets like stocks, but also for illiquid assets like real estate or bonds or whatever else. So we selected 9 different liquidity measures, and we looked how do they behave in case of these selected wines. And first step was what wine attributes affect, or if they affect the liquidity measures. And first we can see the producer, and we have here just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different liquidity measures. For example, number 1 is relative quoted spread, or number 3, transaction volume, or total quantity bids, number 4. And when we look what is the impact of, if the producer impacts the liquidity measure, the value of the liquidity measure. So first we can see that taking into account those wine producers as compared to Chateaubriand, which is the reference one, some wines have greater liquidity and some others have lower liquidity. For example, Latour is less liquid. What do we have? Latour has higher spread, so it's less liquid than Chateaubriand, for example. And we also checked for or verified the contract types as compared to the standard in bond. All other contracts like contract duty paid when already the taxes are paid, or contract special, which is something that the wine can be in, dirty bottle or whatever, or leaking, there is a leakage in the bottle. So all those different than standard are traded with lower liquidity. Additionally, we checked the cases. So there is also a sign of some standardization, that the standardization makes sense in such markets. For example, as compared to one bottle case, the 6 bottle and 12 bottle cases has the best liquidity. Also, the bottle size makes the difference, that wines in larger bottle formats simply have lower liquidity, and there is also a kind of age. Age also impacts the liquidity measures. Then we divided the order books, taking into account how the number of days with at least one order in the order book, so we could distinguish between the minimum liquidity or medium liquidity or maximum liquidity. So wines with more than 500 days in the order book, they were classified like liquidity max, and we could do some correlations between, to check the correlations between liquidity measures, the average correlations, to see the pattern, how do they look like in these specified liquidity classes. And we see some patterns. We can see some coherence between that the greater correlations are in case of traditional liquidity measures like total quantity bid or total quantity ask. And there is also some coherence over time, that transaction volume has the same value for all the, not the strength, but simply the as it goes to the sign, the same in all liquidity classes. And the last step of our research was checking the joint correlations between those liquidity measures, taking into account what's happening when we have the same producer or the same contract type or the same case. We simply use the dummy variables to explain the correlations coefficients. And as we can see, maybe not the producer and contract, but for example, or yes, the contract type in case of transaction of total quantity bids has the impact of the correlation, or the case and the bottle size. All those characteristics of wines can have the impact or drive the correlation coefficients in general. And just to skip to the last slide, the summary and conclusions. We classify or define wine as an illiquid asset, but with the development or evolution of the market, the wine is also differentiated as in terms of liquidity. And Lafite Rothschild, for example, and Mouton Rothschild are the most liquid wines. It can be such an implication that for the segmentation into liquidity classes separated for institutional investors, for example, and asset standardization, like here the standard in bond contract, was a mean for increasing the liquidity in this market, and it can be also adapted of traders. So just, I think, what we wanted to show this time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We have time for one question. Okay, no question. Polish wine market.
Do you relate this with climate changes or just with behaviors of consumers?
I think there's a strong relation. The more you drink, the more you like modern art.
So illiquidity is due to some features of the wine itself, or some attributes of the wine itself, as far as I understand also. Yes, and my question is very naive. Is there an advantage for a producer not to be standardized and to be a little bit illiquid compared to others? In the sense that it makes a kind of a product differentiation, in fact.
You know, this is an issue of the I don't know if there's a producer choice, because these are Bordeaux wines, and Bordeaux wines account for maybe 50% of the turnover on the stock exchange, and these are the top, the wines with highest reputation, this premier cru. And what's happening with the second cru and the other, like Italian or American wines and whatever, is not necessarily the question of the producer if he prefers to do this or not, but how the market perceives the wine and what is the system.
Okay,
Yeah,
but there is no advantage of being a little bit illiquid.
Advantage, yeah, in the sense that you have larger spreads. So
Yes.
if you are a trader, so you can simply earn more. But the question of the quantity and the, you know, if there are enough trades to do such a deal, yeah, it could be some advantage for some.
Just as, there's no advantage, at least for the producer, but because just okay, it really depends. But producers mostly sell most of the wine just after it's being made, because they need a room or cellar for the next. So they keep just small part of it. So there's no direct, but of course this is indirect.
Indirect, I mean, yes.
The higher the liquidity, the more people will buy a bottle that are motivated by the investments reason. Because
that's
when
simple.
you can
That's
just
simple.
buy
I
and
was
sell
looking
at
for
any
something
time.
a little bit different.
Yeah.
You know, my name is Cru Bourgeois Gironde. So Cru Bourgeois is a level of wine, and Gironde is the region where it is produced. So I'm already.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
I would like to thank you very much to everyone for this first session. Unfortunately, the wine will not be offered during the coffee break, but there's definitely coffee, juice, water. So we see each other in half an hour for the next session on technology. I think the micros are working, but they need to be operated by the colleague. Welcome everyone. Welcome to the second session. This session is, I would say, more devoted to technology, to the changes in the technology. Therefore, it's my great honor and pleasure to introduce our second keynote speaker of today, Jakub Gorowiec, one of the best economists in our country, at least macroeconomists, and also quantitative economists, and the author of a book on technological innovation, technological changes. I guess, Kuba, you will tell a little bit about your book in your presentation or after the presentation. So without wasting more time, Kuba, the floor is yours. 45 minutes for a talk and 15 minutes for Q&A.
Great, thank you very much for a generous introduction. So what I would like to talk about today is our future in the digital era. So I would like to ask this very broad and deep question of what will drive global economic growth in the digital age. And the starting point of asking this question is a set of facts that we observe for the digital era. Namely, there are a few important technological trends since the 1980s. And so there is an expansion in the digital sphere, which is an order of magnitude faster than growth in the global capital stock or in GDP. So if you look at data volume, processing power, accumulated across the world, or you look at the bandwidth, the volume and pace of data transmission, all these things double every 2 to 3 years, which is an order of magnitude more when you compare it to global GDP, which still grows quite fast, but only doubles every 20 to 30 years. And also, it's a staggering statistic that the costs of a standard computation declines by almost 53% per year. So all that leads to is the fact that processing, storage, and communication of information has now decoupled from the cognitive capacity of the human brain. And less than 1% of information was in the digital format in the mid-1980s, growing to more than 99% today. So we also see progress in the efficiency of computer algorithms, and especially in terms of the artificial intelligence algorithms, which based on deep learning, deep neural networks, that methodology has created a lot of substantial breakthroughs over the last years, and there's certainly more to come. So if you look at these impressive developments in the digital era, well, you may wonder, and clearly already many years ago, people have wondered, why is that difference in the pace? Why doesn't the growth in the digital sphere not translate into equally fast growth in GDP? So Robert Solow said, you said famously, you can see the computer age everywhere, but in the productivity statistics. And that was in 1987. And people repeated that over and over and over. And in 2022, it's no longer the case because you do see computers in the productivity statistics. But still, there is arguably some clash between, the growth rate in productivity and TFP and GDP as a whole, and growth in the digital sphere. So thinking about the future, you can basically divide the literature into at least 2 or 3 camps. And the first camp is those authors who would suggest the possibility of a secular stagnation. So they look at the trend growth rate of labor productivity and TFP, and they see that, well, particularly in the developed countries, growth has actually slowed down since the 1980s. So if you look at post-war growth, it was way faster than growth in the 1990s, 2000s, and so forth. So comparing these numbers, they would say that maybe we should expect growth to even further slow down, and this momentum from digital technologies would actually never translate into growth and productivity. But on the other hand, you could also have this techno-optimist camp who would say that, well, we see in the data that there is some kind of a slowdown, but we also see that in other dimensions there is this impressive growth. So maybe it's just a temporary transition phase, and maybe there will be an acceleration in the future once, the world in the economy 4.0 or whatever you call it will actually catch up with this growth in the digital sphere. So you have people like Erik Brynjolfsson and his co-authors who would predict that the trend growth rate in productivity will actually rebound in the future, fueled by the rapidly increasing capacity of digital technologies, and in particular of artificial intelligence algorithms. And on the other side of the spectrum, from secular stagnation proposers, you have people you have the singularitarians, okay? So the people who would predict the technological singularity, where the rate of growth itself would be accelerating over time. So in the research I'm going to discuss to you right now, I'm asking the question, what will drive long-run growth in the digital age? So not just how fast it will be, that's one part of the question, but the other part is how fast it will be, but also what will be the key drivers of growth, because that would also determine the pace. And the analysis I'm going to give here is based on my hardware-software model, which I've developed in one paper, and now I'm using in a few applications and further papers, as well as in the announced book that I'm going to refer to later. So the starting point of the hardware-software model is that in any technological process, output is generated through purposefully initiated physical action. So you need this physical action, doing stuff, but you also need the purposefully initiated part, which is information about how to do the action. So you need the physical action. That's something that requires expending energy. And you need the set of instructions, which is code, which is disembodied information. And if you look at all the processes from this perspective, you would rather expect some kind of production function which looks like this. It takes two essential inputs, software and hardware, which I basically call it that way, but in essence, the hardware thing, X, is anything that can perform physical action. And then software, S, is anything that can provide the appropriate instructions. And you need both to produce output, right? To do things that produce value, you need both the action and the instructions. So both the factors are essential and they are complementary. You cannot do without one or the other. So at the bottom, at the core, you would have these two inputs. And then within those inputs, you would have people and machines. Because physical action can be performed by a person doing things, but you can also perform it with machines. And on the other hand, especially if you think about the digital era, also instructions can come from a human mind, but can also come from a computer, an algorithm, a piece of software. Okay, so within hardware, you would have human physical labor, but you would also have machines. You would have physical capital, which can be either like traditional, which you cannot program, but you can also have programmable physical capital, such as a computer, such as a robot, such as, well, remote controlled stuff, okay, where you don't really need, you just need the instructions to perform that. And the instructions can come from a computer. And when you think about the software, there again, traditionally, almost throughout all the history, the only source of software was the human mind. But this has actually changed quite substantially recently because we have more and more tasks being automated. We have more and more tasks that are performed without the need to resort to human instructions because the instructions are already pre-programmed and can be run by the machine itself. And on top of that, you would have technological progress, which is like the improvement in quality, but technological progress is information, and therefore it's natural to view technological progress as software augmenting, as this A component, which you may see there, this A component which enters into human cognitive work because it, makes us it causes us to be able to achieve more things, but also affects the software because the software also has access to some better ideas, which can be also programmed. So in the essence, there is a big difference between the hardware-software framework that I'm advocating and the traditional framework, which has two main inputs, capital and labor. Basically, the two things are orthogonal. So you can have human physical labor, which is labor and which is doing physical stuff, so it's hardware. You can have human cognitive work, which is still labor, but it is software because it's about providing the instructions. Then you have physical capital, which does things, expends energy, and that is hardware, and that's machines. So that's capital. And then you also have pre-programmed software, including artificial intelligence, which is again capital, but it's also software. So if you look at this, you can use this distinction as a building block for a growth model and to analyze economic growth over the long run, and to see the difference between a traditional kind of model which has labor and capital, and this other new type of model which has software and hardware. And so this is the reduced form growth model that I'm using. I think I'm not really going to go into the details too much. But okay, let me just briefly tell you that we have two production functions. One is for the output, for the final good, which is a consumption and investment good. And the other is for ideas. So A dot is the R&D sector, okay? So the innovation sector, so it's producing ideas. And the production functions F and phi, they are, they take two inputs, hardware and software, each of them. And then G1 is the hardware, G2 is the software, and each of them aggregates people and machines. So hardware here aggregates people doing physical work and machines doing physical work. Here, software aggregates people doing cognitive work and machines doing cognitive work, okay? So you have these four inputs aggregated into this function. And the same goes here. And I'm using a very standard framework which, has this Solow equation. And it's a reduced form, so I basically assume a lot of things are constant. So population is assumed constant, the savings rate is assumed constant, and all the fractions, all the shares are basically assumed constant because I kind of assume that eventually they must stabilize, they are bounded. And I also assume constant returns to scale, which is kind of standard assumption in macroeconomics. And all the action that I'm going to expect comes from the fact that hardware and software are complementary, whereas people and machines within hardware and people and machines within software are substitutable. So that is what will create the action in this model. So the questions I'm going to ask with this model is, first, how are long-run growth predictions affected whether or not all essential tasks can be automated? Because it's different if you can automate all tasks so that you don't need the human to perform any of those tasks, to a situation where some of the essential tasks must be performed by people. The key difference is that our brains are as they are, whereas the capabilities of the computers are growing exponentially. So if at least one task which is essential must be performed by people whose basically capabilities are finite, well, there's a cap on productivity and it slows down growth by a lot and has important also conclusions for factor shares. So if you have full automation, you would have R&D essentially becoming obsolete to the point that the only thing you would care is accumulation of programmable hardware, because that would be the factor that would determine the growth rate. Whereas under partial automation, people would be essential, and therefore R&D, which increases human capabilities, it increases labor productivity, would be essential. And you can have a dual growth engine with R&D and capital in R&D in that scenario. I'm also asking the question about automation of only production, only R&D. That doesn't really matter. Be brief. I also ask another question about R&D capital, because if you look at the economic growth literature, people kind of assume throughout almost all literature that the only input in producing ideas is human capital. Okay, it is the work of the researchers. Whereas in reality, researchers themselves use a lot of laboratory equipment. They use also a lot of computing power of computers. And it's grown crucial to research these days. So omitting that factor, which is kind of standard in the literature, to me is an error. And I would try to see what are the consequences of making this probable error. And finally, I also ask a question about hardware augmenting technical change. So I argued already that technical change should really affect software because it is about information, not about energy. But maybe I'm wrong. So what if you would also have at least part of the technical change which affects hardware? Okay, so that is the last question I ask, and that gives you a few expectations to formulate. So basically, if you're asking the question, what will drive growth in the long run, you really need to go to the asymptotic outcome, and then look at the relatively scarce factor of production in the long run limit. Is it hardware? Is it software? And you see how things change as automation progresses. If you think about the industrial economy where there is no automation, so the world basically that has been around us to maybe to this day, maybe to a few decades ago, but something like that. So the key scarce factor is human cognitive work. We have abundance of machines performing physical things, but only people can provide instructions, and you know, skilled people who can provide useful instructions are scarce in the economy, and that is the scarce factor of production, and therefore the key source of growth and the key factor that determines the pace of growth is labor augmenting technical change. And that's in the sweep of economic growth literature. You know, Romer, Jones, Agin, Howitt, you name it. All that literature kind of has this, this implication. But now, if you think about automation, okay, if you think about automation, the difference is that now cognitive work can be provided by machines as well. And so the question is whether all can be automated or just part of the task can be automated. If only part of the tasks can be automated, well, then still the scarce factor is human cognitive work, because what you automate away, that's going very fast, and that's no longer constraining growth. What is constraining growth is that part which has not been automated. That is the scarce factor. It's the human cognitive work which is complementary to automated tasks. And that's also why the #1 career advice for students by Hal Varian, chief economist at Google, he says, seek to be complementary to the scarce, to what is being automated. Seek to be complementary to what is developing the fastest, okay? Because that will really bring you value. So this is the scarce factor here as well. Now, you can have a dual growth engine again, so you can also have technical progress plus accumulation of R&D capital. Because now R&D capital is an important thing in this scenario. Now, thirdly, you can also have the economy of full automation. And now you don't need people to perform cognitive tasks. And that accelerates growth. And the key source of growth then is accumulation of programmable hardware. And only programmable hardware becomes a scarce factor, but that's already growing an order of magnitude faster. So this is the sort of scenario that would predict acceleration of growth by an order of magnitude, potentially. Well, and if on top of that you also have hardware augmenting technical change, well, then basically the model explodes. So basically you would have a singularity. You would have, you know, not only you accelerate your ability to perform cognitive tasks, but also energy efficiency goes up through the roof and everything accelerates, and it's a self-reinforcing feedback loop culminating in a singularity. But that's, you know, probably at least from some point onwards against the laws of physics. So, you know, you cannot really take this literally. All right, so this is the overview. Okay, so the research I'm talking about relates to quite some literature. I'm basing it on my hardware-software model, but okay, there is a fast-growing literature on automation. There is a literature which is not that voluminous, but it's also quite fast-growing at this moment on artificial intelligence and autonomous robots. And there is this debate on the perspectives of growth. Okay, so contrary to this immense growth in automation technologies and AI, there is still a big camp of influential people who would say that actually growth will slow down, maybe even to a complete stop. So that is very, very much ongoing. How much time do I have? Did I check it? All right, 20 minutes. Yeah, I was wondering how fast I should go over the boring part. Maybe I'll go fast over the boring part and then spend more time on the less boring part. So now, okay, this is the boring part. So you have quite a few scenarios where you just calculate the long-run dynamics of the hardware-software model, the reduced form model that I presented to you already. There is some asymptotics involved, and in the end, you basically compare what grows faster. Is it capital? Is it ideas? And then, well, depending on the scenario that you're in, you have conclusions on the rate of growth in the long run and on the decisive factor of production, which will actually drive this pace of growth. So in the case of full automation, in the long run, you basically have a production function which is of an AK form. It's asymptotically linear in capital, and everything is growing exponentially at the rate of accumulation of capital, as long as this capital is programmable, because it needs to also enter into the software part. So basically, accumulation of programmable hardware determines the rate of growth, and so your savings rate will be key. Also, the returns on capital would enter the growth rate, and that's it. Now, if you have partial automation or no automation whatsoever, you should expect in the long run to have hardware be proportional to capital, because in the long run it's just machines doing the physical work. But it's in the long run, the supply of software will be still proportional to the supply of skilled cognitive work. So it will be proportional to the number of people, the effective number of people. So it's A times N. N is number of people, A is the stock of knowledge. Okay, H is human capital, which is in the long run constant. So per worker, I mean. Yeah. And so in this case, in the long run, you would have an asymptotical balanced growth path. And you would have growth of K and A at the same rate. And so you will have a dual growth engine. Well, it's an implicit equation. You have two functions. But from that, you have actually a solution, I guess, typically a unique solution that gives you the growth rate. And the growth rate is determined by the two factors at the same time. One is the R&D equation, and the other one is the capital accumulation equation. And you have a dual growth engine. So both hardware and software grow asymptotically at the same rate. And you need both R&D, so creating ideas, and R&D capital, so accumulating capital that would feed into the production that produces the ideas. That will drive growth. You can possibly argue this is kind of the scenario that we are looking at this very moment. Okay, this is more like science fiction. Full automation is not yet on the horizon. This is more realistic as far as today is concerned. And this is, to me, already not too realistic. This is a situation where you have no R&D capital at all, and then you have, well, growth that slows down. Okay, growth that is less than exponential. And the source of growth, the only source of growth here is R&D. In the absence of automation and in the absence of R&D capital, now human cognitive work is forever the scarce factor of production. Okay, and if you have hardware augmenting technical change on top of all the other things, well, you would basically generate explosive growth with an unbounded growth rate. But the thing to keep in mind in this scenario is that it is, at least in the asymptotic situation, it's against the laws of thermodynamics. So you cannot have that you cannot take this argument to the limit. That's the point. All right, so this is the wrap-up of the theoretical results. I highlighted the scenarios that I just briefly talked about in red. And so the growth engine over the long run is either the accumulation of capital, which accumulation of programmable hardware, or maybe a dual growth engine, or maybe only R&D. And as far as growth rates are concerned, here in this scenario, you should expect an acceleration of growth. Here you should expect growth rate being relatively constant, And here you should expect a secular stagnation. That is something that leads me to take a broader perspective, to take this discussion about the future into a discussion about the long-run trajectory of the civilization that we're in. Okay, so that's a very broad view, and that's the view I'm taking in my book that I would like to advertise. Okay, it's just out at Springer. I'm really proud of the book, so yeah, that's the advertisement I have. But let me go to the presentation. So if you look at the whole history of our civilization, you can basically observe a sequence of technological revolutions, a sequence of technological breakthroughs, which massively increased the humankind's, the civilization's ability to do things, and do things specifically in two domains. One is the domain of hardware, which is the domain of energy. Okay, so of accessing and using energy, transforming and using energy, and the other domain is information processing or software. And that pendulum would swing back and forth. And you would have a sequence of revolutions that accelerate the growth by an order of magnitude each. So first you would have the cognitive revolution, which would be dated like 70,000 years ago. Okay, so that's the Upper Paleolithic. That's arguably the time where our brains, became sufficiently advanced to pass the threshold of cumulative knowledge accumulation. So people as a species could actually learn, on average, a net positive amount of information. So, like other species also learn. Okay, animals can learn, but they are rather bad at transferring information from one to another and across generations. So, on average, all the information that's acquired at some time is lost, and nothing survives forever. Okay, so the only thing that survives forever is that which enters into the genetic code of the animal. But with people, it's different. People learn without changing our genetic code. Our genetic code is pretty much the same as it was in 70,000 years ago. Okay, slightly different, but not that much. But we've learned a tremendous thing, and we've built this whole civilization. So that's the first big leap. Okay, the cognitive revolution, which just slightly above the threshold of zero net knowledge accumulation. Right? That's the big leap, number one. The second big leap is agricultural revolution. So the ability to transform ecosystems to get more energy in the form of food per unit of area. Okay, so from a natural environment, people could get some food, but that was limited. But then when they can transform it into farmland, there was a big increase in the availability of energy. Now, third, the scientific revolution is a big revolution like the 15th century, okay? 15th, 16th century. Primarily revolution in learning, in the scientific method, breakthroughs in science, universities, the printing press, very important. So all that, created a qualitative difference in our ability to get knowledge and therefore improve our ability to process information. Then the big leap discussed throughout the growth literature is the Industrial Revolution, and a big leap in the access to energy thanks to fossil fuels. First the steam engine, internal combustion engine, electricity, all of that was essentially from the increase in the access to energy. Machines didn't have to be pushed by people or by horses or whatever. They had this source of energy from fossil fuels. So that was a big revolution. Now, another big revolution is the digital revolution that we are seeing right now, where information processing is now decoupled from human brains. So more and more information is stored outside of people's brains, and it's also transformed and communicated outside of people's brains. That's something completely new and a qualitative difference. so that's the long history. And which brings me to discuss something which I'm kind of not really fond of. So if you look at, for example, the book by Robert Gordon or by Klaus Schwab, they would tell you, that there are those waves of the Industrial Revolution, like 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. Even this conference is Revolution 4.0, right? So basically it's like, steam engine, wave number 1, okay? Internal combustion engine, electricity, especially electricity, that's the wave number 2. Now, digital computer, wave number 3, and maybe all these the fancy new things, cloud computing, Internet of Things, and so forth, AI, that's a revolution 4.0. But when I look at through the lens of the hardware-software model, I see very clearly that it's not really a sequence of waves of one revolution. It's a sequence of waves of 2 revolutions. The first one in energy, and the second one in information processing. So that would be that revolution 1.0, 2.0. That would be revolutions in energy, and the technologies in red would be the key breakthroughs in the access and versatility and all that of energy, and then the next waves would be waves in terms of information processing, and all the technologies here in blue would be the technologies that facilitate information processing and that constitute breakthroughs in information processing. So the digital computer was first. Of course, the digital computer came earlier than 1980, but the dating is not really about when the technology was first produced, but when it came into general use as a general purpose technology. Because before that, okay, it was still in an early phase, and it was present, but it didn't have a big impact on the economy. But since the 1980s, it clearly began to have an impact. So through the lens of the hardware-software model, you can actually divide those waves of the so-called Industrial Revolution 1.0 through 4.0 into actually waves of 2 separate revolutions. And you can also use this guide, this distinction as a guide to view technologies as manifestations of certain types of breakthroughs. So you can have a big difference between mechanization technologies and automation technologies. So mechanization technologies are all those technologies that replace people with machines in hardware, okay? That create machines that can have instant access to an energy source, and the physical action is generated without the input of human physical work. So that's replacing people with machines within hardware. And so the first thing would be steam engine, then all the applications thereof, internal combustion engine and all the applications, electric engine, all the applications, and then all the power plants that generate this electricity, which can basically fuel all the appliances. So that would be the mechanization technologies. All these technologies revolutionized access to energy, but didn't really revolutionize anything in terms of information processing. Now, information processing is the domain of automation technologies. And most of them are digital, so that's why I'm saying that, although if you look at the history of technology, it's not quite the case, because some, especially early ones, you had some automations already a long time ago. You have old church clocks that have very sophisticated mechanisms that work automatically, okay, without any person doing stuff there. But but that's just one built-in program. One possible breakthrough was in terms of the Jacquard loom, which had punch card coding, so they could actually reprogram the machine. So it was knitting a fabric and with some sort of pattern on it, but you can reprogram the pattern and then it will create a different pattern. Okay, so that's a programmable machine already, even though it's completely not digital. Okay, it doesn't use any semiconductors, anything like that. Okay, the big revolution there was, of course, the digital computer and communication technologies. So first you had these predecessors like telegraph and telephone, and in modern times we have cell phone, we have broadband, and we also have the network of devices. So we have internet, we have smartphones, and we have cloud computing, Internet of Things, all these. So, so this is a very important breakthrough in terms of automation technologies. And the key of this breakthrough is that machines, I mean, these machines that are automation technologies, they have instant access to an information source. Okay, so they have access to data, and they have some code in them. They can run the code without anyone inputting the code manually. And so information is processed without the input of human cognitive work. And now, of course, you can also talk about robots. And I think it's a big misconception in the literature that people kind of identify automation with robots, because there is much more to automation than just robots. Robots are just physical devices which are programmed, okay? But programming doesn't only go into robots, it goes into, well, even a simple program, okay? You had a, computer used to be a job title, okay? People did the calculations. You would have accountants doing, adding on a sheet of paper. Now Microsoft Excel does that. That's already automation. So without any robots. So so maybe that's not the best thing. Also, I don't think interfaces like augmented reality, virtual reality, make much of a difference, especially in terms of the hardware-software division. What really makes a difference, though, in the hardware-software division is whether the software is really a set program that is done and complete, like, I know, Microsoft Excel, okay? Or it is an AI algorithm that can learn. Because this learning element, machine learning, really makes a difference. Because then you have one piece of software that can improve its performance when it's fed data. And deterministic programs don't. So that, I think, is very important in terms of progress in software. So again, going back to the future of the digital era and looking at those technologies that are being invented all the time, I think that there is, of course, value into all of those technologies, but some of them are more important for shaping our future than others. Okay, and my idea here is to try to see and kind of quantify, at least to some extent, which technologies would be most decisive for shaping the future, for shaping the growth rate of the economy in the future specifically. But not only the growth rate, but also factor shares, which I can also discuss later. Because the factor which is essential gets an increasing share of output. Okay, if human cognitive work is essential, is the bottleneck of growth, it will get more and more of the output, because that is what should be alleviated at all costs. And if instead people performing cognitive tasks would become inessential, then you would have a decline in the labor share, in the cognitive share, in the share of the cognitive labor, because then output would be generated more and more by just automated processes. Okay, so looking at those processes of the future, I asked two big questions here. Does the technology enable full automation of a complex production process? Can production continue without any human input? Because that key distinction between partial and full automation is really what affects the growth rate and what affects the factor that drives growth. So if you look at this question, you should ask about the breadth of automation and about the adaptivity and generality of the algorithm. So here, really, the game changer, that the only one actually that addresses this this request is artificial intelligence, which is growing in terms of power, right? Like in any application, AI is getting better and better. But other thing is that they are also growing in terms of the number of possible applications. So like we're still arguably with very narrow AI, right? So we have algorithms that can only, I don't know, play chess, okay? Or maybe play chess and 2 other games, but not really much anything beyond that, okay? So we can have algorithms that are specialized in some narrowly defined tasks. But already this narrowly defined task is not as narrow as before, okay? So this breadth is increasing, and that's important for the potential of full automation in the future. And also the adaptivity, okay? So not just how many tasks you have, but are you able to perhaps expand to 1 more task, okay? That's the adaptivity. Maybe 1 more, maybe, okay, maybe your capabilities stop at some point, okay? But still, if an algorithm is able to go beyond 1 narrow application, that's already a sign of adaptivity. So, like, for example, there was this DeepMind algorithm that learned to play video games, okay? And it learned to, like Atari video games, okay? Or Nintendo, something like that. And it wasn't really doing it was doing a great job, but of course over a relatively small number of games. So, but it's not 1 game, okay? And it learned other games in the same way it learned the first game. So it's already an increase in adaptivity. Okay, now the second question I have is, does the technology contribute to positive knowledge spillovers in R&D? Does it facilitate new innovations, or to the contrary, does it make ideas harder to find? And here the key is that, you know, actually automating R&D makes a big difference, because R&D creates ideas, and if you automate creating ideas, you know, it's like a positive feedback loop. So, and especially that you can have like research being partly automated, and also you have some at least first steps towards the direction of, you know, helping people think and especially exploit long distance links in the knowledge space. Like, because we are bounded by our capacities. We are specialists. Okay, we know a lot about a very narrow area of knowledge, and we know nothing about, you know, other types of knowledge. Okay, so like, if I'm a macroeconomist, I probably know very little about, you know, genetics, or maybe you know, nuclear physics, whatever. Okay, so but if someone is a nuclear physicist, maybe they know very little about philosophy, for example. I don't know. It's really, we're specialists. So so maybe, you know, maybe if there is some possible automate more and more into R&D, maybe that would create positive knowledge spillovers. And so it seems that really the biggest game changer of the digital era is artificial intelligence, and that creates a dynamic of increasing investments in AI, and unfortunately also kind of an arms race between China and the US in AI, which is potentially very risky, because what looms at the end of the road is artificial general intelligence, possibly super intelligence, which is an entity which is more clever than people are, and that means it will be able in charge of making the decisions. And that, of course, I cannot probably I don't have to convince you. It's a scenario that has a lot of risks in it, okay, including existential risks. So that's the development of the future. It seems that's where the future is heading, and that's where the biggest rewards are. Okay, there are some also auxiliary technologies which can help, like maybe it's not possible to get that far with the modern day computers. Maybe you would need some breakthrough in computing power, maybe quantum computers, I don't know. Certainly these algorithms need a lot of auxiliary technologies. They need internet, they need bandwidth, they need computing power, they need sources of data, they need a lot of data. So they need these sources of data, and they need reliable access to energy. So that's all important, but that's all only auxiliary. And really, I think the breakthrough, which is expected to fully reap the potential of the digital era, is in the area of artificial intelligence. Yeah, so that concludes my talk. Thank you very much. And I would like to spend just a few seconds on advertising this book. I'm very proud of it, and yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your very interesting talk, and very much related to the subject of a grant and the conference. Now it's time for questions, comments, remarks. Maybe I will start. Oh,
So this, I would like to refer to this part that you said that it's the most boring one. So those formulas, wonderful formulas, because and then you said that, for example, k goes to infinity and so on and so forth. But could you say more about those functions? Are they just functions of real values, and with what's the domain? What's the
Sure. So production functions, of course, are functions of positive real numbers, right? So capital or hardware or software, it's a positive real number.
But then when you said
the functions
about
are increasing and concave in the inputs, and the inputs are complementary as far as hardware and software is concerned.
And do you, so, because the story when you were talking about that, it was reminding me some ideas connected that if those functions will be just only measurable, defined on some sigma algebra, and then with some multifunctions, so then the story could really capture this, what you said, for example, further about automatization, automation and mechanization, because then there were just, your story was about changing words, so another sigma algebras, and then like you add additional new technology that or new data, internet, how it changed, and then is generate another sigma algebra, another access to information, even how people are processing information.
I'm not sure I'm quite following this sigma algebra part of your question. So I think I'm using an apparatus which is relatively simpler. So I just include variables of real, positive real numbers, and then functions of those. So, and the functions typically are just smooth, okay? They're increasing, they're concave, they have derivatives and so forth. So I don't need, you know, just measurable functions which are not differentiable and not continuous and so forth. Typically production functions in economics, we just use relatively simple formulas. I think that the best formula of reference, by the way, is the CES, constant elasticity of substitution, which is a relatively simple function, which just generalizes the Cobb-Douglas, which is the simplest possible production function that I guess everyone learns in the economics course. The only generalization there is that the factors are, the elasticity of substitution is not one. It can be more than one, and then the factors are substitutes, and can be less than one, and then between 0 and 1, and then they are complements. And that has different asymptotical properties in terms of one situation or the other. In fact, I don't need to use them, but yeah, but that's the point of reference. No, because the results are valid in a class of functions, okay, not just for the CES. But you need to make assumptions on the elasticity of substitution.
But when you go through this time of 200 years, 1,000 years, then how you are referring to those models and to those functions, because then everything is just changing, and we think that there are just not linear changes, but some steps with all those revolutions that you have mentioned.
Yeah, so there is a few things, okay? If I'm only talking about the future, I'm getting a bit more formal. If I'm talking about the whole timeline of human history, I'm, of course, less formal. But I'm always looking at the production processes through the lens of the hardware-software dichotomy. So it really is about what is available as a method of performing physical action, and what is available as a method of processing information. And if you view the history through the lens of these two factors, well, you can kind of see that this division is a neat model to simplify and to understand the dynamics in the way. Not sure if I'm convincing, but
Yes, this is what I was.
Let's give chance to the other people.
Thank you. At the beginning of your presentation, you have said that there is a slowdown in the productivity growth after 1980s. Why is that? What is the main cause or causes of this?
so the thing is, we don't know. I mean, it's not just I don't know. It's like the literature has conflicting hypotheses, and it's not clear. Like there is a very influential paper from 2020, very recent, which asked the question: are ideas getting harder to find? And they argue they are, and so maybe that's their explanation. They say, well, it's because ideas are getting harder to find because we've already picked the low-hanging fruit, and we only have difficult to catch, very complicated, complex ideas to discover, and it's hard. It's getting harder. So that's one of the views, right? Why it could be slowing down. On the other hand, we can have a view that, you know, we have just shifted. The long historical perspective is just, so we have just shifted to the digital age, and we have not fully reaped the potential of digital technologies. We are, you know, we have all these devices, but we're using them, you know, in not the most efficient way, to say the least. Okay, so maybe later, when we learn how to use these tools properly and we develop better software and so on, we would be able to better capture the potential of these technologies, and growth would accelerate. And now it's just a slowdown, which marks the transition period from one era to another. So that's another explanation. But you know, so we don't have a clear-cut answer to that.
Any further questions?
Fine, of course, no problem.
Yeah, okay. I'm very impressed. It's very interesting, and I would have a lot of questions, in fact, but I try to...
But we have now more time, so please feel free.
Yeah, but no, it would take a long time to understand everything.
Okay.
And one first question about just a follow-up on what you just said in answer to Mr. How do you see the correlation between information processing and the emergence of ideas? Because those are two different things, in fact. So we have devices to process more and more quickly and more information in a more exhaustive way, but it correlates to some extent with the emergence of new ideas that you can delegate to some algorithms, to some machine instead of a human brain. But in fact, what is your function, if there is one, between this, the degree of information processing, and the emergence of ideas? You see my question?
Yeah, I think I do. So, okay, so like in the model first, maybe,
yes.
Or maybe then in the data, because so in the model it's the following. So in the model you have software, which is the input to production, and it captures, you know, the supply, okay, of the information processing capacity which is put into the process at this point. And ideas is a factor A, which is a part of that software input. And so information is accumulated. I mean, ideas are accumulated, and they increase the capabilities of software. Of maybe human thinking, maybe algorithms, maybe, you know, AI, but it is the component that increases the capacity.
It's not a loop. There is not a backward effect.
It is a backward effect because then there is the production function for ideas, and the more software you have, the more ideas you produce.
Okay.
And then, yeah, so it is a feedback loop.
That makes sense. But it decreases over time, or is it a concave function?
Yeah. So typically it is a concave because function because you need also physical action in the production function.
Okay, so that was my second
So
point.
that's the second factor.
Yeah.
And so if that factor is constant, then you would have decreasing returns to the other factor.
Okay.
Yes.
So you need labor, or you need something like that. You need energy. You need.
Yes, and typically in the scenario where you have some automation, R&D capital would be essential. So those machines which are employed in producing ideas, that would be reinforcing the feedback loop, which would otherwise die down.
Okay. Now my second question was about the natural environment. So we had different. We have for instance, agricultural revolution, as you said. Let's take the long-term story, or industrial revolution. As you said, they rely on the physical world, on energy in the physical world.
Yes.
Did you take into account in your model and your predictions of what your asymptotic function do the exhaustion of natural resources? How do you account for that? Oh, I could stop here and maybe you answer.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the answer is briefly, no, I'm not. So the point is like, it is as if, you know, they're given effectively in infinite quantity, which is not true. On the other hand, you know, there is this limit of accessibility of energy, which is basically the production of the stream of photons that come from the sun, which are, you know, in the same quantity all the time. So far, it seems we are very far away from exhausting that source of energy. So as long as we are far from that limit, it doesn't seem that crucial. And if we are talking about, you know, the end of coal or the end of oil, well, the question is about, you know, being able to substitute to renewable sources of energy, which would be more efficient in getting those photons from the sun and transforming them into productive action. And we're struggling in that, and there's clear potential for a lot of development in this area, of course.
Thank you.
Further questions? I actually have two, if you allow. The first is very practical. Assuming I would like to use your model and to see what will be happening in the next 50, 100 years. What kind of data and how can I calibrate your model? I mean, if you have like Cobb-Douglas or classical slow growth models, you take data on labor, capital, you calibrate. There are ways to calibrate your parameters and you can somehow simulate it. Can I do the same trick with your model? And what would be the data I would need to calibrate your model or get your parameters?
Yeah, that's the hard part, because it's hard to measure hardware and software, and particularly going further back in time. In fact, we are right now in the process of doing some empirical research to quantify these concepts. For that time, we can. So that's obviously an issue. A related answer, which is not fully exhausting your suggestion, is that people have been trying to fit some functions to very long-run data on approximate measures of output. Okay, so for example, global GDP has been now approximating, going very far back in time. Well, essentially making the assumption that before, you know, in the hunter-gatherer society, that's really proportional to the number of people, and there is archaeological evidence on the number of people on Earth. So that gives you an estimate of GDP going far back in time. And so that looks as an increasing curve, and people were fitting, for example, a curve that is hyperbolic, which fits admittedly better than exponential. A hyperbolic curve has a finite time singularity, and it went in 2050 in those studies. Okay, which is one example. I think there were at least 2 or 3 studies like that. Another type was a study that has exponential modes, but then there is a random shift to a higher growth rate, and then you fit that to the data. People have done that, and then again you get some kind of prediction that there will be an order of magnitude acceleration in, you know, there is a some confidence interval, but with the center again around 2050, something like that. But that paper is like a few years old, so maybe now it will shift. But this is the kind of studies, I mean, the kind of exercises people did with the data we have over the very long time period. Because if you go into a shorter time period, then actually you get this growth slowdown, right? If you just look at 50 years or 70 years, you see a slowdown. So you know, it really depends on the time frame.
Question for
I have a question regarding the potential GDP. I mean, do you have an idea or some observation? Has it changed somehow? I mean, the dynamic as the result of COVID pandemic. Is there any impact on that? You know, in terms of shift in how we work to some extent, etc., or it is not observable or not observable yet?
Yeah, I mean, it's for sure not observable yet. Okay, it's too early to say for sure, especially for such concepts as potential GDP, which is very hard to assess on a daily basis. People are doing that, of course, for predictions, for forecasts, but yeah. So there is a few channels. Like the first, like, feared was that maybe people lose jobs and then lose competences, and there will be a loss in human capital. That didn't quite materialize. The second thing is, like, will there be a big shift to teleworking, you know, to working from home and so on? Also seems to be going back to the previous situation. And on top of that, we have now this growth in inflation and all these effects that are very widespread. And the shortest answer is, I guess, too early to say. Yeah? Okay, looking at this very long time horizon, it seems to me that, assuming that COVID will be soon over, I don't expect a big difference.
I have one question referring a little bit to Sasha, because Sasha was asked about the natural environment. I assume it was about restriction, energy, and so on. It was referred more to the hardware. And I have a question, what's your opinion? Because when you look at Gödel theorem, so more or less, is there any natural limit to the software? So in terms, it's a question about natural limit of a growth. Okay, so the question is, how many programs can you have? And sometimes is there a natural bound that we have all the software we can possibly have, and then it's over with further growth.
So in a narrowly defined specification, like you have an algorithm for doing a certain task, then there is the upper bound of the best algorithm for doing this stuff. Okay, so like you have the best sorting algorithm and you cannot sort better, right? But then if you go beyond narrow applications, then complexity can increase basically without any bound, I guess. So at this level, I think there is, I don't see, at least, okay, a clear upper bound for that.
Okay.
So I don't see an upper bound for ideas, okay? I see an upper bound for the efficiency of putting these ideas into use. But for ideas, I don't see a clear upper bound.
I'll a little abuse my position and ask another question, which interests me. Okay, when you look at the history, it's not that technology is always growing. There were periods in the history and we had a drawbacks on some technology were forgotten, not used. Most of people say, okay, medieval times comparing to the ancient times. Can I have such a dynamics with your model that can predict not only the growth but the cycles or kind of regression?
Certainly not yet. Okay, maybe it can be developed in this direction, but I don't have it. As far as decline in ideas is concerned, so the model in the basic form doesn't really have depreciation of ideas, but you can have it. And I think especially for studying episodes far back in history, it's an important thing. Like if you think about hunter-gatherer societies, that there was a lot of forgetting, and it's just the difference was in net terms positive, but many things were reinvented over and over and forgotten and reinvented and forgotten. And the newest example is indeed, as you said, probably some of the inventions of the Roman scientists and engineers, which were then forgotten for like almost 1,000 years, and only in the Renaissance they were reinvented again. Or maybe some of them remained in China or somewhere, but that I don't know.
Thank you very much. I guess we still have time for one last question.
You had to put institutions into your model like market, freedom of exchange, or a totalitarian government. So it of course changes the circulation of ideas and the production of ideas. Do you have a room for that in your model, and does it make sense for you to add some variable like that? Or
So
to see
I do have a chapter on that in the book.
No, I will read your book, but not yet.
Sure. Just briefly said, I mean, if you look at the key drivers being technological, there is not really that much room for the institutions. But indeed, like as I try to put this in the book, to me, like technology gives you the upper bound of the best possible outcome you can get, but then you can have some inefficiencies on top of that. Okay, if you have very, let's say, exploitative institutions, that would lower the output relative to the maximum which is possible given the technology. Maybe that's just this kind of inefficiency, misallocation story that you can add on top of that.
I was more thinking the other way, because I'm thinking of endogenous rising of institution from information circulation. That institutions depend on the way ideas are created or information circulates more than the reverse. Of course, there is the reverse is more easy to think, but I was
so
thinking...
you're saying that institutions would be the cause for technological development? No, because I'm rather arguing for the reverse. I'm arguing for technological development being a factor determining the possible institutions.
So I agree with you, in fact.
Okay.
I agree with you, but I didn't see the institutional variables in the model. But
no, because they were not there. Okay. But I discussed this a bit in the book. But I also agree that there are people who say the otherwise. Okay, who say the opposite theory. But okay, that digression maybe. Yeah, Joel Mokyr comes to my mind. He has this book on culture of growth, and he says that growth is cultural phenomenon. I'm not quite into that explanation, though.
So say, Kuba, thank you very much for your talk, and also thank you very much for being ready to answer a couple of more additional questions. But as you can see, your presentation raises a lot of interest, and
great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we have next presentation and next presenter. Maciek, you are presenting. I hope Professor Czekaj is on Zoom, I guess. So Maciek, you have 15 minutes.
Okay, welcome everyone. So today we have a presentation on our research on residential property prices in Poland and Polish monetary Polish central bank monetary policy. So our research team is Professor Czekaj, I hope online, myself, and Paweł Oleksy. So this is a part of a broader project that we are working on. So the consequences of unconventional monetary policy in Poland, considered as not only quantitative easing and large asset purchases, but also zero lower bound interest rates, or very broadly speaking, very low interest rates. Okay, so what we wanted to check is is there a relation between housing prices and central bank assets, and also interest rates? But here we just focus on central bank assets on this slide, because as you see, we have quite an acceleration since 2018 in housing prices. So it's not only the story of COVID and post 2020 acceleration in prices, but in the same time we see an increase in assets held by Central Bank of Poland. So we wanted to see if there is a link or not. So based on the literature that we studied, it is stated that real estate market plays a critical role in monetary policy transmission mechanism. Property prices are sensitive to shocks and are pro-cyclical. And there is a causality between the central bank accommodative policy. It refers to the pre-global financial crisis situation in the US and the housing bubble. Actually, housing bubbles was our primary goal or our initial goal, but it turned out that this is much more far-reaching aim to first identify the bubble, define the bubble, and ideally to be able to forecast when we are in conditions of housing prices bubble. Also, inefficient monetary policy may cause real estate bubble, and prolonged accommodative monetary policy extends the duration of housing prices bubble. So we come up to a conclusion that there is a link, and we wanted to check how it works on Polish market. So first hypothesis was that central bank's monetary policy has a significant impact on residential property prices, primarily through interest rate transmission channel. And the other hypothesis, unconventional monetary policy, low interest rates contributes to residential property prices growth in Poland and increase the risk of housing bubble creation. Okay, so I see that we have Professor Czeke online. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Professor, do you want to add anything at the moment?
Yeah, just maybe a few remarks. First of all, we tried to test the influence of low interest rates and quantitative easing. And quantitative easing has an impact on the amount of reserves in the banking sector, yes? But if we take into consideration the monetary policy, which is based on direct inflation targeting, it seems that the monetary base is not important, because by definition in the regime of direct inflation targeting, the reserves in the banking sector are just as high, or the amount of reserves in the banking sector are just as much as it is required, because the central bank, when it has, let's say, some interest rates, and it wants to cause the interbank interest rate to be equal to the central bank interest rate, it must to deliver as much liquidity to the banking sector as is required. So we may say that in such monetary regime, the monetary base or the amount of reserves in this banking sector is not important factor. Thank you.
Okay, so we focus on inflation, but not inflation that we know or recognize on a daily life, but on financial assets, or broadly speaking, assets, alternative assets, and in our case, property assets, because when we studied how quantitative easing looked like before the pandemic, and it was run by main central banks, I mean Federal Reserve Bank of Japan, obviously they started a couple of years later, sooner. They actually launched this program as the first central bank, then European Central Bank, Bank of England, and then as a consequence of lockdowns and this recession implied by COVID, number of banks in Central Eastern Europe also, or couple of banks, decided to go similar way. I mean, not only Poland, but also Hungary, Croatia, or Turkey. So not only Central Eastern Europe, but European central banks as well. And as a consequence of the global financial crisis, or post-global financial crisis, we had interest rates very low that were cut in consequence of the recession. We still had low inflation despite low interest rates, and the argument was that we should expect higher inflation, but because of but it somehow materialized, but in investment asset inflation, and this is what we saw, or what we thought that may be a consequence that we describe when we talked about this acceleration in property prices. And quantitative easing as a tool was one of the major tools in monetary policy post-global financial crisis and post-COVID pandemic. So the purpose of QE was counteracting the collapse of the interbank market if it was in trouble, or in general in financial market, to boost the financial market, and support to public finance. So what we took into account, or what we considered when we tried to explain if there is, or what was the source of this property prices increase, we approached from different angles. One was simply economic activity, which is measured by real GDP, or some other, or maybe labor market, which relates to economic activity, so unemployment rate, wages and salaries, or maybe the reason of this higher demand was inflation and inflation threat. So the property could play a role of inflation hedging, or maybe this is based on the supply side. So maybe the supply of properties were not sufficient. And the last part was these monetary policy parameters, so central bank reference rate, interbank rate, or the central bank assets as a percentage of nominal GDP. So this was some kind of a proxy of quantitative easing. So it covered all the assets, not only securities. But yeah, this is what we did, and we developed a vector autoregressive model with impulse response function. So the idea was we looked at transaction prices in 7 largest cities in Poland, transaction prices on a primary market for the last 11 years. So it started in 2010 because until 2010, we had in Poland, we have problems with foreign currency denominated mortgages, which had an impact on monetary policy channels, because to some extent central bank had limited influence on the market, given that large part of the market was financed by foreign loans. So the model considers property prices, interbank rate, this QE proxy, as said, central bank asset as a percentage of nominal GDP, unemployment rate, and housing starts and real GDP, and we studied the impulse response function, and I take over to.
Okay, maybe I just tell a few words. The impulse response function is somehow linked to the hypothesis we had, and we were just interested in particular in monetary factors. So that's why we have these six variables here. And what we get from this is the confirmation somehow that the interest rate is has a significant response to the shocks when there is a shock in interest rates. So it somehow translates into property prices, into housing prices, and interestingly, and that's why we are showing here that there is also a kind of effect of the impact of the central bank assets in relation to GDP on property prices as well. Of course, we did this research and we used just quarterly data, so we don't have enough space for checking additional variables as well. And we plan, or we are already trying to extract from those central bank assets specific part, those which were bought by the, not indirectly by the central bank, from the banks within the quantitative easing. But in general, just summarizing, there is a kind of impact of quantitative easing related variables to the housing market in Poland. And this is what we've thought about, what is the impact of monetary policy of central bank to the housing price behavior, in particular to what was happening at the beginning of the pandemic time. So the reduction of interest rates to the almost 0.1 level, it was really something what affected the market. So I think we can go to the conclusions. Okay, the variance decomposition shows also that with the time the impact of monetary factors is increasing, but in general, property prices itself, this is the impact. And central bank monetary policy influences housing market in Poland, and there is a strong impact of interest rate channel and ambiguous impact, but we see here some on the chart. Asset price inflation, including real estate, should be considered as important factor in monetary policy, and this is maybe the implication for authorities to put more attention also on asset prices inflation, or in general housing price inflation, like other central banks do, include it into the monetary policy framework. So thank you. Maybe if Professor wants to add something at the end?
No, thank you. I think that we explained it and we are ready to maybe answer some questions. Thank you.
Questions, remarks, comments from the audience? I actually have one question, because what I understood, you tried to explain something. And my question is, what's the predictive power of your model, especially when you would apply it to the newest data we have, which I know is a little bit extraordinary, but I would like to know if with your model you can predict at least something from what's happening now in the macroeconomy, and in particular on the real estate market.
I cannot say based on numbers, but eyeballing, I think that what we see is that the largest impact of such a shock is around 4 quarters. So I think what we are experiencing now is that we see significant deceleration on this market when it comes to loans extended to clients or prices. That considering rates, we see at least they stopped rising, but yeah, it's like more qualitative than quantitative estimate or judgment.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Maybe from someone who's online? If not, then thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
I would like to ask the next presenter, or the next presentation, financialization on non-financial corporations. Pavel, the floor is yours. 15 minutes
stay here
for
on the
presentation.
stage.
5 minutes for discussion.
This is also something that such projects are important because they create space for involvement in many sub-projects, as you can see. So under this umbrella, changes in financial markets and this opportunity we had in within this project, we also looked at another transformation process. May I have the presentation on? The last one in this session now. This is also a kind of evolution of the economy, in particular of developed countries, but also emerging ones. Okay, and we also look at the financialization. In this presentation, we focus on non-financial corporates, so micro perspective, and in particular, we look at the institutional investors if they affect corporate investments. Corporate investments, institutional investor, and financialization, the joint work with Marcin Czupryna and Andrzej Zyguła, who is sitting here. In general, when we look on the financialization is a controversial topic, I would say, because some people look at it and consider it to be abstract. Some are really looking at it seriously. But in general, for this purpose, a quotation from John Bogle, the founder of Vanguard investment company, one of the biggest in the world. In 1950, individual investors held 92% of US stocks and institutional investors held 8%. And the roles have flipped, with institutions now holding around 70% predominating and individuals now holding 30%, playing a secondary role. And simply put, these institutional agents now collectively hold firm voting control over corporate America. That's the reality now. And this is from America, from his book from 2012. And financialization has many layers, many different perspectives. There is no one definition. In general, this is an economic force driving socio-economic transformation in recent decades. And we understand it as an increasing role of financial motives, financial markets, financial actors, and financial institutions in the operation of the domestic and international economies, just in general. And there is a lot of research at the micro level data and also at the microeconomic. We are focusing on the micro level, and strategy orientation from retain and reinvest to downsize and distribute is one of the features of this process at the microeconomic level. There's also it changes the perspective of owners of such companies from long-term into short-term strategies, and focus on financial indicators, more indicators of performance over growth, firm, and fixed investment. When we are at the microeconomic level, it's good to know what we think about. When we look at the just normal non-financial corporate, what's happening recently very often that these are in ownership of the institutional investors. Here we have the case of one of the biggest companies which produce, which constructed energy plants and heating facilities in Poland with more than 1 billion annual revenues. And at the 2018, as we can see, the ownership structure was dominated by different institutional investors, mostly from pension funds, because we have such a legal system we had at that time that there was a capital part of our savings were put into the pension funds. And even there were professional investors and huge company with a long tradition and history. It got bankrupt 2020 because of some troubles. I don't want to discuss this issue now, but it is the reality, very common now that the structures, ownership structures look like this. And that's why we check the impact. What is the impact, or how the institutional investors affect the corporate performance and the different part of this performance. The additional problem we face here in Poland, in particular, since few years with some more intensity maybe, that there is a gross investment rate declining very rapidly, as we can see over these 10, 20, almost 30 years altogether. Poland has the lowest gross investment rate of non-financial corporates as compared to the European average, for example, in Eurozone, but not also as compared to other emerging countries like Czechia or Hungary. And this is a real problem, and there is a lot of effort put by authorities, at least in the documents, written documents, how to change this, but this is the problem. And of course, there are many studies, surveys, and explanations what the reasons are. And in Poland, for example, the staff shortage or general uncertainty about the future, and political uncertainty as well, business regulations, energy costs, labor regulation, all that has an impact, or are explanations indicated by the people who were interviewed in those surveys. We also go a little bit beyond and just try to make some links and check if there is any financialization in our understanding that the role of institutional investors, if it can explain companies' reluctance to invest in recent years in Poland. And do such questions, do large institutional investors in ownership structure affect corporate investments? Does the shareholder value orientation play a role in shaping capital expenditures? And does wealth transfer to shareholders, mostly dividend payouts, impact on corporate investments? We have some data, firm level data, financial statements. We have information about ownership structure and changes in that structure, stock prices, and we take 20 years period of time ending just before the pandemic, 2018, and we take the linear mixed model approach to verify different determinants, but including those we are in particular interested in. So we first we take the capex as the variable which we want to check. This is simply the change of in fixed assets plus depreciation and amortization, and divided by like total assets. Then we have some standard determinants that are indicated in studies from this area, like Q-Tobin, cash, if the company has cash, or cash flow from operations, or leverage. We also control for the firm size or performance with return on equity. But for the financialization proxies, let's say we use proxies because there is no one measure for that. We use the total shareholder ratio as the variable which will describe the shareholder value orientation of the company, dividend yield for dividend payouts or dividend policy of the company, and then ownership related variables like what is the percentage share in the ownership of all large financial shareholders. This is this first one. Then we check, we take dummy variables, taking one at least when there is at least one financial institution in the ownership structure or zero otherwise. And then we also use the dummy variable which equals to 1 if total share of the financial shareholders in the ownership exceeded the share of the largest shareholder. So simply a dummy variable. And also we add the concentration, measure percent share in the ownership of the largest single shareholder. And we do some modeling with this data. And in the first step, we took the traditional, the microeconomic determinants, and then we check the ownership structure to that. And as you can see, the ownership of financial institutions has the negative impact on the capex measure. And having this information that there is an impact, we dig a little bit more in the data, and then we also checked if there is, I don't know where is the light here, but if there is also an impact, if there is just at least one financial institution in the ownership structure, and then if the number of institutional investors exceeds the largest owner or shareholder, if there is any impact. So here we have just a kind of confirmation that it's not just the sum of all the institutional investors negatively affects. What is important, the reaction is negative impact, and also just that the presence may explain somehow or may affect the investment. And finally, we add some other financialization proxies, including total shareholder ratio. And we see that companies which are oriented or which apply the shareholder value logic or maximization, so it may also negatively affect the investment. This is a sign of financialization as well. Dividends, if the company pay dividends, and the dividends payouts naturally affect the investment level, and even maybe stronger than the ownership of financial institution does not play any more significant role. However, when there is at least one institutional investor in the non-financial corporate, it also affects negatively the level of capex. So in general, what we wanted to show, or maybe share with you, is that financialization might be one of the overlooked factors that may explain corporate investment puzzle. In Poland, of course, in this understanding that the role of institutional investors in the ownership structure, in particular when we link this with some legal solutions that we had in the pension fund system for a long time, since 2000, and the institutions were obliged to get at least the minimum profit for or rate of return for investors. So there is some indication that companies may behave differently and may not support the investment and the long-term growth, just the short-term returns. And maximizing total shareholder value has a negative effect. Okay, this is the repetition of the results, and simply policy implications that the role of institutional investors should be somehow rethink in the corporate structure, and in particular while shaping legal framework for institutional investor activities or pension fund system. And authorities should also take some actions maybe to promote a long-term retain and reinvest strategy at the company level. Okay, this is just the part of the results, broader project, and as I can see here within this cell, everything links also to what Jakub was telling somehow, because you know there are many factors which can have the impact on the fixed assets and traditional understanding of investments in the economy. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments, remarks? Someone from the Zoom?
Yes, hello. I have one question. I haven't seen the data itself, but it seems that some of your data are actually quite non-stationary. So how do you control it, and how do you think your results are robust to non-stationarity?
Okay, Gosia was selling. Okay, no, we had. Shall I show the question, the data we had, or the variables? We checked for the multicollinearity, and we used the
for selected, but for most of the parameters, there's no theory that support that it should be a non-stationary process, but we will verify it.
Philosophical. Okay. No. This is the philosophical.
What do you think about behavioral finance? Looking at those data, when the individual investors are less and less present at
the paper deals with institutional investors. We actually ignore individual ones. They are not listed as the owner. We go into the rest. And it's also very difficult. Okay, most of individual investors are just traded as a noise factor on the financial markets, and what's under interest are institutional investors.
But Ella, you think also about what is the behavior of just regular investors which are trading on the exchange, and they face with financial institutions?
That was this what Sasha was also describing, that we've got certain patterns that are in the nature, in animals, and so on and so forth, and they are used to observed in the human's behavior, but there is a part of behavioral finance, like corporate finance, when they are playing with all those with this noise of the individual investors. But if the individual investors are getting out of the market, then maybe what is this behavioral issues are those behavioral issues are going to be totally out of the market?
No, when we will be in the era of, just automates which will take the decisions on the market, so probably there won't be, maybe there will be a space for behavioral finance of automates or robots. I don't know how it will develop, but in general there is maybe less space for behavioral finance with such a development. But the lesson I learned that that there is something we should look at. We just, in this traditional view, we see the development of markets. We want that the capital markets grow and so over, but we don't necessarily look at the further consequences of that. And this can have some, backwards effect. And also authorities should be very careful while creating and shaping the framework. Because this is not always this objective we want to achieve. It has opposite on different part of the market. It can have opposite result.
The last slide, there was a sentence that said that the division let me check.
Could you show us the presentation once again? Wait a second, I will go
that
to the last
dividends payments negatively affect capital expenditure at the firm level. It is at the third dot. Why is that? It should be reversed. Like if the company paid some dividend to the investors, the company grows and can have capital to invest in next steps.
Yeah, on the one hand, it can be seen this way, but on the other hand, when there are resources, financial resources available in the company, and there is a pressure from the institutional investors, for example, to take this
payout,
to pay it out. So this cash is not consumed for something which could be in long term, which could provide something profitable.
It encourages people, new investors, to invest at your institution.
Yeah, it can invest. It can attract for somehow, but this strategy rather downsizing the company in the long term, and all the effort is put in the economy to somehow increase the growth rate and to attract higher investment in the firm level. And what we think that such solutions and the growing presence of institutional investors may somehow bring something opposite in the long term. Yeah.
If I may answer, I mean, yes and no. If you look at it, you said, okay, it attracts investors, but it only affects a company with IPO. If it attracts investor,
so what is the main point of introducing the company to the stock market? The main point is just to get the money from the investors, and also in the long term pay out the dividends. And after the dividends, the investor get money and the company grows.
Yes, but just let me look from two sides, okay? One side of a coin is where do you get money for capex investments?
Again?
Where can the company have money for the capex investments? There are actually three sources, okay? One source is lending, okay? Another is profit. Another could be like IPOs. Let's forget about IPOs instead. When let's imagine a company has a profit, and then must decide what to do. Whether it retains, why do the company normally returns the profit? Not to have the cash on your account, but to reinvest. That's why. And of course, there's a question, what's the reason, what's the cause? I don't know, because it could be like this, that the company is deciding on the dividend. If it has some capex investment, it's not paying out the dividend. And dividend, it's not only, you don't only say dividend use as a signal, okay, we are a very good company, but sometimes you don't need capex. You don't need capex investment, you pay the dividend. So there are many different mechanisms. For me, when you look at this, I have my profit, just let's make it simple. I have a profit, I need to divide it into two.
Okay, so
capex and dividend, but I would say the higher the capex, the lower the dividend. That's what we can...
So in the short term, yes, yeah, I can agree that it could negatively affect the capital expenditure, but I think in the long term, it will be just reversed with.
As an economics, I would say in the long term we will all be dead. Just quoting the economics. Okay.
I'm just following up on the discussion before. I guess this is just an empirical result that you got, and maybe if you're wondering why is this result and not the opposite, maybe indeed that time horizon, it's a feature of the data, right? So it's just a feature of the method that you're using to identify the effects. Maybe if you used like longer time series, but some kind of aggregated over the long run, maybe you get a different result then, right?
You are right in terms of you are using the quarterly data. The last 10. This is the data we have.
20 years history is long enough to look at this, and you know that the solution with pension funds offered, no one at that time even took into the consideration what the consequences can be, maybe, if they are obligated to pay to deliver profits to the pension funds participants. Yeah, this is of course very positive thing and the role, but on the other side, it has also a kind of impact on the level of investments. We do not say that this is the main reason, or there is a everything which will solve the problem of low gross investment rate in Poland, but this is something which can be omitted from our perspective. We can overlook, and this is what's happening in developed countries, that this leads to more problems like inequalities in the society and so on, that the shareholder value orientation is not necessarily the best way in the long run when we take 50 years into account. And
the question about
the problem.
I think this is a very valid question, because when you're explaining why there's a difference between financial and non-financial investor, it's an investment horizon. So maybe when you try to aggregate, we need to think about it.
If I may have a different question, I was also wondering, because the puzzle that we see is probably that why is the investment rate so low in Poland, given the convergence story, given convergence, given the level of development, and given the comparison with other countries in the region as well. There seems to be so much similarity, and yet there is this discrepancy. And did you try and address this by looking also at different countries?
No, because the data with ownership structure, to get such data is a real challenge. In Poland, we were somehow lucky, but not satisfied enough with the data. But of course, when we talk with people with other countries, this is the job to be done, and to address this issue, because the consequences may be.
Time left.
Okay. So you are the chief here.
But I have a conflict of interest, so I try to be more chair now. So you have time for the last presentation. So Pavel, thank you very much for the presentation. We have a last presentation before lunch. How to measure something that's unmeasurable. I've never had a challenge to measure human capital. I guess measuring social capital can be something which will be more difficult, but Maciek, you are presenting. So you have 15 minutes for the presentation and then 5 minutes for discussion.
Okay, so let me start. My presentation is shared with my co-author, who is Małgorzata Snarska. She will be available on Zoom, I hope. And our title for today is what just Marcin mentioned, trying to measure human capital, mainly of the regions, so a regional perspective. Okay, so we begin with the little state of art, then measurement method known in the literature, methodology adopted in our research, results, and the findings. Okay, so human capital theory is mainly known from the 16th last century, so based on the Schultz, Mincer, and Becker works. And then, of course, was some extension to now. Also, what Professor Mrowiec mentioned, there is something additional to the hardware, so to the physical capital. And yeah, neoclassical economists said that yeah, this should be intangible, something intangible, and we name it as human capital. And we adopted the definition from the OECD. So human capital is the knowledge, experience, skills, and all attributes which allow individual to achieve higher level of social and economic well-being. And of course, the link between the human capital and growth was in interest of many of researchers in the past. And we are trying to focusing on results based on the regional perspective. And I listed some previous research on the topic. And how to measure human capital? Literature says that there are three main approaches. The first one is the educational stock approach. So, for example, we can measure the ratio enrollments in different type of education, or for example, mean of schooling years, something like that. Then we have the cost-based approach. So here we are interested in how much we spend to develop human capital. So for example, expenditure on education from the individual and, for example, state perspective. And income-based approach. So here it's something we want to observe the results. So from the individual level, it's, for example, salary level. Or, for example, from the state or regional perspective, it's, for example, added value for employee. And what we did, we combined these three approaches and proposed the synthetic index. Now the main time frame is 2004-2018 because this is a result of my PhD thesis, but we also extended these results of some things which are happen now, so COVID-19 or 4.0 revolution. And the data sources is mainly public sources, like Statistic Poland's mainly bank local data, or Eurostat and many others public sources. Yeah, and now what is new in our approach? This is how we build the human capital index. It was based on the human life cycle. So we divide the human life cycle into 4 main parts. We begin with childhood. So, for example, we choose some variables here, like children in nursery or infant mortality rate, something like that. Then we have schooling time, so very different type of variables here, like enrollment ratios, for example, in the secondary education or in primary education. And the part which is the longest one, adulthood, and we have some sub-area here. For example, I think one of the most important, I called it work. So, for example, employment rate, activity rate, and some others: entrepreneur, social capital, leisure, social exclusion, health. And the last one, post-productive age. To be honest, in literature, researchers omit this part because they claim that after the post-productive age, people are not adding anything to the government. But we think different. So according to us, there are more often met that after the post-productive age, people still work. And another thing is that older people just share the experience with the younger generation. Yeah. And now would be the chart which is showing how we wanted to build the synthetic index. So Gosia, do you want to describe it briefly, or?
Yeah, I can do it. Okay, we have here a couple of things to do. First of all, we have selected a lot of potential variables that will constitute of our human capital index. We also did something similar for the index that will represent the level of innovation or innovativeness potential. We did it a little bit different than it is usually in the literature, and this was the step that we are presenting here. So we decided to include all variables, so using the inference regarding these big data aspects and so on. We didn't want to reduce the dimensions and the information included in particular variables. That's why we first carefully normalized the variables in order for them to be comparable and to be included in our index. So then we have decided to combine the index first out of 4 sub-indices or 4 different methods. First, there was a subjective methods for which we have used equal weights, and we have also added, based on just solely our judgment, the subjective weighting scheme here. So 2 sub-indices in terms of subjective methods. Then we have used the Helvig methods, which actually is related to the differences between the achieved or expected level of human capital, so the pattern and the anti-pattern, and we did the Helvig method here to weight or to average all the data. And there is this measure, the Pareto method, which is based also on specific kind of distance measure. The distance measure, which is based on variance and correlations, and something similar, which is typical in data reduction techniques, which is the PCA, where we have used the orthogonalization scheme and so on. And this was just the first part, and it's included in our research. Currently, we are working on checking the robustness of such a method by using not a non-subjective weighting, but the Bayesian approach to it, the Bayesian priors, for the subjective methods. And also we are trying to work on the second part, namely extending the PCA beyond including all the data, just including those from the most important correlations or covariances among the data, which is solely based on what I do in practice, namely statistical inference on big data sets using free probability theory. But that's the case we are still working on, so we are not showing the results. But then there was, for the concentration on consolidation of all those indices, we have used the Topsis multi-criteria method, which is actually also an extension, a little bit extension of Helvig method, but it uses both pattern and anti-pattern to create an averaged version of all the indices. So roughly speaking, all 120 variables was suppressed into a single index. Basically speaking, using different weighting schemes.
Thank you. So this was our main approach here. Then we start build up the clusters. So let me go to the results. So let's begin with the European regions. And yeah, 2004, 8, and the green one is the regions with the highest level of human capital. So it's rather visible, yeah, the west and east side of the Europe still. And even at the last year of our research, the disparities rather not decreased, unfortunately. So this was for the European regions. One of our clustering method for the Polish regions was the serialized Czechanowski method. Czechanowski method is very old approach from the beginning of the last century, I think, but we tried to put some refreshment here, and we serialize that. So it means that in addition to the cluster, to the cluster of similarities, we can see what voivodeship is on the top and what is on the bottom. And it was rather proved what was researched so far in the literature. So we have still the west and east side of the Polish region, so even called like Poland A and Poland B. Yeah. This is for innovativeness. We can see that Mazowiecki is much far away from the others. Yeah. Yeah, for example, the last one is here, Lubuskie, Warmińsko-Mazurskie, Świętokrzyskie, Kujawsko-Pomorskie. Yeah, here is another method. This is k-means with fuzzy approach. Very useful method because on the one plate you can see both things, so human capital and innovativeness. Human capital we can see on the on the horizontal axis, and innovativeness on the vertical axis. So still, Mazowieckie we can see here, and it depends what is better. For example, human capital, Małopolskie has better level of human capital here, but as far as the innovativeness, Dolnośląskie is better than Małopolskie. Of course, there were some movements between the years, but in general, the position of Mazowieckie is rather the same, or even distance is bigger than in the first year. Yeah. So we have Mazowieckie here for 2014. And again, the worst clusters: warmińsko-mazurskie, świętokrzyskie, kujawsko-pomorskie, podlaskie, podkarpackie. So it is confirmed that still we have this Poland B and Poland A. And this is the research for the districts in Małopolskie voivodeship. And we can see the core of the Krakow and much weaker districts within the voivodeship. Unfortunately, disparities are rather wider than in the first year of our research. And communalities level, also the core of the Krakow, green one is the best as far as the level of human capital. And we have this part of the voivodeship of communalities of the worst level of the human capital, and on the east as well. Yeah, so this is more or less our results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments? I have one question. I mean, you use relatively complex methods and you get some results. And how robust is your? If you have complex methods, there are normally a lot of parameters, a lot of variants. How robust are your results to the method selection? If I have taken different types of clustering, would I get similar comparing different results? If I constructed the index in a slightly different way in terms of a methodology, would I get similar results or completely different?
To be honest, the results, in my opinion, are rather similar to other researches. And of course, we took a complex list of variables because it was 120 from the human capital. But at the end, when we are looking at most value added, so it's, for example, based on these different approaches, it's, for example, 20 or 30 most important variables. So this is mainly the qualitative variables.
Maybe I add up to this just some comments, if possible. So, checking the robustness of those methods, actually K-means is the most robust one. Out of the methods, the K-means is the most robust one. So, but we use those fuzziness inside it Because sometimes some of the voivodeships just fluctuate inside the data sets. So to be sure and to not restrict ourselves to standard k-means approach, we have included fuzziness to for those who are close from to one cluster and to the other clusters to be selected a little bit more with more elasticity and a little bit more less strictly. So this is one case. The second was that now we are actually checking the what's inside the data set. So we have actually excluded the correlations among potential variables, and we are now checking the correlations just for those quite significant factors. And in case of index construction and those methods, there are no significant differences between those methods. So those methods can be pretty robust for index construction. But there is also the things that we have presented here, the serialization method. The serialization method for Chekhanovsky matrices and Chekhanovsky diagrams has its weakness, typical weakness that there is no ranking inside for those values. And the presentation very much relies on the serials of clusters, so it can look a little bit different. But we have checked our the leaf order method that we are presenting here. We have also compared it with PCA adjusted serialization methods and other tools that are used in serializations, and we haven't found any significant differences in the ordering. So we can say that using serialization, no matter how the serialization will look like, those methods on the rank is pretty robust. So those results are actually pretty robust to changes or internal correlations, you might say, or you might think inside the data set. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So at the end of the construction index, you used that was the TOPSIS method. That's one of the multi-criteria decision aid. So the question is about, have you already seen some other papers or other research that this method was used? And that would be just for curiosity to follow that path. And also the method, the variables that you have selected to those indexes were rather just no big sets. So again, have you followed some patterns and already existed indexes?
A list of variables, of course, were chosen based on the literature. So based on the experience of researchers so far. As far as the TOPSIS approach, I think I never met TOPSIS for the regional research like that. For example, to assess the level of human capital or any other things like innovativeness or green economy. But TOPSIS is used rather to find the ideal pattern. So that's why we implemented that for human capital in regional perspective. Mm-hmm.
But the TOPSIS, like other multi-criteria decision aid methods, they are making rankings as a distance from ideal pattern. So I believe that probably Mazowieckie was ideal for you, maybe, or you have created some another.
TOPSIS took the results from 5 other approaches. So, for example, Maciota-Pareto, the subjective weighting or objective weighting. So you had the 5 different approaches, And of course, in every single of these approaches, for the single year, you have the ideal solution. Probably, majority of them was the Mazowieckie, but this is not so obvious. It could be any other also.
Well, it wasn't just Mazowieckie. It was just, sometimes it was just the mean or average of a couple of different voivodeship as our ideal scenario. This was dependent, year dependent, so time dependent, and it was not just related to this single pattern that it was fixed all the time. And actually, the TOPSIS method, I was just kicked off from the meeting, so I haven't heard what Maciek said. But TOPSIS method in general is actually quite similar in our case to Helvig method. So we are looking for pattern, and it's a little bit different from other multi-criteria methods. That's why we have used it. We haven't seen this the application of such method in measuring the human capital, but you have like plenty of papers where you select like optimal portfolio using TOPSIS selection scheme.
Okay, so I think we're running a little bit out of time. So the last question to the resident of Mazowieckie.
All right, so I have a question, because it seems like you did a lot of empirical work. Is there any interesting new finding that you were surprised to find and systematically came up in your results that you didn't know before? Is there anything like that?
This, what we showed here, was only the part of our research, so the building up the cluster or something like that. So as far as the cluster, the results are rather similar to what we have so far. But in addition to that, we had some different views. So for example, the results of major exams or exams in gymnasiums and another type of school. And this was interesting for us because, for example, human capital based on this one chosen variable was is higher in the east part of the Poland, right? But then the human capital is decreasing, unfortunately, in the east part of Poland due to some other factors. For example, it's, in my opinion, just because of the physical and financial capital. But yeah, there are some other things which are interesting, but yeah, we are presenting that in different works.
In general, it was like that Mazowieckie is actually the outlier in both human capital and in innovative, the level of innovative. But it was not like that during all the years of our analysis. And we have also focused on, now we are focusing our attention on removing the outlier from the data and checking what the catching up effect between other voivodeships. And there are plenty of differences. And so, for example, in terms of where the position of Małopolskie is and where the position of Śląskie is. So we'll be presenting this in our future research also.
Okay, so I say thank you very much. Thank you very much for this very interesting session, for all the presentation, all the questions, and now it's a nice part, lunch. We'll have a buffet in main building. We'll have one presentation, keynote presentation, Professor Ratajczak from Poznań, but this presentation will be in Polish. So I guess it concerns only you, Sasha, but for the rest, it'll be easier. So thank you very much. For those who are not from Krakow University of Economics, just follow the crowd, and the buffet is waiting. Let's be earlier than the others. Thank you very much. Też byliśmy, wiem, że bufet był bardzo obfity, także wszyscy w dobrych humorach. Witam na naszej ostatniej sesji naszej dzisiejszej konferencji. Oczywiście szczególnie serdecznie chciałbym przywitać pana profesora Ratajczaka, który z nami jest online. Dzień dobry, panie profesorze.
Dzień dobry.
I zapowiada się niezwykle ciekawa prezentacja na temat finansjalizacji, trochę uchwycona w kontekście, jak rozumiem, dynamicznym, historycznym, zmian, ale to już pan profesor powie. Ja już sylwetki pana profesora jakby nie będę przedstawiać, bo każdy zna pana profesora, także nie marnując czasu oddaję panu profesorowi głos. Tak jak rozmawiałeś, to mniej więcej 45 minut wystąpienie i później 15 minut dyskusja. Jak będzie dyskusja trochę dłuższa, to rozumiem, że też nikt się z nas tutaj nie pogniewa, jak trochę dłużej zostaniemy. Także oddaję panu profesorowi głos i jeszcze raz serdecznie dziękuję za przyjęcie zaproszenia na naszą konferencję.
To ja serdecznie dziękuję za zaproszenie. Mam nadzieję, że oprócz tego, że mnie państwo widzicie, bo ja mam w tej chwili siebie w wielu odsłonach, widzę ekran ten, który państwo widzicie, widzę obok jeszcze raz siebie i na swoim ekranie jeszcze raz siebie, co jest trochę nużące, ale mam nadzieję, że będzie to jakoś funkcjonowało. Chciałbym też udostępnić prezentację, nie wiem, czy to będzie możliwe, ale za chwilę to spróbuję. Jak nie, to też bez prezentacji damy sobie radę. Jak państwo zauważyliście, występuję w roli wyjątku potwierdzającego regułę, to znaczy nie występuję w języku angielskim, tylko w języku polskim, a regułą dzisiaj, z tego co wiem, był język angielski. Natomiast to, o co mnie poproszono, dotyczy finansjalizacji, o której wiem, że dzisiaj też już była mowa. Niestety z racji tego, że musiałem być na macierzystej uczelni, nie miałem możliwości tego wysłuchania, więc z góry proszę o wybaczenie, jeśli jakiś element się powtórzy, czy pojawi ponownie, natomiast będzie to właśnie o finansjalizacji, trochę w kontekście takim, jak tą sesję nazwano, czyli gdzieś tam powinien się pojawić jakiś element etyczny, ale o tym za chwilę. No jak my spróbujemy z tym udostępnieniem ekranu, zobaczymy, czy nam to wyjdzie, czy nie. No właśnie, prowadzący udostępnił, natomiast mój komputer i tak odmawia państwu pokazania ekranu, więc mamy pewien problem. To znaczy, nie wiem, czy w tym momencie będzie on widoczny, tak jak ja to widzę. Nie wiem, czy państwo widzicie na ekranie swoim mój ekran. No ale dobrze, jeżeli nie będzie, to też nie problem, ponieważ to są słowa, a nie liczby, ani obrazki, więc bez tego też sobie znakomicie poradzimy. Proszę państwa, jak państwo dobrze wiecie, ta finansjalizacja to jest taki byt dość szczególny. Z jednej strony jest to pojęcie, które już się w naszej można powiedzieć, tradycji naukowej, nie tylko naszej, w jakiejś mierze się stało już takie, no można powiedzieć, obecne, więc nie jest to tak jak jeszcze może 10 lat temu w Polsce, gdy ktoś wspominał o finansjalizacji czy o finansyzacji, no to był to pewien problem, ponieważ było to pojęcie całkowicie dla nas nowe i nieznane. Tak, dzisiaj jest to już pojęcie znane, co najwyżej nadal są pewne problemy z nazewnictwem, o czym za chwilę. W największym uproszczeniu, jak państwo wiecie, chodzi o ideę, że oto świat wokół nas zmienił się w taki sposób, że można powiedzieć tak, w największym uproszczeniu pieniądz, który powinien być dobrym sługą, stał się mniej lub bardziej panem, który nami rządzi. I to oczywiście jeszcze trochę za mało. Tak naprawdę chodzi o to, że no, o tą ideę szczególnej roli sfery finansowej, o to, że ona zaczyna pełnić rolę, czy przyjmuje rolę dominującą w stosunku do sfery realnej, że ta sfera finansowa przestaje być tylko domeną podmiotów wyspecjalizowanych w działalności finansowej, ale obejmuje coraz bardziej podmioty tradycyjnie kojarzące się raczej z działalnością w sferze realnej i w wypadku coraz większej liczby firm ta ich aktywność finansowa jest czasami większym źródłem przychodów, czy istotniejszym źródłem przychodów niż ich tradycyjna działalność w sferze realnej. Takim przykładem jest chociażby koncern General Electric, no, tradycyjnie kojarzący nam się właśnie z tą działalnością w sferze realnej. Tymczasem już od dłuższego czasu koncern ten zarabia nie mniej, a okresowo i więcej na swojej działalności typowo finansowej. Niektórzy uważają, że tak naprawdę ta finansjalizacja to jest po prostu nowy etap rozwoju kapitalizmu, stąd czasami pojawiają się najróżniejsze nazwy alternatywne. Niektórzy mówią o kapitalizmie rentierskim, inni mówią o bankokracji, jeszcze inni mówią o kapitalizmie odcinania kuponów. Czy to rzeczywiście jest nowa faza kapitalizmu? Na ten temat pewno zdania byłyby podzielone, ale rzeczywiście wielu badaczy zajmujących się finansjalizacją w tym kierunku zmierza. Tak jak powiedziałem, z jednej strony nie jest to pojęcie nowe, to jest pojęcie, które już się w naszej tradycji zakorzeniło, tradycji dyskursu naukowego, choć, co należy podkreślić, do czego jeszcze nawiążę, raczej kojarzone z tym, co nazywamy ekonomią heterodoksyjną, niż z tym, co nazywamy ekonomią głównego nurtu. A dlaczego, o tym za chwileczkę. Natomiast to nie znaczy, że nadal nie wiemy, nie mamy problemów tak naprawdę z tym, z różnymi, powiedziałbym, z odpowiedzią na różne fundamentalne pytania. Problem typowo polski to jest czysto semantyczny, czyli jakiej nazwy używać. Tak? W publikacjach polskich znajdziecie Państwo zarówno finansyzację, finansjalizację, finansjeryzację, ufinansowienie, co brzmi dość okrutnie, ale też jest stosowane. Nie ma w tym zakresie zgody. Początkowo wydawało się, że tym słowem podstawowym stosowanym w języku polskim będzie finansyzacja, ale wraz z tym, jak zwłaszcza przy tłumaczeniu tekstów z języka angielskiego, tłumacze na ogół przyjęli po prostu jedynie nazwijmy to spolszczoną pisownię i spolszczoną wymowę angielskiego czy anglojęzycznego terminu, ta nazwa finansjalizacja zaczęła...
Panie profesorze, przepraszam bardzo, że przerywam, ale my mamy pana prezentację, także jeśli pan profesor pozwoli, byśmy ją puścili tutaj z tą
Oczywiście, proszę ją puścić, nie ma problemu, bardzo chętnie. Jesteśmy na slajdzie numer 2, więc nie poszedłem dalej i proszę się nie obawiać, że pomijam oczywiście slajd czołowy, więc będziecie Państwo widzieć wyraźnie, tych slajdów jest niewiele, więc nie ma problemu, żeby ja dam najwyżej znać, że to już jest pora na ten kolejny.
Więc proszę pan profesor widzi slajdy, które są wyświetlane, ale jeśli pan profesor widzi, to proszę tutaj mówić, na który slajd przewinąć. Myślę, że tak
nie ma problemu, ja wszystko. Okej, super. Więc jesteśmy już na slajdzie kolejnym, proszę przerzucić na kolejny. Otóż proszę Państwa, właśnie, tak jak powiedziałem, jest ten problem czysto semantyczny i wytłumaczyłem skąd to, że dzisiaj głównie mówimy o finansjalizacji, raczej w języku polskim używamy określenia finansyzacja, ale tych problemów, wokół których dyskusja się toczy, jest więcej, to jest zakres, czy na ogół i chociażby dzisiaj mówimy o finansjalizacji w tym wymiarze szerokim, czyli to jest właśnie ta autonomizacja sfery finansowej, jak wspomniałem, ale niektórzy mówią właśnie o finansjacji w takim wymiarze wąskim, czyli właśnie to też, o czym wspomniałem na przykładzie tego koncernu General Electric, czyli to jest to coraz większa rola aktywności o wymiarze finansowym w działalności firm, które tradycyjnie raczej z typową działalnością finansową się nie kojarzą. Jest też wymiar historyczny. Tak? Niektórzy twierdzą, że jest to zjawisko typowe właśnie dla wieku XX czy początku wieku XXI, że właśnie to jest ta nowa faza rozwoju kapitalizmu. Inni mówią nie, w gruncie rzeczy jest to zjawisko może nie stare jak świat, ale przynajmniej tak stare jak era nowożytna, czyli okolice gdzieś tam XVI-XVII wieku, czyli krótko mówiąc rozpoczęcie ekspansji Europy na świecie, co zresztą do dzisiaj budzi różne pytania, jak to się stało, że ten mało znaczący kontynent, mniej więcej do okolic XV wieku, nagle stał się absolutnie dominujący na świecie. Tam historycy do dzisiaj sobie na ten temat dyskutują. Jedno jest pewne, wraz właśnie z tą ekspansją Europy w świecie, najpierw Hiszpania, potem inne kraje, zaczęły się różnego rodzaju zjawiska rozwijać spekulacyjne, towarzyszące im kryzysy finansowe. Niektórzy twierdzą, że może to nie była jeszcze finansjalizacja w najczystszej postaci, ale tak naprawdę był to swego rodzaju takie korzenie finansjalizacji, że tak naprawdę to, co dzisiaj widzimy, to jest tylko ukoronowanie czy zwieńczenie pewnych procesów historycznych, w których właśnie następowało regularne nasilanie działań spekulacyjnych, w których pieniądz powoli stawał się nie tyle narzędziem do osiągania pewnych celów w sferze realnej, czy w gruncie rzeczy środkiem samym sobie dla powiększania bogactwa. Jest oczywiście ten wymiar geograficzno-kulturowy i znowu po jednej stronie są ci, którzy mówią, to jest tak naprawdę zjawisko uniwersalne, które dotyczy całego świata. Po drugiej stronie są ci, którzy będą twierdzić, że to jest typowe, zwłaszcza właśnie dla tradycji Europy i to jeszcze europochrześcijańskiej. Dlaczego? Ponieważ no, na przykład kiedy wybuchł ten kryzys finansowy z 2008 roku, no to tak zwane banki islamskie, czyli banki, które deklarowały, w tym przecież były również odnogi banków europejskich, które działając w konkretnych krajach deklarowały, że w tych krajach działają zgodnie z regułami wynikającymi z tradycji koranicznej. Otóż banki islamskie praktycznie przeszły suchą nogą przez ten kryzys i pojawiło się całkiem sporo opracowań, których autorzy twierdzili, że właśnie ta zupełnie inna tradycja kulturowa, no chociażby związana z tym, że do dzisiaj na gruncie islamu nie akceptuje się procentu, powoduje, że nie starajmy się, jeśli tak można powiedzieć, sprzedawać pojęć typowych właśnie dla Europy i tradycji europejsko-chrześcijańskiej na cały świat. Jest oczywiście w tym wymiarze geograficzno-kulturowym jest właśnie również ta wizja, że to jest problem konkretnych gospodarek, zwłaszcza tych, które nawiązując do tradycji Heimana Mińskiego, jeden z tych ekonomistów, który niestety nie doczekał się, bo można powiedzieć wart był tego uznania za życia, w jakiejś mierze dopiero po śmierci zaczęto i chociażby przy okazji ostatniego kryzysu grzebać w jego dorobku bardziej ta idea tych gospodarek dojrzałych finansowo, które jak wiemy, no zdaniem Mińskiego, one są skazane na to właśnie, że no przeplatają się takie fazy aż nadmiernej spekulacji na rynkach finansowych, które prowadzą do załamań gospodarczych. Przychodzi taki, można powiedzieć, okres pewnego otrzeźwienia i po pewnym czasie znowu nasila się kolejna faza finansjalizacji. Idąc dalej, już możemy sobie przejść na kolejny slajd. Jest to oczywiście wymiar doktrynalny. Ten wymiar doktrynalny sporu o finansjalizację to jest, po jednej stronie są ci, którzy przede wszystkim w tej, no, postrzegają finansjalizację jako, powiedziałbym, wyraz zawodności rynku i zarazem słabości państwa jako regulatora. I tutaj mamy w ramach tego właśnie taki nurt radykalno-lewicowy. I to trzeba wyraźnie powiedzieć, że pojęcie finansjalizacji było w pierwszej kolejności zaadaptowane przez ekonomistów zachodnich, którzy nie odcinają się od tradycji, nazwałbym to lewicowej, marksowskiej. Później został przejęty przez inne elementy heterodoksji, takie mniej radykalne, tak bym powiedział, ale jednak równocześnie bardzo krytycznie nastawione do idei neoliberalnych i powiązanej z tym ekonomii głównego nurtu. No i po drugiej stronie są ci, którzy broniąc mniej lub bardziej, czy to idei neoliberalnych, czy na gruncie ekonomii jako nauki, tego właśnie podejścia w kategoriach głównego nurtu, twierdzą, że w gruncie rzeczy nawet po pierwsze albo w ogóle starają się zanegować to pojęcie, twierdząc, że to jest takie trochę mnożenie bytów, tak, że w gruncie rzeczy zawsze właśnie były raz po raz jakieś kryzysy, zawsze były jakieś kryzysy, które mniej lub bardziej można było wiązać ze zjawiskami w sferze finansowej i że to pojęcie finansjalizacji to jest takie sztuczne mnożenie bytów, wymyślanie czegoś troszkę na siłę, ale nawet jeżeli albo jeżeli twierdzą, że nawet ta finansjalizacja jest, no to że w zasadzie ona jest taką zjawiskiem nie aż o takim znaczeniu i nie tyle świadczy o problemach rynku jako takiego, co jeśli już, to należy szukać grzesznika po stronie, bezwzględnie po stronie państwa, że to państwo poprzez swoją złą regulację, nietrafną regulację, poprzez swoje mieszanie się niezbędne do gospodarki, de facto stymuluje zjawiska, które na końcu przyjmują postać kryzysów kojarzących nam się z sferą finansową. No, kiedy wybuchł, bo jak wiemy, kryzys finansowy, taką przygrywką do niego był ten kryzys na rynku kredytów subprime w Stanach Zjednoczonych, no to tam nie brakło właśnie głosów, że gdyby nie złe działania ze strony słynnych tam Freddie Mac i Fannie Mae, czyli tych głównych instytucji, które państwo amerykańskie stworzyło z myślą o właśnie wspieraniu rynku nieruchomości, zwłaszcza dla mieszkańców o niższych dochodach, że w gruncie rzeczy to te organizacje swoimi błędnymi działaniami uruchomiły, można powiedzieć, cały łańcuch zjawisk, których ostatecznym wynikiem stał się kryzys. Jest oczywiście dyskusja o finansjalizacji w takim wymiarze ustrojowym, a więc właśnie po jednej stronie są ci, którzy mówią, że to jest finansjalizacja jest przejawem właśnie pewnej słabości kapitalizmu w wersji neoliberalnej. Po drugiej stronie są ci, którzy wręcz idą znacznie dalej i mówią, to jest wręcz wyraz radykalnych zmian ustrojowych, wstępu do takich zjawisk, do epoki postliberalnej, takich zjawisk jak korporatokracja czy plutokracja, czyli to pierwsze, czyli jak wiemy, no to taka demokracja de facto podporządkowana rządom korporacji. No, większość gospodarki światowej podobno jest tak naprawdę w rękach około 60 korporacji, jak prześledzić powiązania kapitałowe różnych firm, czy plutokracji, czyli de facto rządy bogaczy w najprostszym ujęciu, tak? Czyli że niewielka elita majątkowa, finansowa tak naprawdę podporządkowuje sobie funkcjonowanie państw i społeczeństw. No i nie trudno zauważyć, że na fali tych różnych problemów związanych rzeczywiście z narastającymi pewnymi problemami społecznymi w sferze podziału dochodów, zróżnicowania majątkowego obywateli, no ta idea, zwłaszcza plutokracji, ma coraz więcej zwolenników, że gdzieś niebezpiecznie się o nią ocieramy. Również w ramach dyskusji o finansjalizacji pojawił się taki nowy podnurt, w którym próbuje się jak gdyby, gdzie pojawia się pytanie, czy rzeczywiście finansjalizacja jest zła. Bo początki dyskusji o finansjalizacji są jednoznaczne. Ona jest zła. Tak? To jest właśnie wyraz, czy w ogóle zawodności gospodarki rynkowej, czy wyraz zawodności pewnego etapu rozwoju, na którym się znaleźliśmy, czy wreszcie wyraz zawodności również działań państwa, ale finansjalizacja przez wiele lat była, można powiedzieć, przede wszystkim dyskutowana w kategoriach oto mamy coś złego wokół nas. Nawet jeżeli czasami to zło daje mniej o sobie znać, to w gruncie rzeczy w swojej istocie to jest zło. Natomiast stosunkowo niedawno gdzieś tam w literaturze pojawili się zwolennicy rozróżniania złej finansjalizacji, czyli właśnie tej takiej niszczącej tkankę gospodarczą, a nawet społeczną, od tak zwanej dobrej finansjalizacji. To są ci, którzy twierdzą, że tak naprawdę nie wylewajmy dziecka z kąpielą, doceńmy to, że finansjalizacja wiąże się z pewnym poszerzaniem zakresu aktywów, do których mają dostęp inwestorzy. I że właśnie, zwłaszcza z punktu widzenia znaczących inwestorów instytucjonalnych, ważne jest, żeby ten rynek aktywów się powiększał, a finansjalizacja jest niczym innym jak sytuacją, w której jakiś kolejny składnik aktywów osiąga pewien poziom płynności, kiedy może stać się normalnym elementem, można powiedzieć, gry rynkowej, popytu, podaży i wszystkiego, co temu towarzyszy. I niektórzy twierdzą, że wyrazem takiej dobrej finansjalizacji jest rozwój rynku kryptowalut, które z pewnej ciekawostki na początku stały się normalnym elementem rynku, co prawda, jak wiemy, no elementem dosyć rzeczywiście bardzo spekulacyjnym, bardzo niestabilnym, ale tak jak powiedziałem, to zresztą to pojęcie tej dobrej finansjalizacji zostało wymyślone, nie trudno się domyśleć, przez nie tyle ekonomistów, naukowców, co przez praktyków działających na rynku sprzedaży i kupna różnych aktywów, i to oni próbują tej finansjalizacji w taki sposób bronić. Tyle, proszę Państwa, o tych wymiarach dyskusji o finansjalizacji. A teraz, przechodząc na kolejny slajd, parę zdań o przejawach i konsekwencjach. I proszę Państwa, lista jest długa i dokładna. Od razu uprzedzam, że jest jeszcze slajd numer 2. To się nie kończy na 9. Proszę Państwa, lista jest długa i dokładna. Można dyskutować na temat tego, czy każdy z tych składników, każde z tych zjawisk zasługuje na miano, tak, to jest przejaw finansjalizacji. Być może można powiedzieć, to są po prostu przejawy pewnych szerszych zjawisk, które zachodzą we współczesnej gospodarce rynkowej, czy współczesnym kapitalizmie, jak to woli. I wcale to nie musi oznaczać, że mamy do czynienia z finansjalizacją. Więc oczywiście ja też nie zamierzam Państwu, jeśli tak można nieładnie powiedzieć, wmawiać, tak, że to są konkretnie przejawy finansjalizacji i tylko z finansjalizacją się wiążą, ale z drugiej strony w literaturze możemy wszystkie te zjawiska, które Państwu tutaj przedstawiam, czy o których chociaż po jednym zdaniu wspomnę, znaleźć jako pewne, czy to, co w ramach tych zjawisk się dzieje, tak, to jak one się zmieniają, to jak one się przekształcają, jest postrzegane przez tych, którzy w ogóle wierzą w finansjalizację, jak powiedziałem, bo sam zwróciłem na to uwagę, że są tacy, którzy całkiem w nią nie wierzą, nie ma może aż tak wielu, natomiast wielu tych, którzy podchodzą sceptycznie do przywiązywania do niej aż takiej wagi. Tak? Otóż wszyscy gdzieś tam to, o czym będę mówił, jakoś tam z finansjalizacją, ci w każdym razie, którzy są jej gorącymi zwolennikami wiążą. To jest oczywiście globalizacja rynków finansowych. Oczywiście można dzisiaj zadać pytanie w kontekście chociażby tego, co dzieje się w świecie wokół nas w związku z wojną w Ukrainie. W ogóle się pojawiło pytanie, czy przypadkiem nie znajdziemy w świecie deglobalizacji i że również nastąpi ta deglobalizacja świata finansowego, no bądź co bądź odcięcie Rosji od chociażby systemu SWIFT i parę innych rzeczy, stawia pod znakiem zapytania to, czy możemy nadal mówić o pełnej globalizacji. Ja osobiście uważam, że deglobalizacji nie będzie. Będzie to, co już wiele razy w historii było, że przecież globalizacja nie jest takim procesem, powiedziałbym, prostym, liniowym i równomiernym i co tam jeszcze. Jak każde zjawisko, jak każdy proces społeczno-gospodarczy, tak powiedziałbym, przechodzi przez różne fazy i różne etapy. Więc osobiście jestem sceptyczny z tym ogłaszaniem końca globalizacji. Natomiast niewątpliwie przechodzimy przez fazę, w której następują różne działania, które możemy odbierać jako ograniczenie zakresu partycypacji przynajmniej niektórych państw w tej globalizacji, zarówno w tej tradycyjnej globalizacji związanej z rynkiem dóbr i usług, jak i tej w wymiarze finansowym. Zresztą nie trudno zauważyć, że w znacznej mierze o to toczy się gra. Przypominam stare amerykańskie powiedzenie, które jeden z polityków amerykańskich kiedyś powiedział na spotkaniu z przedstawicielami wielu innych krajów: nasz dolar, wasze problemy. Można Stanom Zjednoczonym wszystko odebrać, tylko nie wolno się zamachnąć na świętość, jaką jest szczególna pozycja dolara w świecie finansów. Przypominam Państwu, że dziś już nieżyjący Muammar Kaddafi był może paskudnym dyktatorem, ale znowu zgodnie z kolejną amerykańską zasadą mniej lub bardziej był naszym, i tu pada bardzo brzydkie słowo, a przestał być totalnie naszym, kiedy zaczął gadać w cudzysłowie głupoty, a które sprowadzały się do pytania, dlaczego wszyscy na świecie muszą kupować i sprzedawać ropę za dolary. I w dniu, w którym to mu się wypsnęło, a co więcej, wydawało się, że zacznie podejmować działania i szukać wspólników do tej idei, żeby nie było tak, że jak sprzedajesz czy kupujesz ropę, to musisz się rozliczać w dolarach. W tym momencie stał się definitywnie wstrętnym wrogiem demokracji, satrapą i kim tam jeszcze, i trzeba było się go zdecydowanie pozbyć. Drugi przejaw finansjalizacji to jest oczywiście ta rola transakcji niewidzialnych. Oczywiście ta liczba, którą tutaj Państwu podaję, że ponad 3/4 obrotów finansowych dotyczy transakcji, za którymi nie następuje żaden przepływ towarów czy usług niefinansowych, proszę ją oczywiście traktować jako liczbę bardzo przybliżoną. Być może teraz jest trochę mniej, być może teraz jest to trochę więcej, to jest liczba sprzed kilku lat, więc ja nie będę twierdził, że to jest na pewno 3/4. Jedno jest pewne, że znaczna część właśnie transakcji finansowych to transakcje, którym nie musi towarzyszyć jakikolwiek ruch w sferze realnej. To jest oczywiście ta tak zwana inflacja aktywów finansowych i instrumentów finansowych, zwłaszcza tutaj oczywiście takim dyżurnym chłopcem do bicia jest rynek instrumentów pochodnych. Różnie znowu się szacuje jego wartość w stosunku do światowego GDP, bo to zależy, jak szeroki zakres rynku instrumentów pochodnych przyjmiemy. W skrajnej wersji szacuje się, że to jest w granicach 10-krotności światowego GDP, ale z kolei ci, którzy mówią spokojnie, zwracają uwagę na to, że znaczna część rynku instrumentów pochodnych to można powiedzieć coś, co niby jest, a jakoby tego nie było. W związku z tym tych takich prawdziwych, aktywnych elementów rynku instrumentów pochodnych jest znacznie mniej. W związku z tym niektórzy mówią, że to jest takie trochę epatowanie tą wielkością rynku instrumentów pochodnych w stosunku do wielkości GDP. No i tam oczywiście towarzyszy problem czytelności wyceny i roli różnych ratingów, o czym przy okazji kryzysu finansowego wiele było mowy. To jest oczywiście lewaryzacja działalności gospodarczej, a w tym samej sfery finansowej, która z natury rzeczy nie jest niczym złym. Natomiast no rzeczywiście, zwłaszcza w tym okresie przed wybuchem kryzysu finansowego, ona już osiągała niekiedy ekstremalne wymiary. To są oczywiście zmiany w zarządzaniu związane z tym przejściem od idei shareholder perspective do tu jest, oj widzę teraz, że jest błąd chyba na slajdzie, jeszcze się upewnię w swoim jest 2 razy shareholder, powinno być oczywiście w pierwszym wariancie, bardzo Państwa przepraszam, stakeholder, tak, czyli przejście od perspektywy interesariuszy do perspektywy udziałowców. Czyli no jest 2 razy właśnie shareholder i potem jest stakeholder. Właśnie, czyli że tak naprawdę przede wszystkim liczy się idea zarabiania, tak? Czyli kupuje akcje nie po to, by stać się prawdziwym udziałowcem i rozwijać firmę, ale po to, żeby na tych akcjach pospekulować i przy najbliższej nadarzającej okazji zyskiem je sprzedać. To jest oczywiście ta rola instytucji finansowych i ich dochodów w gospodarce. I tutaj macie Państwo taki przykład i znowu to dzisiaj troszkę inaczej wygląda, ale że o ile jeszcze w latach 80. banki to było około tam tych 5% kapitalizacji giełdy i 10% zysków przedsiębiorstw, no to tuż w okolicy wybuchu kryzysu finansowego to już było odpowiednio 25 i 20 i 40%. No i generalnie narasta problem tak zwanego kapitału niecierpliwego, tego właśnie, który szuka możliwości szybkiego zainwestowania i równie szybkiego wyjścia z odpowiednim zysków. Własność bez świadomości własności i bez odpowiedzialności z tytułu własności, no to jest ten problem, który znowu nagłośniono przy okazji kryzysu finansowego, chociażby fundusze emerytalne, które kupowały różne rzeczy, tak naprawdę nie wiedząc, że stają się przy okazji właścicielem czegoś, bo to wszystko było tak pakowane w odpowiednie pakiety i przy pomocy odpowiednich algorytmów, że tak naprawdę ten, kto kupował, poza tym, że od agencji ratingowej dowiadywał się, że to na tym nie można stracić, tak naprawdę nawet nie wiedział, co tak naprawdę ostatecznie, czego udziałowcem tak naprawdę się stało. To jest oczywiście udział aktywów finansowych w aktywach domowych gospodarstw domowych. Tutaj też jest taki przykład z rynku brytyjskiego. No i w związku z tym ta finansyzacja powoduje ten słynny efekt majątkowy, tak? Czyli że ponieważ rośnie wartość różnych aktywów, które posiadamy, no to przy okazji skłania nas to do różnych zachowań, no i to właśnie jest, tym tłumaczono między innymi kryzys związany z kredytami subprime, kiedy słynni ninja, no income, no job, no assets, dostawali pierwszy kredyt, kupowali jakiś tam dom, ten dom bardzo szybko na skutek spekulacji na rynkach i przegrzania rynku nieruchomości drożał, no wobec tego ich majątek formalnie, przecież dysponowali znacznie większym formalnie majątkiem, wobec tego mogli zaciągać kolejne kredyty, no i tak się ta spiralka nakręcała. Rosnąca rola krótkookresowości kosztem długookresowości. Proszę Państwa, ja przypominam, że jeszcze kilkadziesiąt lat temu, czy kilkanaście dobre lat temu, może dobre 20 lat temu, kwartalne wyniki firm nie budziły większych emocji. No każdy zakładał, że takim sensownym okresem oceny czegokolwiek to jest przynajmniej rok, tak? No bo sezonowość, bo różne rzeczy. Natomiast w tej chwili no już prawie, że czekamy na miesięczne wyniki najlepiej i najlepiej od razu uruchamiać odpowiednią kolejną odsłonę inwestycji czy tej spekulacji związanych na przykład z akcjami danej firmy. I możemy przejść dalej, i tu będzie już punkt 10. To jest oczywiście od systemu odejść, i tu już wchodzimy w takie zjawiska w znacznej mierze społeczne. Niektórzy wiążą finansjalizację z takim odejściem od systemu fordowskiego w sferze relacji między światem pracy a światem kapitału, od tak zwanego liberalizmu zakorzenionego społecznie na rzecz neoliberalizmu. Przypominam Państwu, że również w Polsce bardzo zły stosunek do pojęcia liberalizmu. Liberał w Polsce dla wielu ludzi to jest prawie obelga, tak? Powiedzieć o kimś, że to jest liberał, no to tak prawie powiedzieć, że to bardzo zły człowiek. Wiąże się z tym, że w znacznej mierze pojęcie liberalizmu zostało zawłaszczone przez neoliberalizm. Tymczasem od dawien dawna, a to się wiąże z tradycją chociażby Johna StuartaIlla, istnieje idea tak zwanego liberalizmu zakorzenionego społecznie, czyli takiego, w którym tak, oczywiście chodzi o wolność, tak, oczywiście chodzi o swobodę działalności gospodarczej, ale tak, chodzi również o pewną odpowiedzialność społeczną, o bardzo daleko i silną idącą odpowiedzialność społeczną. Tego wyrazem był tak zwany system fordowski, czyli no taki dosyć, powiedziałbym, familijne stosunki w fabrykach, tak, gdzie to był ten ojciec dla załogi ze wszystkimi tego konsekwencjami. Dzisiaj mamy zupełnie, pracownicy to są aktywa, którymi tak samo jak innymi aktywami się zarządza, czyli w odpowiednim momencie trzeba się ich na przykład pozbyć, przynajmniej częściowo tyle, tylko że w świecie eufemizmów, w którym żyjemy, nikt nie powie, że zwalniamy pracownika, tylko racjonalizujemy zatrudnienie w trosce o jeszcze lepsze realizacje oczekiwań klientów naszej firmy. To jest oczywiście właśnie rosnący wpływ rynków finansowych oraz elit finansowych na politykę ekonomiczną. Amerykanie wymyślili to pojęcie obrotowych drzwi, czyli ludzi, którzy przechodzą ze świata biznesu do świata polityki, ze świata polityki do świata biznesu. Tak się składa, że większość sekretarzy skarbu w Stanach Zjednoczonych w ostatnich prawie 30 latach to albo ludzie, którzy wyszli bezpośrednio, mają za sobą działanie w ramach tego bardzo specyficznego banku, jakim jest bank Goldman Sachs, albo ludzie, którzy mniej jakoś tam z tym bankiem w pewnym okresie swojego życia byli związani poprzez dość ścisłą z nim współpracę. Można powiedzieć, że Goldman Sachs kreuje kolejnych sekretarzy skarbu. To zresztą budziło wiele emocji właśnie przy okazji wybuchu kryzysu finansowego. Pytanie, dlaczego upadli Lehman Brothers, a nie inny bank. Jedna z odpowiedzi brzmi, bo Lehman Brothers miał najsłabsze przełożenie na ówczesny Departament Skarbu, no i wobec tego Lehman Brothers upadł. To jest upowszechnianie się postaw rentierskich, tak? Ten zdaniem niektórych rozwijający się świat piramid Ponziego, tak? Czyli wiara w to, że droga do bogactwa to przede wszystkim różnego rodzaju spekulacje rentierskie, no ze wszystkimi tego konsekwencjami. To jest oczywiście też ta technicyzacja i algorytmizacja życia ekonomicznego, mit tak zwanej nowej gospodarki. Przypominam Państwu, na przełomie XX i XXI wieku pojawiły się twierdzenia, że dawna gospodarka przechodzi do przeszłości. W Stanach Zjednoczonych całkiem na poważnie zastanawiano się, czy na przykład w programach kształcenia ekonomicznego powinno się nadal mówić o zjawisku cykliczności, biorąc pod uwagę, jak długo w gospodarce amerykańskiej utrzymywał się taka, można powiedzieć, dobra koniunktura. No i to dla niektórych ukonorowaniem tego jest słynny Nobel ekonomiczny dla dwóch dżentelmenów, którzy dzisiaj jest to jeden z tych Nobli, o których się za dużo i za często nie wspomina, bo raczej zbyt wiele dowodów na to, że warte to było Nobla, nie mamy. To są oczywiście nowe zjawiska społeczne i kulturowe. Finansjalizacja przyczynia się w znacznej mierze na przykład do gentryfikacji w miastach. Klasyczny przykład Wenecja, czyli tego, że coraz bardziej w miastach widać, gdzie są pieniądze i to często pieniądze, których właścicieli nie widać. Tak? W Wenecji olbrzymim problemem jest to, że coraz więcej nieruchomości ma właścicieli, którzy być może nawet nigdy się w tej Wenecji nie pojawią. To są właściciele z Chin, do niedawna bardzo mocno Rosja, ale nie tylko z tych dwóch krajów, którzy po prostu w ich imieniu fundusze inwestycyjne inwestują w nieruchomości w Wenecji, w których nikt nie mieszka, do niczego specjalnie nie służą. Dba się o utrzymanie ich pewnego statusu, ale tak od pierwszego piętra w górę, czyli od poziomu, gdzie woda nie zalewa, natomiast parter w jakiejś mierze jest odpuszczany, a ludzi mniej zamożnych nie stać na mieszkania wyżej niż na parterze, a ponieważ te mieszkania z kolei są w złej kondycji i właśnie chociażby w tej Wenecji dość regularnie zalewane wodą raz po raz, wobec tego właśnie miasto się zaczyna dzielić na te coraz wyraźniej, na te strefy dla zamożnych, których często w ogóle nie widać jako ludzi i resztę, tak? To jest zdaniem niektórych grożący nam świat nowej feudalizacji, tak? W nawiązaniu do tego słynnego cytatu z Ewangelii Świętego Mateusza: każdemu bowiem, kto ma, będzie dodane, także nadmiar mieć będzie, temu zaś, kto nie ma, zabiorą nawet to, co ma. Oczywiście to jest fragment tej całej przypowieści o talentach, więc niektórzy twierdzą, że to jest taki klasyczny przykład myśli wyrwanej z kontekstu, ale ten cytat stał się niezwykle popularny wśród tych, którzy mówią, rządy pieniądza nieuchronnie do tego prowadzą, że coraz będzie więcej tych, którzy mają więcej i tych, którzy mając mało, będą mieć jeszcze mniej. Rozwija się również rządy pieniądza, przyczyniają się do rozwoju tak zwanej słabokracji, czyli demokracji, w której szczególną rolę odgrywają ludzie, którzy są znani z tego, że są znani, poza tym niczego konkretnego nie robią, ale pieniądze bardzo duże na tym zarabiają. Więc to już wspomniane przeze mnie zawłaszczanie liberalizmu przez neoliberalizm, rosnąca niestabilność gospodarcza, gospodarka coraz bardziej pieniężno-towarowa, a nawet pieniężno-pieniężna. Tak? Uczymy studentów, że oto żyjemy w gospodarce towarowo-pieniężnej, stąd ten schemacik, tak? Towar zamienia się w pieniądz, pieniądz zamienia się w inny towar i uczymy, że właśnie pieniądz, szczególna rola pieniądza to jest właśnie jego rola jako pośrednika. Dzięki temu mogliśmy odejść od ograniczeń gospodarki naturalnej, wymiany naturalnej, konieczności szukania kogoś, kto nasz towar by przyjął w zamian za swój towar. Tymczasem ci, którzy patrzą na ten świat tak właśnie dosyć zdecydowanie, mówią nieprawda. Dzisiaj tak naprawdę to już jest gospodarka pieniężno-towarowa. Towar jest wyłącznie czasami potrzebny po to, by pieniądz zamienić w towar, po to, by ten towar zamienić na jeszcze więcej pieniędzy, a niektórzy właśnie nawiązując do tego, co Państwu mówiłem o chociażby tej roli tych transakcji niewidzialnych, mówią, to już w zasadzie jest świat, w którym coraz częściej to jest po prostu gospodarka pieniężno-pieniężna. Pieniądz służy do tego, by zamienić go w jeszcze więcej pieniędzy i sfera realna powoli staje się takim, można powiedzieć, raz po raz jeszcze potrzebnym, raz po raz jeszcze niezbędnym dodatkiem do sfery finansowej. No i właśnie, tu nawiązując i przechodząc do dwóch ostatnich części mojego wystąpienia, zwłaszcza, że patrzę na czas i widzę, ile jeszcze minut mi zostało. Proszę Państwa, to jest też, zdaniem niektórych, przejawem finansjalizacji są istotne zmiany w sferze etycznej. To jest etyka biznesu versus po prostu etyka. Rozwój biznesu w stylu Gordona Gekko. Rozwój biznesu w stylu Gordona Gekko, być może niektórzy z Państwa pamiętają słynny film Wall Street, w którym aktor grający Gordona Gekko wypowiada takie słynne słowa na spotkaniu z pracownikami firmy i nie tylko, że chciwość jest dobra, greed is good. To chciwość napędza Amerykę, to chciwość napędza tę firmę, to chciwość napędza nas wszystkich i to chciwość czyni nas wielkimi, naszą firmę wielką i Amerykę czyni wielką. I to pojęcie weszło do obiegu jako właśnie pojęcie biznesu w stylu Gordona Gekko, ponieważ nie da się ukryć, że Gordon Gekko miał dość specyficzne rozumienie etyki. W zasadzie sprowadzało się do stwierdzenia, że to, co jest dobre, by zdobyć trochę więcej pieniędzy, jest po prostu dobre i nie należy więcej nad tym dyskutować. Stąd właśnie ten problem etyka biznesu versus etyka. Otóż, proszę Państwa, zdaniem krytyków etyka biznesu stała się takim listkiem figowym, czy takim wytrychem, jak powiedzą inni, by uciekać od normalnej etyki. Tak? Niektórzy mówią, etyka jest po prostu etyką. Co to jest etyka biznesu? Etyka przykrojona do potrzeb biznesu na taki sposób, jak widziałem to w kodeksie etycznym jednej z firm, gdzie ocierając z wielkich słów to, co czytałem, sprawdzało się do tego, że jeżeli cię złapiemy na wyniesieniu tajemnic firmy na zewnątrz, to głowa spadnie. Natomiast jeżeli dostarczysz nam użyteczne informacje na temat naszych konkurentów, zdobywając je być może drogą po prostu przekupienia kogoś z tamtej firmy, to why not? Nam się przecież to przyda. Więc w tym momencie sobie zadałem pytanie, zaraz, gdzie tu jest etyka, bo widząc punkt pierwszy, kradzież, oszustwo jest brzydkie. Widząc punkt drugi, kradzież, oszustwo jest dobre. Otóż właśnie ten biznes Gordona Gekko to jest tego typu idea. Skrajnie strywializowanej, żeby nie powiedzieć aż do bólu zwulgaryzowanej idei etyki w biznesie, w której w zasadzie etyczne jest z definicji wszystko to, co przynosi korzyści firmy, nawet jeżeli wychodzi poza, no jest na granicy norm prawa, czy nawet jakoś tam wychodzi poza te granice, ale skoro jest dobre dla firmy, czy dla mnie jako właściciela tej firmy, to należy to zaakceptować. Z tym się wiąże erozja kapitału społecznego. Proszę Państwa, ostatnio przy okazji dyskusji właśnie o zmianach zachodzących w dzisiejszym świecie, gdzieś wpadło mi w oko takie stwierdzenie, że odeszliśmy od świata etyki obowiązku, czy kultury obowiązku, na rzecz świata kultury samorealizacji. Czyli tak naprawdę kiedyś wiele rzeczy się robiło bądź nie robiło z poczucia właśnie obowiązku, z poczucia odpowiedzialności, z poczucia przyzwoitości i co tam jeszcze. Natomiast dzisiaj żyjemy w świecie kultury samorealizacji. Tak? Najważniejszy jestem ja, stąd to słynne amerykańskie pytanie, wymień 3 osoby, które kochasz, i odpowiedź, która po angielsku brzmi I, me, myself. Otóż ta kultura samorealizacji i aż do bólu stawiania pytania w zasadzie jednego. Czy to jest zgodne z prawem? Czyli nie ma jak gdyby jakichkolwiek innych reguł, innych norm niż prawo, tak? Skoro prawo tego nie zabrania, albo nie mówi wprost, że tak nie wolno, albo mówi wprost, tak musisz, to nie ma sprawy. To może obowiązywać zasada homo homini lupus, czyli człowiek człowiekowi wilkiem, albo zasada, która po polsku brzmi, niech się kupujący strzeże. Jest transakcja, tak? Zauważcie Państwo, że dopiero państwo polskie musiało wprowadzić obowiązek umieszczania na dokumentach reklamujących firmy sektora finansowego, chociażby firmy sprzedające udziały w funduszach kapitałowych, państwo musiało wymusić, że tam znalazł się taki zapisek, że uwaga, ale to są dane historyczne, które nie gwarantują określonego przebiegu zjawisk w przyszłości. Bo biznes jest biznes, tak? Biznes jest biznes. Co z tego? Ja mam zarobić dla siebie prowizję i zysk dla mojej firmy. Nie interesuje mnie pytanie typu, czy starsza pani, której wciskam fundusze inwestycyjne, rozumie w ogóle, co to jest, rozumie ryzyko, jakie z tym jest związane i że być może w wyniku tego, że kupił mnie te udziały, straci tą resztkę oszczędności gromadzone na tak zwany pogrzeb, tak? Jak to niektórzy starsi ludzie gromadzą, że chociaż rodzina będzie miała za co mnie pochować. To jest transakcja. Ja nie robię nic złego, bo przecież prawo mi nie każe powiedzieć tej pani, ale czy zadać chociażby pytanie, ale czy pani chociaż rozumie, o czym ja do pani mówię, albo ale czy pani ma świadomość, że jest tutaj pewne ryzyko w tym wszystkim, bo to jest klient. Klient powinien być jak gdyby przygotowany do bycia moim klientem, a skoro nie jest, to jest jego problem. I to jest jedno z najpaskudniejszych następstw finansjalizacji. Finansjalizacja w znacznej mierze przyczyniła się do wielkiej erozji sfery etycznej w szeroko rozumianej działalności biznesowej. I tu poproszę o następny slajd. O, i tutaj macie Państwo po angielsku, przyznaję, już nie uznałem, że nie będę tego wszystkiego tłumaczył na język polski. To są cytaty w znacznej mierze, tutaj będzie się przewijało nazwisko Dębiński. Jak Państwo zresztą, dla tych z Państwa, którzy są z Krakowa, no to jest jeden z Waszych krakusów, który że poza granicami, Paul Dębiński, działający przede wszystkim w Genewie, na pewno wielu Państwu osoba znana, człowiek właśnie bardzo aktywny w obszarze dyskusji o finansjalizacji, właśnie w tym wymiarze chociażby etycznym. Stąd nieprzypadkowo tutaj jego nazwisko jako źródło cytatów się znajduje. No właśnie, finansjalizacja po prostu buduje nową etykę, a w tle jest wielki kryzys zaufania. My sobie ufamy coraz mniej i wchodzimy w związku z tym w społeczeństwo, jak tu tam na końcu jest taki cytat, społeczeństwo, gdzie zwycięzca bierze wszystko. Nie musi się. To jest gra, w której jest tylko jeden możliwy wygrany. Czyli, że coraz bardziej patrzymy na relacje ekonomiczne nie jako grę o sumie niezerowej, w której każdy może wygrać, ale grę o sumie zerowej. Albo ja wygram, albo druga strona wygra. Wobec tego, skoro ja chcę wygrać, muszę zrobić wszystko, żebym to ja był tym winnerem, który bierze wszystko. To jest właśnie to, o czym Państwu wspomniałem, kontraktualizacja relacji. Wszystko jest kontraktem. Coraz bardziej dostrzegamy ten problem Państwa. Idziemy do lekarza, no i czego byśmy chcieli? No, żeby ten lekarz zobaczył w nas człowieka, cierpiącego, być może nadmiernie w stosunku do realnego stanu swego zdrowia, w sensie nadmiernie okazującego to cierpienie, ale chcielibyśmy, żeby nas potraktował jak człowieka. Nie, my jesteśmy klientem. My jesteśmy klientem takim samym, jak jesteśmy klientem prawnika, w wyniku czego właśnie niedawno ktoś mi z prawników uświadomił, że jeszcze kilkadziesiąt lat temu obowiązywała niepisana zasada, że jeżeli prawnik, do którego zgłaszał się klient, szacował, że prawdopodobieństwo wygranej w sprawie jest niższe niż, to była niepisana zasada, że się mówiło klientowi, oczywiście proszę pani, proszę pana, jak pan będzie bardzo napierał, ja mogę spróbować się podjąć tej sprawy, ale uczciwie mówię, prawdopodobieństwo naszego zwycięstwa w tej sprawie jest na tyle niskie, a potencjalne koszty na tyle wysokie, że proszę się przynajmniej jeszcze bardzo dobrze zastanowić nad tym, czy to robić. Dzisiaj większość prawników w takiej sytuacji w ten sposób się do klienta nie odezwie. Skoro chce, to jest klient. Zawieramy kontrakt i zgodnie z tym kontraktem będziemy działać. Ta kontraktualizacja sfery gospodarczej, acz nie tylko, coraz częściej się mówi o kontraktualizacji relacji społecznych, powoduje właśnie do tego to, że nic się nie liczy poza transakcją i jej wynikiem, a zwłaszcza wynikiem w wymiarze finansowym. Poproszę następny slajd. Zbliżamy się już do końca. No właśnie. O, następny slajd, jeśli mogę prosić. Właśnie. To jest to tak zwana alienacja etyczna. Czyli, że tak naprawdę, no właśnie, pojawia się to zupełnie inne rozumienie etyki. Bardzo uproszczone, bardzo strywializowane. Czy można coś z tym zrobić? No, można powiedzieć tak. Powinniśmy działać po prostu przede wszystkim w sferze formowania ludzi. To bardzo mocno, ładnie brzmi, tak? Ale to jest to, co jest w ostatnim fragmencie tego, na tej stronie, też zaczerpnięte z Dębińskiego na tym slajdzie, że właśnie dzisiaj ekonomia i finanse stały się wolne nie tylko właśnie od tej takiej metafizycznej, społecznej kontroli, ale w ogóle są takie, no właśnie, same próbują zdominować właśnie tą sferę. Tak? To one próbują kształtować pewne standardy tego, jak to wszystko miałoby funkcjonować. I stąd obok słynnego kompleksu militarno-gospodarczego, którym kiedyś przestrzegał Eisenhower i którego słowa bardzo dzisiaj pasują do dzisiejszej sytuacji, kiedy słyszymy, że jedynym wyjściem z obecnej sytuacji jest w zasadzie rozkręcić spiralę zbrojeń do rozmiarów niewyobrażalnych wręcz, choć historia nie dostarcza zbyt wielu dowodów na to, że im więcej broni, tym bezpieczniej. Ale no, takie przyszły czasy. To obok tego kompleksu militarno-przemysłowego pojawił się ten kompleks właśnie, o którym się mówi coraz częściej, taki finansowo-polityczny, gdzie ta sfera finansowa odgrywa wielką rolę. I proszę Państwa, kończąc, 3 zdania, poproszę następny slajd, to już będzie slajd ostatni, pomijając slajd, na którym oddałem hołd tym wszystkim, z których dorobku korzystałem, z publikacji, do których się odwoływałem w tym wystąpieniu. Proszę Państwa, kilka zdań pro domo sua, czyli o edukacji. No i powiedzmy sobie tak, że no problem polega na tym, że z różnych badań wynika, że studenci prawa i studenci kierunków ekonomicznych są wyjątkowo podatni na hasła typu to jest tylko biznes, przecież o to chodzi, żeby zarobić, celem jest zysk. I generalnie jak słyszą o jakichś tam kwestiach etycznych i innych, traktują to w znacznej mierze jako no, takie brzęczenie muchy, która nie wiadomo dlaczego ciągle jeszcze brzęczy, najlepiej byłoby ją tą packą wreszcie skrócić jej męki. I to jest Państwa pewien problem. To już dostrzeżono na Zachodzie, dlatego nic dziwnego, że w czołowych programach MBA na Zachodzie znowu więcej miejsca przywiązuje się do takich przedmiotów właśnie typu etyka, różne kwestie kulturowe, dyskusje o wymiarze kulturowo-społecznym gospodarowania. Przypomina się historię właśnie gospodarowania, bo my przecież bardzo skutecznie uczyniliśmy naszą edukację prawie totalnie ahistoryczną, tak jakby wszystko było po raz pierwszy. Albo że to, co jest dzisiaj, to jest tak inne od tego, co było, że w ogóle nawet o historii nie warto wspominać. Otóż w znacznej mierze, jeżeli nie chcemy płakać nad rezultatami finansjalizacji, tylko chcemy ją na swój sposób oswoić, tak, To jest tak jak z tym, że co teraz na nowo spopularyzowano, spopularyzowali w swojej książce Acemoglu i Robinson w tej książce o wąskim korytarzu, którzy mówią, państwo z natury rzeczy ma tendencje despotyczne, jest tym lewiatanem despotycznym, ale tam jest silne społeczeństwo obywatelskie, tam tego lewiatana można ujarzmić i on funkcjonuje całkiem dobrze i z korzyścią dla społeczeństwa. Tam, gdzie nie ma odpowiedniego społeczeństwa, tam państwo, i to jest przykładem właśnie chociażby Rosja, tam państwo idzie w stronę takiego brutalnego, prymitywnego, często despotycznego lewiatana. Dokładnie państwa tak samo i kończąc jest z finansjalizacją. Ona oczywiście, można powiedzieć, ma w sobie wiele konsekwencji dyskusyjnych czy wręcz negatywnych, ale w jakiejś mierze jest nieuchronna. Tak się stało. Tyle tylko, że teraz, czy głównie będziemy widzieć jej paskudne następstwa, czy jest szansa, żeby ona była pod pewną kontrolą, to zależy od nas jako ludzi. A w znacznej mierze zależy od nas jako ludzi, którzy kształcą, czy się kształcą się w tym obszarze właśnie, tak? Żeby nie było tak, że no właśnie na pytanie o etykę mamy wzdrygnięcie ramion, tak? I odpowiedź, a czy prawo mi tego zabrani? Tak? Bo to jest najczęstsza dzisiaj odpowiedź, gdy się komuś zwraca uwagę na zachowania nieetyczne również w sferze biznesowej. Mówi, proszę mi pokazać przepis, który mi nakazuje, żebym mojemu klientowi na przykład powiedział to. Albo proszę mi pokazać przepis, który zabrania mi w ten sposób podchodzenia do sprawy. Nie ma takiego przepisu, to proszę się odczepić. To jest biznes. Ja muszę zarabiać. No więc ja mam nadzieję, państwo, że zarobiłem przynajmniej na to, że państwo nie uznaliście tego za czas stracony. Dziękuję bardzo.
Bardzo dziękuję panie profesorze za bardzo interesujący i taki bardzo poglądowy wykład na temat tego, co się dzieje. Pewne spojrzenie z perspektywy właśnie przez okulary etyczne i trochę pod hasłem finansjalizacji. Mamy czas na pytania, dyskusje, komentarze, także otwieram rundę pytań. Kto z państwa?
Ja jestem ciekaw, czy mamy jakieś ciekawe dane empiryczne, które by sugerowały, że rzeczywiście zaufanie było kiedyś wyższe niż jest teraz i też, że zachowania etyczne były powszechniejsze niż takie pozytywne zachowania etyczne były powszechniejsze niż teraz.
Powiem tak, ja tutaj takich konkretnych danych na pewno nie przytoczę. Ja opieram się w tym przypadku na tym, co piszą specy od tego i tak to jest prezentowane. Znaczy ja bym powiedział tak, z tych różnych badań wynika to, że to nie jest tak, że kiedyś tych negatywnych zjawisk też nie było. One były, tylko tak jak chociażby właśnie wspomniany tutaj pan Paul Dębiński, który to szczegółowo analizuje i w jego opracowaniach znajdziecie państwo tego typu analizy. No, podkreślają autorzy tego typu analiz, że pewne zjawiska się upowszechniają, tak? To znaczy, że to jest przede wszystkim problem, że częściej się spotykamy z pewnymi negatywnymi zjawiskami. Chociażby to, proszę państwa, że proszę sobie, że oczywiście na przykład w Polsce przedwojennej, nie mówię o PRL-u, bo to nie jest żaden okres porównawczy, ale w Polsce przedwojennej zdarzali się w świecie biznesu ludzie bardzo dziwni. Ale w znacznej mierze to, co działało bardzo skutecznie, jako kara czasem mocniejsza niż potencjalne konsekwencje prawne niewłaściwych zachowań, był na przykład ostracyzm środowiskowy. Że daną osobę przestawało się zapraszać na pewne spotkania, przestawało się, jeśli tak można powiedzieć, podawać jej rękę, bo na przykład pojawił się zarzut, że ten człowiek doprowadził swoich kontrahentów, swoich klientów do poważnych strat w wyniku nie tego, że tak się ułożyło życie, coś zawsze przecież może się coś złego zdarzyć, ale że w gruncie rzeczy doprowadził do tego z świadomymi działaniami. Dzisiaj ten ostracyzm środowiskowy praktycznie nie działa. Praktycznie nie działa. Można jednego dnia firmę zlikwidować, następnego ją otworzyć pod hasłem tylko, nie wiem, plus, bis i co tam jeszcze. Tego ostracyzmu środowiskowego już prawie nie ma. Bardzo często jest właśnie w wypadku takich osób, owszem, może nie sytuacja typu, no takie jest życie, ale z drugiej strony też trzeba wykazać pewne zrozumienie, trzeba wykazać pewną, każdemu może się zdarzyć. To jest zjawisko, które widać dość wyraźnie, że przeszliśmy właśnie do takiego świata, w którym magiczne jest, powtarzam to pytanie, proszę mi pokazać normę prawną. Ja przypominam Państwu wybory prezydenckie, kiedy startowali ówczesny prezes Narodowego Banku Polskiego, zgłosił się pierwszy prezes Sądu Najwyższego, o ile pamiętam, próbował sił rzecznik praw obywatelskich. Wszyscy ci ludzie, kiedy im mówiono, że to jest trochę niezręczne, że osoba, która pełni funkcję, która jest de facto apolityczna powinna być, wchodzi do rzeki bieżącej przepychanki politycznej i być może, jeżeli tych wyborów nie wygra, to co? No tak sobie po prostu wróci do swojej dotychczasowej roli. W zasadzie wszystkie te osoby, choć nie wszystkie, niektóre się wycofały dosyć szybko, ale w zasadzie podstawowa odpowiedź brzmiała: ale proszę pokazać przepis prawa, który mnie, prezesowi Narodowego Banku Polskiego, zabrania zgłoszenia kandydatury na prezydenta Rzeczpospolitej. I to jest to, że są społeczeństwa, są kraje, czy w przeszłości przynajmniej tak tam było, gdzie nikt by nie zadawał pytania, czy jest norma prawna, tylko po prostu pewnych rzeczy się nie robi. Jeżeli się zgłasza kandydaturę na prezydenta, to się mówi równocześnie: jadę do Pałacu Prezydenckiego, do urzędującego prezydenta i mówię: składam rezygnację z bycia prezesem Narodowego Banku Polskiego, bo w tej chwili chcę wejść w zupełnie inny świat. A nie na zasadzie: jak wygram, to sobie zostanę prezydentem, a jak nie wygram, no to wrócę na Świętokrzyską i będę zarządzać Narodowym Bankiem Polskim dalej.
Wojciech Celary.
Nie.
Bardzo dobry wykład, bardzo mi się podobał, bardzo ciekawe naświetlenie tych problemów, ale ja mam takie pytanie, jak wyjść z tej sytuacji, bo jeśli dochodzisz do wniosku, że mamy do czynienia z brakiem etyki i że ludzie się tylko pytają, czy to jest zapisane w prawie, no to wydawałoby się, że teraz prawnicy uregulują wszystko i zapiszą, tak, że na przykład jeśli ktoś pełni funkcję publiczną, to nie może taką i taką, to nie może albo normatywnie, albo opisowo i tak dalej. Oczywiście nie da się zapisać całego życia i wszystkiego w prawie, a poza tym prawnicy nie są nieomylni i nie potrafią, prawda, jakość prawa w Polsce nie musimy się przekonywać, jaka jest, więc jakby oni mieli nagle 100 razy więcej tych praw uchwalić po to, żeby zastąpić etykę, no to jest po prostu czarna rozpacz dla gospodarki, dla społeczeństwa. Więc ja mam pytanie, z drugiej strony wspomniałeś też, że środowiska naukowe powinny wychowywać młodych ludzi w kierunkach etycznych, ale środowiska naukowe też nie składają z aniołów. Mamy do czynienia z plagiatami działalności naukowej w naszym środowisku i nie widziałem jakiegoś specjalnego ostracyzmu w stosunku do ludzi, którzy tego się dopuszczali. Mamy do czynienia z nierzetelnymi recenzjami, tak, gdzie mamy negatywne opinie i pozytywną konkluzję tego wszystkiego i jakoś to potem nie powoduje jakiegoś wielkiego nawet refleksji wśród różnych komisji, tylko ponieważ konkluzja jest pozytywna, to reszta mnie nie obchodzi, głosuję za i na tym jest koniec. Nie? Wiele takich zjawisk, od których ci, którzy powinni dbać o uzdrowienie tej sytuacji, to po prostu czy prawnicy, czy naukowcy, wychowawcy młodzieży, to są dotknięci tą samą chorobą. Więc ja mam pytanie, czy widzisz jakiś pozytywne wyjście z tej sytuacji, jakieś światełko w tunelu, tak, żeby nie skończyć na samym pesymizmie?
Tak, po pierwsze, bo my się z panem profesorem Celarem bardzo dobrze znamy, więc ale powiem tak, Wojtku i wszyscy państwo, są możliwe dwie odpowiedzi. Jedna jest pesymistyczna. To, co wspomniałem, dla niektórych finansjalizacja jest jednym z elementów schyłkowej fazy świata, w którym żyjemy. Tak? Nie brak głosów, że to, co wokół nas, to nie jest, jak powiedział ktoś, że my nie żyjemy w epoce zmian, my żyjemy w okresie zmiany epok. Więc niektórzy mówią, że to już jest, przepraszam, no, gra przegrana. Tak? To znaczy, że tak naprawdę to wszystko, o czym mówimy, to jest wyraz pewnej dekadencji kapitalizmu w znanej nam postaci, że to jeszcze jakiś czas oczywiście potrwa, no bo wiadomo, że przecież zmiany epok nie następują no tak z dnia na dzień, to historycy z jakiejś tam perspektywy, czasem wręcz stuleci mówią, no to umówmy się, że moment dopłynięcia Kolumba do Ameryki, no to jest plus minus ten moment oddzielający średniowiecze od odrodzenia, ale przecież to jest data czysto umowna. Otóż ta odpowiedź pesymistyczna jest taka, nie, to wszystko będzie się jeszcze pogłębiać, zwłaszcza w tym naszym tak zwanym świecie zachodnim i prędzej czy później doprowadzi to do jakichś radykalnych zmian, jakich? A no tu się otwiera oczywiście wielkie pole do dyskusji i na to pytanie prostej odpowiedzi nie ma. Tak? No Chińczycy pewno by powiedzieli, że po prostu świat wróci na właściwe tory i Chiny znowu będą w pełnym tego słowa znaczeniu państwem środka. Natomiast pozytywna próba odpowiedzi będzie taka, że uświadamiając sobie te wszystkie problemy, z którymi mamy do czynienia, być może moglibyśmy spróbować, i to jest przede wszystkim rola państwa, zastanowić się, jak począwszy od programów edukacji wręcz na poziomie szkoły podstawowej, poprzez szkołę średnią na studiach wyższych skończywszy, ucząc różnych umiejętności technicznych, które są niezwykle potrzebne, tak? Jednak większy nacisk położyli na to wszystko, co powoduje, że na końcu mamy człowieka, który tylko wykonuje pewien zawód, a nie właśnie prawnika, lekarza i nic poza tym. Bo to jest to, co widzimy w medycynie, tak? Po prostu o tym się mówi już w tej chwili otwarcie, że mamy coraz lepszych być może specjalistów od małego palca u lewej nogi, bo tam następuje daleko idąca specjalizacja, ale właśnie brakuje lekarza w rozumieniu człowieka, który dostrzega w pacjencie człowieka, a nie tylko, proszę pana, to nie u mnie, bo to nie ten palec. Więc tu nie ma prostej odpowiedzi, co oczywiste nie jest rozwiązaniem próba przełożenia wszystkiego na język prawa. To byłaby makabra, tak? To byłaby w zasadzie ostateczna klęska nas jako ludzi, gdybyśmy doszli do wniosku, że jedynym wyjściem z tego typu wszelkich sytuacji jest próba maksymalnie wszystkiego przełożenia na język prawa. Ugrzęźlibyśmy w ilości regulacji, w sprzeczności tych regulacji i innych konsekwencjach. Wobec tego moim zdaniem jest tylko jedno, im więcej dyskusji o tego typu problemach i wiara w to, że no jeszcze nie jest za późno, by pewne działania podejmować. Natomiast jeżeli ja widzę, że w wielu uczelniach zadaje się na przykład pytanie, po co w ogóle resztki edukacji historycznej w kształceniu ekonomistów i menedżerów, bo przecież to jest jakaś ramota nikomu do niczego niepotrzebna, bo na to miejsce przydałoby się kolejnych 30 godzin z przedmiotu, który na pewno im się przyda w praktyce, a który jest typowym przedmiotem narzędziowym, który być może za parę lat praktyka w ogóle takiego narzędzia czy takiej umiejętności niekoniecznie będzie miał, to mnie martwi, tak? Ja nie postuluję, żeby wrócić do kształcenia typu, nie wiem, no stary uniwersytet i głównie filozofia, etyka i co tam jeszcze. To byłby absurd. Ale to widzimy ten problem państwa i to widzimy w tych uczelniach, które niektórzy z nas reprezentują również, że właśnie z jednej strony mówimy i słyszymy często od ludzi z praktyki, że absolwenci współcześni są za bardzo tacy wąsko patrzący, że właśnie mają nawet pewne umiejętności praktyczne, ale trudno z nich wykrzesać szersze czasem spojrzenie. A z drugiej strony, jak przychodzi do dyskusji o programie studiów, to no, a może by dołożyć 30 godzin tego, bo przecież tu są takie przedmioty, które tak naprawdę do niczego im są niepotrzebne. No nie są potrzebne w rozumieniu, że to zastosują bezpośrednio w praktyce, ale może są potrzebne do tego, by no właśnie czasem gdzieś się pojawiła jakaś głębsza refleksja nad tym, co będą w tej praktyce czynić.
Dziękuję. Czy jakieś pytania?
Zenon Woltynowicz. Wspomniałeś, Marku, o bankach koranicznych, ale być może kojarzysz takiego doktoranta u nas na uczelni, Maciej Łobza, który pisał doktorat na temat katolickich klubów przedsiębiorcy i z trudem. Czy być może właśnie takie zorientowanie, no powiedzmy, światopoglądowo-religijne nie jest jakimś wyjściem na zahamowanie tego zjawiska, a być może sztuczna inteligencja coś tu wniesie?
Znaczy, bardzo mi miło Cię widzieć. Co prawda ja widzę tylko Twoje plecy, Zenku, ale bardzo się cieszę, że Cię widzę. Państwo, tutaj pan profesor Woltynowicz poruszył dwie niezwykle ważne sprawy. Tak, dzisiaj w takim nurcie, zwłaszcza przeciwników pewnej wizji liberalizmu, nie brakuje głosów, że właśnie zapędziliśmy się w kozi róg w tej idei, że w zasadzie wszystko jest dopuszczalne pod warunkiem, że prawo tego nie zabrania. Że właśnie nie ma czegoś takiego jak jakieś normy etyczne, normy moralne, czy właśnie religijne, które mi mówią, tego nie wolno, a tamto wolno, tylko że w zasadzie jestem rozgrzeszony, jeżeli tylko mogę powiedzieć, prawo tego wprost na przykład nie zabrania. Czy rzeczywiście ten element religijny mógłby odegrać istotną rolę? Pewno tak. Dla niektórych ludzi, ja mam tego świadomość, że są ludzie, którzy swoje przekonania religijne, również wynikające z tradycji chrześcijańskiej czy wręcz katolickiej, traktują bardzo poważnie z punktu widzenia sposobu realizacji biznesu. Choć powiem szczerze, nie jestem entuzjastą tego oplakatowania Polski tymi wielkimi plakatami fundacji, której nazwy w tej chwili nie pamiętam, a która tak naprawdę jest dziełem jednego polskiego biznesmena, który wykłada na to prywatne pieniądze, bo to chyba nie jest dobra droga do szerzenia pewnych idei. Ale ja się zgadzam, to jest również to, o czym mówimy, to jest również wyraz pewnej porażki, trzymając się realiów Polski, gdzie dominuje przecież katolicyzm, no, szeroko rozumianych ojców naszego Kościoła, że ta tkanka religijna jest bardzo taka powierzchowna i płytka, że ona bardzo często w praktyce, ten dominujący w Polsce tak zwany katolicyzm ludowy, on bardzo łatwo pozwala na rozróżnienie, powiedziałbym, niedzieli i dni powszednich. Czyli, że dzień powszedni to jest na zasadzie trochę, no takie już jest życie. No ja nie mam wyjścia, no inni tak czynią, to i ja tak będę czynił. No i potem jest oczywiście pewna refleksja, która przychodzi na przykład przy okazji czy uczestnictwa w mszy świętej, czy spowiedzi, czy innego elementu obrządku religijnego, ale ona bardzo szybko gdzieś tam schodzi na plan dalszy i pojawia się życie codzienne. Ale mam świadomość, że tak, i te kluby biznesu, które skupiają biznesmenów, czy panie zajmujące się biznesem i którzy odwołują się mocno do tej tradycji katolickiej, mogą odgrywać moim zdaniem pozytywną rolę, chociażby dyskutując, co tak naprawdę w biznesie oznacza proste przykazanie nie kradnij. Natomiast ten drugi wątek, bo mi uciekł teraz, to była kwestia, może mi przypomnieć, Zenku, ten drugi wątek, co to było? Bo była
sztuczna inteligencja, która...
Właśnie. To powiem tak, Państwa, ja się boję sztucznej inteligencji. Znaczy powiem tak, w tym sensie się boję, że sztuczna inteligencja to jest konieczność rozwoju algorytmizacji. A algorytmizacja niestety kojarzy mi się zabójstwem tej tradycyjnie rozumianego aspektu humanistycznego, który jest źródłem wielu rzeczy złych, bo człowiek jest właśnie słaby i ułomny i co tam jeszcze, ale też jest źródłem bardzo wielu rzeczy dobrych. I nie wiem, czy sztuczna inteligencja tutaj rozwiąże problem, zwłaszcza, że zakładam, że zawsze na końcu będą jacyś ludzie, którzy będą tym sterować. Pewno Wojtek się ze mną nie zgodzi.
Czy ja mogę 2 słowa dodać na temat sztucznej inteligencji?
Oczywiście.
Po pierwsze, sztuczna inteligencja to nie jest algorytmizacja. Uczenie maszynowe polega na wytrenowaniu sieci neuronowej za pomocą danych i algorytmy tam nie mają wiele do czynienia. Algorytm to jest po prostu sprawdzanie, czy pewien próg został przekroczony, czy nie i tyle. Także nie należy mylić podejścia algorytmicznego opartego na językach programowania związanych z instrukcjami, w szczególności if then else, jeśli coś, to coś, jak nie, to coś innego, ze sztuczną inteligencją, w szczególności z uczeniem maszynowym. To jest prawie utożsamiane, niestety, to nie jest słuszne, ale to jest do tego stopnia utożsamiane. Po drugie, z bardzo dobrze znanym zjawiskiem w trenowaniu sieci neuronowych jest zjawisko właśnie tendencyjności. Jeśli ktoś sieć neuronową wytrenuje, mówiąc, że ci powyżej 1,80 m to są źli ludzie, a ci poniżej 1,80 m to są dobrzy ludzie, tak? I to będzie takie kryterium, które do sieci zostanie wprowadzone, to tak to będzie działać. Jeśli do sieci wstawimy zasady etyczne, to znaczy jeśli masz taką sytuację opisaną przez poszczególne atrybuty, to jest źle. Tak? I tam nie będzie nic o żadnym prawie, o niczym, bo sztuczna inteligencja nie zna całego prawa na pamięć i nie na tym ona polega, prawda? To ona powie, że to jest złe. Jak napiszemy, że to jest dobrze, tak? Bo ten, który ją trenuje, ma w głowie albo zasady etyki, albo tylko i wyłącznie prawo, to będzie działać źle. Więc upatrywanie lekarstwa na to, o czym mówimy w sztucznej inteligencji jest głębokim nieporozumieniem. Nie ma jednej sztucznej inteligencji. Jest tyle sztucznej inteligencji, ile trenerów sztucznych sieci neuronowych. Także tutaj nie używałbym tego słowa jako wytrycha do próby, prawda. Muszę powiedzieć, że bardzo z tym walczę, tak, że używa się sposób sztucznej inteligencji w rozumieniu tak, jakby to była inteligencja człowieka, tylko wykonywana przez komputer, co jest całkowitym nieporozumieniem. A z drugiej strony jak gdyby personifikuje się ją i do pewnego stopnia gloryfikuje i uważa, że ta sztuczna inteligencja rozwiąże wszystkie problemy. Żadnych problemów nie rozwiąże, do których nie zostanie wytrenowana.
Zgoda.
Bardzo dziękuję. Czy są jeszcze jakieś pytania? I to jeśli można, to ja pozwolę sobie na dwa komentarze, jedno pytanie. Pierwsze odnosząc się do wypowiedzi pana profesora Tellerego. Ja powiedziałbym tak, uczenie maszynowe, sztuczna inteligencja, algorytm, jak regresja liniowa, tyle że bardziej skomplikowany, tak z grubsza. To wydaje mi się, nie ma co więcej tam ani demonizować, ani dorabiać, ani robić. Jeśli zrobię model regresji, który będzie na takich danych, no to też mogę mieć tam, że powyżej 180 są niedobrze. Po prostu traktowałbym to jako lepsze algorytmy, których powiedzmy udało nam się od czasu regresji liniowej. To tylko jeden komentarz do pana profesora, jeśli można. Jeden komentarz, jedno pytanie, bo tak akurat jedna rzecz, która mnie trochę zaskoczyła, ale chodzi o tą samorealizację, tak? Która zastępuje nam obowiązki. Tak sobie myślałem, że jest teoria Schwarza wartości, to self-direction, czyli samorealizacja jest jednym z wartości, które według Schwarza towarzyszy nam od samego początku trwania dziejów. Dlaczego to występuje? Schwarz raczej jego podejście jest bardzo optymistyczne. Znaczy na pewnym poziomie rozwoju mogę po prostu zająć się samorealizacją, tak? Znaczy jeśli nie wypełnię swoich obowiązków, to tak w cudzysłowie, tak? Nic się wielkiego nie stanie. Wrócę do domu, będę miał ciepło, będę miał co jeść. Czemu nie napisać jakiegoś artykułu, który mnie interesuje, tak? 300 lat temu to może byłby problem, bo jak nie zadbam o to, gdzie prześpię się, tak? To zamaznę. To tylko też trochę to co mówił profesor Gerowiec, tak? Znaczy, nie wiadomo, czy to jest złe, tak? Czy to jest po prostu nieduch naszych czasów, no jako społeczeństwo się rozwijamy. A jedno mam pytanie takie, pan profesor wybaczy, takie trochę prowokacyjne, bo mówi się często o rynku finansowym, czemu się nie, taka finansjalizacja jest złe, czemu się nie samoregulujecie? A ja tak się pytam, dobrze, no, rynek finansowy, powiedziałbym, jeden z bardziej regulowanych rynków, tak? Mówi się o braku kontroli społecznej, ja powiem, a na którym rynku państwo dostarcza podstawowe dobro, tak? Czyli pieniądz? Na którym rynku państwo całkowicie, tak, reguluje pieniądz? Na którym rynku jest taki nadzór, jak nad giełdami papierów wartościowych, tak? To pytanie jest, czy to nie jest takie trochę sprzeczne, tak? Z jednej strony mamy bardzo regulowane rynki, kontrolowane przez państwo, ustalone reguły, z drugiej strony jest taki zarzut, no za bardzo się rozwinęliście w stosunku do realnej, czemu się nie samoregulujecie? Czemu nie wiem, zrezygnujecie z części zysków? To ja pytam się, gdzie jest państwo, tak? Gdzie w tym wszystkim jest państwo, ale rozumiane właśnie jako my, jako całość, tak? Społeczeństwa, politycy, jako reprezentanci społeczeństwa.
Powiem tak, z tą samorealizacją, oczywiście ona nie jest z natury rzeczy zła, tak? Bardziej chodzi o to, że być może w tej samorealizacji za bardzo się zatracamy, jeśli tak można powiedzieć, tak, ci, którzy tak to widzą, że właśnie, że aż za bardzo zapominamy o pewnych innych wartościach. Ale natomiast jeśli chodzi o to pytanie prowokacyjne, ja powiem tak, oczywiście nie brak też głosów, że właśnie głównym sprawcą nieszczęścia jest państwo poprzez swoje złe regulacje, poprzez swoje nieumiejętne regulacje. Natomiast i państwo ma tutaj wiele złego na sumieniu. Czy to, że dostarcza pieniądz, to już wystarczy, żeby powiedzieć, że ma na to wszystko wpływ? Nie, no bo to pieniądz jako taki jest, zwłaszcza ten tradycyjnie rozumiany, tutaj odgrywa już rolę taką, można powiedzieć, dosyć ograniczoną. Natomiast no właśnie, to polega na tym, że państwo może pewne rzeczy uregulować, ale państwo nie jest na końcu w stanie zapanować nad tym, jak ludzie te regulacje przełożą na swoje działanie. To jest państwo tak jak z ewaluacją, którą właśnie przeżyliśmy, tak? Jedni w pocie czoła pisali, publikowali, co tam inni, a inni wydawali odpowiednie pieniądze na special issue takiego czy innego czasopisma i tę samą ilość punktów bez problemu uzyskiwali. Prawo tego nie zabrania, minister tego czasopisma nie potępił, więc w czym problem? Otóż właśnie, państwo może różne reguły ustalać. Ale państwo, to co przed chwilą mówiliśmy, doszlibyśmy do absurdu, gdyby teraz państwo próbowało za każdym razem, jak dostrzeże coś, tak? I państwo tak czasami robi, topornie próbuje naprawiać. No słynna obecna zasada, 2 negatywne recenzje w postępowaniu habilitacyjnym i automatycznie negatywna opinia. Przecież to jest absurd. Można sobie wyobrazić sytuację, w której recenzenci pod wpływem, czy przynajmniej jeden z nich pod wpływem dyskusji na komisji habilitacyjnej, po wystawieniu takiej miękkiej recenzji negatywnej powiedziałby, mieli państwo, no w zasadzie byłem przeciw, ale teraz po wysłuchaniu wszystkiego i po tej naszej dyskusji gotów jestem, no przynajmniej się tylko wstrzymać od głosu. Otóż wizja, w której państwo wszystko próbuje uregulować, to jest wchodzenie w coraz bardziej absurdalne rozwiązanie. Jak właśnie ten absurd, gdzie organizujemy kolokwium habilitacyjne osobie, która już wie, że będzie mieć negatywną opinię, bo prawo mówi 2 negatywne recenzje, koniec zabawy. Otóż właśnie są reguły i rzeczywiście rynek finansowy czy rynki finansowe należą do szczególnie przez państwo regulowanych. Tylko na końcu są ludzie, którzy te reguły wypełniają konkretną treścią w swoim codziennym działaniu. I mogą je wypełniać w taki bądź inny sposób. Mogą budować produkty, które tak opakują, że nikt się nie domyśli, że sprzedali w tym produkcie coś bardzo, bardzo cuchnące jajeczko i sprzedają to z całą świadomością funduszowi emerytalnemu, który powinien kupować raczej rzeczy bezpieczne z wizją pewną tego bezpieczeństwa w długim okresie, a może być ktoś, kto powie nie, my tak nie będziemy robić. My tego akurat produktu, owszem, jak mamy klientów typowych, takich właśnie, którzy z różnych względów mogą normalnie funkcjonować na rynku spekulacyjnym, okej, ale tym klientom, a tym bardziej bez ich świadomości, nie będziemy takiego produktu oferować. Państwo oczywiście znowu może próbować to uregulować, tak jak mamy w tej chwili słynną ankietę, którą każdy z nas, będąc klientem czy banku, czy biura maklerskiego, czy kogo tam jeszcze, musi wypełnić, ale bardzo często słyszymy, no może pan powiedzieć, że pan odmówił wypełnienia tej ankiety. No i sprawa załatwiona, mamy sprawę uregulowaną, klient wpisujemy w systemie, klient odmówił odpowiedzi na pytania, czyli wziął na siebie całe ryzyko i możemy działać dalej. Tak? Więc nad tym tak naprawdę tutaj dyskutujemy, czyli że obok tej właśnie nie da się regulacją, ani ową sztuczną inteligencją, tu się zgadzam w pełni z moim szanownym kolegą, nie da się zastąpić ludzi z ich całą tą sferą etyczno-moralną, tak bym powiedział. I dlatego, no tak jak mówię, optymista powie, jest jeszcze szansa, działajmy, starajmy się, popularyzujmy i co tam jeszcze, zmieniajmy programy edukacji, a pesymista powie, no być może nasz świat, który nam jest najbliższy, który najlepiej znamy, być może dochodzi do jakiegoś kresu. Historia niczego nikogo nie uczy, poza jednym, że udowadnia, że coś, co ma swój historyczny początek, prędzej czy później dociera do historycznego okresu. Więc być może ten nasz świat, świat kapitalizmu, umownie rzecz ujmując, w takiej postaci, być może gdzieś tam sobie zmierza do finału, ale ja nie twierdzę, że nastąpi koniec świata, tylko że po prostu, że pojawi się być może kiedyś coś innego, ale tak łatwo tego nie zauważymy.
Panie profesorze, bardzo dziękuję. Dobrnęliśmy do końca. Ja tylko takie podsumowując, tak pół żartem, pół serią, mówię, możemy się trochę różnić, jeśli chodzi o ocenę finansjalizacji, o ocenę algorytmów sztucznej inteligencji, ale na pewno nie różnimy się, takie mam wrażenie, jeśli chodzi o ocenę parametryzacji różnych special issue, różnych dziwnych wydawnictw. Myślę, że tutaj wszyscy podzielamy zdanie pana profesora i tak mówię, bo właśnie rozmawialiśmy też w czasie lunchu na temat właśnie różnych tych zjawisk. Panie profesorze, serdecznie dziękuję za bardzo ciekawe wystąpienie. Państwu bardzo dziękuję za dyskusję, za udział i niniejszym zamykam dzisiejszą naszą konferencję. Wszystkim jeszcze raz serdecznie dziękuję.
Bardzo dziękuję. Pozdrawiam wszystkich Państwa, zarówno tych, których znam, jak i tych, którzy byli gośćmi na tym spotkaniu. Kłaniam się, dziękuję, do widzenia.